Section 28 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8, Mary Stuart by Thomas Graves Law, Part 1. The spring of the year 1559 marks a notable turning point in European history. On April 2, the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis was signed by France and England, and on the following day by France and Spain. A great war was over. Italy had been freed from her invaders, Savoy had regained her independence, and Calais was lost to England forever. But far more momentous changes than these were in progress. When the preliminaries of peace were under discussion at Surcamp, Mary Tudor was alive, and England was united to the Church of Rome. Before the treaty was concluded, Parliament was voting Elizabeth to be supreme governor of the Church in England, and substituting the Book of Common Prayer for the Mass. Elsewhere, Europe found herself in the face of new problems and a new order of things. Hitherto, as in England, the Reformation, where it was established, had arisen under the initiation or patronage of the sovereign power. Now a religious movement of another kind, an aggressive militant Calvinism, spring from the people or from a malcontent aristocracy, and clamoring for civil as well as for religious liberty, had been coming to a head simultaneously in Scotland, France, and, in a less developed form, in the Spanish Netherlands. The revolutionary movement seemed contagious, and menaced the authority of the crown as well as the established religion. It was the sense of this new danger insidiously creeping upon them which impelled the two Catholic powers to seek for peace, and if possible for an alliance against the common foe, an alliance which was to be cemented by the marriage of Philip of Spain with the daughter of the King of France. And it was significant that the first article of the treaty between these powers pledged them to bring about at once the convocation of a general council for the reformation and the reduction of the whole Christian Church to a true union and concord. We are then on the eve of the counter-reformation, when a reformed papacy and an unlooked-for revival of ecclesiastical zeal throughout the Roman Church were to come as a formidable aid to the political forces now to be arrayed against advancing Protestantism. The task before Catholic Europe was the suppression of the threatened revolt in France, Scotland, and the Netherlands, and the dethronement of Elizabeth as a heretic and illegitimate usurper of the English throne. This last was most imperative of all, for it was already clear, and became clearer as time went on, that the form of religion established by the Queen of England would be a powerful support and encouragement to the struggling sects elsewhere. Yet at this moment, England as a European power was impoverished, humiliated, and helpless. The Queen's title was insecure. She was without a recognized heir. Her Catholic subjects were in a numerical majority, and moreover there was an active pretender to her throne in the person of Mary Stuart, recently, 1558, married to the Dauphin of France, and Mary's claims seemed irresistible in the eyes at least of those who looked rather to hereditary descent than to parliamentary title. It was decidedly in the interests of both France and Spain that England should become Catholic. Would then these two powers set aside their former jealousies and unite in placing Mary on the throne of the United Kingdom, or would either power give a free hand to the other to act alone? This was the problem which agitated Christendom for nearly 30 years. Round the Queen of Scots, as the representative and symbol of regenerated Catholicism, the contests of diplomatic skill and force of arms raged with remarkable vicissitudes of fortune. The end found Elizabeth the acknowledged champion of Protestant Europe, no longer weak and despised, but snatching from Spain the sovereignty of the seas, and within sight of the long-coveted union of Scotland and England under a Protestant monarch. What was accomplished by Elizabeth through good means or bad in her long conflict with Mary and her supporters has remained intact almost to our own time. The chapter, then, which deals with this important phase of the War of Religion, rightly bears the name of Mary Stuart. To understand the shifting policy, the conflicting interests and influences which molded her career and finally led to her destruction, it is necessary to go back to the days of her infancy. Mary Stuart, from the moment of her birth, December 8, 1542, was destined to be a brand of discord. Henry VIII saw the fulfillment of his cherished dream of the union of England and Scotland in a marriage between the young queen and his son Edward. He peremptorily demanded that the child should be sent into England at once, and under conditions which involved the immediate subjection of Scotland to the southern kingdom. Though these demands were rejected, the regent, the pliable and at that time Protestant Arran, agreed by the Treaty of Greenwich, July 1, 1543, that Mary, when 10 years old, should be placed in Henry's hands. But the king's overbearing and dictatorial tone so played into the hands of the dissatisfied party of Cardinal Beton and the Queen Mother that the treaty was repudiated, and the alliance with France formally renewed. The English party seemed almost at an end. The horror, devastation, and plunder of an English invasion followed. National independence in Scotland became identified with the French alliance and the maintenance of the Roman Church. Yet so keen was the English desire for union that, when by French help there was prospect of the tide turning in favor of the Scots, Somerset opened negotiations with Huntley, January 1548, and proposed that in 3 years the child should go into England, that Protestants in Scotland should have liberty of conscience, that the very names of England and English, as well as Scotland and Scottish, should be abolished, and that the two kingdoms henceforth should form one empire, Great Britain, and the prince ruler thereof should be named the Emperor of Great Britain. But the distrust and hatred of the old enemy were too strong. 6 months later, Desaix, the French commander, laid before the Scottish Parliament at Haddington his master's desire of marrying Mary to the Dauphin, and on August 13 the Queen landed in France. The victory of Mary of Lorraine and the Catholic party seemed complete. The Protestant movement in Scotland had originated, as contemporary Catholic writers agree, in the revolt of a people, untaught and uncared for, against the idleness, cupidity, and scandalous lives of their clergy. The Church fell to pieces from its own internal decay, and Calvinism rushed into the vacuum created by the absence of all religion. The movement at a later time gathered outward strength by the accession of powerful nobles, eager to punish the delinquent clergy by appropriating their wealth. But it needed for ultimate success a single-minded and devoted leader, and a popular political motive. John Knox was to supply the first, and the ill-advised policy of Mary of Lorraine, or rather of her foreign counselors, was eventually to give occasion for the second. The violent character of the struggle in its early stages appears in the assassination of Cardinal Beton by a number of gentlemen, mainly in revenge for the martyrdom of Wishart, and in the choice of the austere and perverted Knox as preacher by the congregation of those zealots, when he was confined with them in the castle of St. Andrews. Beton was slain on May 29, 1548. Knox was carried away captive in the French galleys in August of the following year. While Beton lived, the Church was still politically strong, for under his masterly guidance it represented the extreme patriotic resistance to the domination in England. In April 1554, Arran, now Duke of Châtel-Hérault, reluctantly handed over the regency to Mary of Lorraine. A true Guise, ambitious for her daughter, yet of her own nature inclined to toleration, her fatal error was the attempt to govern Scotland by Frenchmen. The inevitable reaction set in. The old hostility to England rapidly gave way to a greater detestation of France as menacing to the liberties of the nation. French rule came to be identified with the rule of the Church. To the most strenuous part of the Scottish people, national and religious freedom seemed one, and Knox, returning to Scotland for a while in 1555, organized Calvinistic congregations, and convinced earnest and intelligent men, Erskine of Dun, Lord James Stewart, a natural son of James V., and the brilliant Maitland of Lethington, that it was their duty openly to resist idolatry. Under Knox's influence, the lords of the congregation drew up their first bond or covenant, December 3, 1557, and the Revolution became imminent. The Reformers demanded the free exercise of their religion, and the free exercise of this religion involved the suppression of the Mass as idolatry. Toleration on either side became impossible. Both sides fought for supremacy, and would be content with nothing short of it. We now turn to the young queen at the French court. Her beauty, irresistible charm of manner, and intellectual gifts made her a universal favorite. "She governs both the king and the queen," said her uncle, the Cardinal of Lorraine. While Scotland was being ruled by her mother in the interests of France, Mary herself became thoroughly French. In April 1558 she learned her first lesson in political duplicity. Commissioners arrived from Scotland to ratify the promises of France to support Châtelherault's claim to the crown, failing issue of her marriage, and to preserve inviolate the liberties and constitution of Scotland. Mary spoke to the deputies, said Diane de Poitiers, not as an inexperienced child, but as a woman of age and knowledge. On April 4 she signed certain secret papers. In the first she made over Scotland as a free gift to the King of France in the case of her dying without issue, and in another she declared that, though before or after her marriage she might, in compliance with the Scottish Parliament, sign papers in a contrary sense, the preceding document should be taken to declare her genuine mind. On November 17, 1558, Elizabeth succeeded Mary Tudor. The Queen of Scots at once quartered the arms of England and Ireland. The commissioners of Henry II at Cateau Cambresis derisively asked to whom France was desired to restore Calais, seeing that Mary Stuart, and not Elizabeth, was the lawful Queen of England, and Henry urged upon the Pope the immediate excommunication and deprivation of the usurper. The peril of Elizabeth was indeed great. Her safety at the moment, strange to say, appeared to depend entirely upon the self-interested friendship of the champion of Catholicism, Philip of Spain. Such strength as she possessed at home was in her character. The Spanish ambassador hinted that she owed her crown to Philip. She replied she owed it to her people. "She is very much wedded to her people," wrote Feria, "and thinks as they do. She is incomparably more feared than her sister was." Philip, that he might preserve England to his church, resolved to do God a service by marrying the Queen. Elizabeth refused him, and proceeded boldly with her ecclesiastical reforms. The king bade his ambassador make it his main object to prevent a rupture between the Catholics and Protestants, as this is best for our interests, and would deprive the French of an excuse for interference. If the Catholics were strong, he might secretly aid them and give fair words to the heretics. Meanwhile, Philip engaged himself to Elizabeth de Valois, the French king's daughter, and the Venetian Chiffanoya reported from London that the Protestants were trembling at the alliance of the two most powerful princes in the world, and called for their extirpation at the coming General Council. England was the sick man of Europe. The phrase is Feria's, who promised to keep the sick man alive till Philip was ready to intervene. Yet, impatient with his master's policy of inaction, he repeatedly and indignantly reminded him of the just claims of the Queen of Scots and the ease with which France could take possession of this miserable country. "For," he adds, "if the King of France gets this woman declared a heretic and bastard at Rome, how can your Majesty go against God and justice and the Catholics, who will doubtless join France?" Philip could only reply that he had begged the Pope to hold his hand. Thus English Catholics did not stir, as they waited for the word from Spain. The jealousy of France made Philip afraid to interfere. The Pope was prevented from speaking, while France thought it prudent to crush out Protestantism in Scotland and establish Mary's position there, before making a descent upon England. It was then upon Scotland that all eyes were now fixed. In April 1558, the burning of the Old Man Milne exasperated the Protestants beyond control. The death in November of Mary Tudor led them once more to look to England for friendship or support. On May 2, 1559, Knox returned to his country. "I see," he wrote, "the battle shall be great, and I am come. I praise my God, even in the brunt of the battle." On the 10th a summons from the Queen Regent to certain defiant preachers to appear at Stirling was the signal for the gathering of their friends in force. Knox's famous sermon at Perth excited the rascal multitude to break images and to pull down religious houses. The Regent took up arms. The lords of the congregation for a time got the upper hand and occupied Edinburgh, but soon found that they were quite unable to sustain a contest with the trained troops of France. They now appealed earnestly to England for aid. Elizabeth was in great perplexity. She disliked the political opinions of Knox, and had little sympathy with his creed. How could she assist such rebels against lawful authority without encouraging her own recusants to do the same? Moreover, she was ill prepared to risk war with France. Yet to remain neutral would be to enable the French to master Scotland as a province of France, and thence march to the conquest of England in support of Mary's claim. On July 10, 1559, Francis II succeeded his father Henry II, and Mary wrote, so Throckmorton reported, that as she was now Queen of France and Scotland, so she trusted to be Queen of England also. The Guises became supreme in France, and Elizabeth's danger was the greater. Kirkcaldy of Grange was justified in his warning to Cecil, "If ye suffer us to be overthrown, ye shall prepare the way for your own destruction." Cecil understood this well. Elizabeth at length resolved to help the insurgents secretly with money, and to mass troops on the border, but if possible to avoid a rupture with France. No one was more keen for the English alliance and the aid of English troops than Knox. He implored the English to send from Berwick 1,000 men to serve for wages, and so break no league with France. Or, if that excuse avail not, you may declare them rebels when once they are in our company. He and his friends wished to make their grievances one of religion only. The Queen would not hear of religion. She would move only to defend the Scots from foreign tyranny, and herself from invasion. To the remonstrances of Noailles, the French ambassador, she replied that it was the custom of her country to arm when her neighbours armed. The Queen of Scots had assumed her title, and was aiming at her throne, and it was patent to all the world that the French preparations were directed against England through Scotland. In January 1560, Elizabeth sent Winter with a fleet to the Firth with orders to pick a quarrel with the French, and so prevent their bringing reinforcements, but to do so on his own responsibility. With the extraordinary good luck which attended her at critical moments, the French fleet, while on its way to Scotland, was driven back or destroyed by storms. In February, she entered into a formal league with the congregation, nominally in defense of the national liberties against French encroachments. Statesmen on the continent were aghast at her audacity. They believed she was rushing to her ruin. "You will be torn in pieces," said Feria to Challoner, "and other princes will fall out about your garments." It now became an urgent question whether Philip should not anticipate the French by first occupying England himself. "If," wrote the Duchess of Parma to Philip, "the French establish themselves in Scotland, England is theirs. With England they will have the Low Countries. How then will it fare with Spain and the Indies? Spain," said Cardinal Grandvella, "must defend London as it would Brussels." In the same strain, Quadra, the new ambassador in London, wrote to Feria, "Either this country will fall to the French, or we shall have to take up arms in the most ignominious and shameful cause which Christian prince ever sustained." Meanwhile, both English and French appealed to Philip. The king, in his embarrassment, sent de Glaceon to England to insist on the Queen keeping the peace. He arrived in England on April 5, but too late. A few days previously, Elizabeth had taken the decisive step of sending Lord Grey across the border, with an army to cooperate with the forces of the congregation. The tumult of Amboise, March 15, and the beginning of serious troubles with the Huguenots following upon the disaster to her fleet had crippled France, and thus Elizabeth had been emboldened to take stronger measures. In 2 months' time the French were driven, not by English or Scottish prowess, but by their own misfortunes, to send deputies into Scotland with full powers to negotiate terms of peace, the king and queen giving their royal words to ratify all that should be settled by them. The Treaty of Edinburgh was signed by the commissioners July 6, shortly after the death of Mary of Lorraine, June 11. It was agreed that Mary, seeing the kingdoms of England and Ireland do belong by right to Elizabeth, should in all times coming abstain from the use of her title and arms. The foreign troops were to go, and the Scottish Parliament was to be held on August 1st to settle the affairs of religion, but the king and queen were meanwhile to be advertised of this concession, and their adherence obtained. The Parliament was duly held, though no authorization came from Francis and Mary. The Calvinistic confession of faith was adopted, the papal jurisdiction abolished, and the saying or hearing of Mass prohibited, under the penalty of death for the third offense. The religious revolution was effected with scarcely a show of opposition from the prelates of the old church. Francis and Mary, humiliated by the unexpected turn of affairs in Scotland, refused to ratify the treaty. The French troops had been withdrawn, and peace was re-established. The refusal to ratify could therefore only mean that Mary maintained her pretensions to the English crown, and so it was understood. On December 5, Francis died, and was succeeded by his brother Charles. Mary was no longer queen regnant of France. Catherine de' Medici gained the upper hand, and the Guises lost their ascendancy. Disliked and suspected by Catherine, Mary for the moment had no home, no powerful party, no policy. The new Pope Pius IV sent her the golden rose, addressing her pathetically as a rose among thorns. Overtures were now made for her return to her kingdom, and she placed herself, not perhaps without some misgivings, in the hand of her half-brother, the Lord James. Ambitious of power and wealth, but devoted to his creed and to the English alliance, Lord James Stewart was a statesman, shrewd, powerful, and yet moderate, and he might be expected to support his sister in everything except a conflict with England, or an attempt to overthrow the recent religious settlement in Scotland. Meanwhile, Mary, to the increasing annoyances of Elizabeth, resolutely evaded every attempt to induce her to ratify the Treaty of Edinburgh. Mary landed in Scotland August 19, 1561. Her eyes were from the very first fixed upon the English succession, and her policy at home and abroad now seemed entirely subservient to that end. As matters stood, the parliamentary sanction given to the will of Henry VIII, the very settlement under which Elizabeth now reigned, excluded or passed over Mary's line in the succession. Her first step, therefore, must be to obtain from the English Parliament an acknowledgment of her natural right to succeed Elizabeth, failing heirs of her body. Mary had, above all, to conciliate the rival queen. To make good her ground in her own kingdom, she must allay the suspicions of her Protestant subjects, gain their confidence, and let religious questions for the present lie dormant. For this purpose she could not have chosen a better Secretary of State than Maitland, the Scottish Cecil, who, like her brother Lord James, was bent upon maintaining friendship with England, strongly supported her claim for recognition as next heir to the throne, and though tolerant of the Queen's religious practices, was yet in the confidence of the leaders of the Kirk. On the other hand, knowing well that in the pursuit of her object, and especially in the event of open conflict, she would, apart from the aid of the papacy and Catholic princes, have mainly to rely on the strong latent body of Catholics in England, Mary found it politic to profess secretly to her foreign friends an ardent zeal for the Catholic cause, and to let them believe her ready to sacrifice her life in the attempt to restore the Church in her own or both kingdoms. Such protestations must not be taken too seriously, Mary had no idea of risking her position in Scotland by any premature display of zeal. Rather, it seems to have been her hope that she would gather round her in time a party strong enough to effect a change of religion by constitutional means. The Pope himself had reminded her of the example of Mary Tudor. Might not the Queen of Scots, in her turn, make a Spanish match? Within a few days after her arrival in Scotland, the Queen issued a proclamation forbidding, under pain of death, any attempt at any alteration of the existing arrangement regarding religion, till a final settlement should be made with the consent of her estates. She, however, deferred calling a Parliament, evaded the petitions of the General Assembly, and left the Acts of 1560 unconfirmed. She refused to hand over to the ministers the incomes of the old clergy, or the church property which had fallen to laymen, but claimed for the crown 1/3 of these revenues, and this third was to be equally divided between herself and the Protestant clergy. She thus kept in her own hands the means of effecting another change should the opportunity occur. Attempts to revive Catholic worship were promptly checked, and the papal envoy, de Guda, then secretly in the country, reported that the Bishop of Dunkeld had been impeached before the Queen for making preparations to administer the sacrament at Easter, 1562, and had been compelled to desist by the Queen's command. At another time 48 priests, including the Primate of Scotland, were by her authority thrown into prison for venturing to say Mass in secret. Yet Mary would not for a moment tolerate an invasion of her own privileges, nor suffer her priests to be wantonly insulted. The ministers in vain petitioned for the abolition of Mass in the royal chapel. When the town council of Edinburgh issued a decree in terms insulting to priests and nuns, Mary instantly deprived them of their offices, and confined them in the Tolbooth. Meanwhile the Queen both amused her court with the fashions and gaiety of France, and attended seriously with her brothers to affairs of state. She made progress through her dominions, put down the disorder of the border counties, kept a firm hand upon unquiet nobles, punished and got rid of the troublesome Bothwell, and, what is more surprising, marched with her council to the north, and there humbled the powerful Earl of Huntly, who had aided his son, Lord George Gordon, in some resistance to the Queen's authority. Mary, who never seemed in higher spirits, delighted in the campaign, and left the leader of the Scottish Catholics dead on the field of Corrichie. For it was this same Huntly who, by his desertion of the Royalists for the side of the Congregation at a critical moment in the struggle of 1559, had, in the mind of Mary Lorraine, turned the scale against the Catholic cause. Thus, by one act, Mary gratified and enriched her brother, now created Earl of Moray, displayed her impartiality by punishing a professed Catholic, and revenged herself on a traitor. At the end of 3 years, the English ambassador could report, "The Queen is strictly obeyed, perfectly served, and honoured by all," and this after the imprudent conduct which Lord Chastelard to the rash acts that cost him his life. She had indeed so managed that already her chief counsellors, Moray and Maitland, had drifted away from Knox and the extreme Protestant party. The reformer himself, who found in her a proud mind, a crafty wit, and indolent heart, was the one rock which she in vain tried to move. One of the grave political questions of Europe at this time was Mary's marriage. Was France to let the all-powerful Philip obtain control of her old ally, Scotland? Was Spain to submit without a struggle to the restoration of that connection with France which had just been so happily dissolved? And what match could be agreeable to Mary which was not dangerous to England? The first thought of Mary's uncles, and her own constant wish, had been an alliance with Don Carlos. This scheme was so ably resisted by the intrigues of Catherine de' Medici that it fell through before Mary left France. Mary herself seemed to remain passive. She wished first to win the coveted recognition of her right to the English succession. She declared that she would only marry according to the Queen of England's good will, or she would even say pleasantly that she wished that one of them were a man, to make an end to all disputes, or that she would have no husband but Elizabeth. The Cardinal of Lorraine was soon busily negotiating with the imperial court to match his niece with the Archduke Charles. With this project Mary was not well pleased. She made it clear that the Archduke was not powerful enough to assist her in her schemes. For this reason, among others, she would not think of any Protestant prince. Catherine now manoeuvred to obtain her hand for Charles IX, if she would but wait a year or two. And this project naturally alarmed Spain. The Don Carlos match was revived. Philip's ministers and ambassadors urged the magnificence of such a union, which would add to the Spanish crown the British islands, secure the friendship of the Guises and the tranquillity of the Netherlands, and in short lead straight to universal monarchy. Elizabeth, meanwhile, let Mary know that any union with the House of Habsburg would be taken as a direct act of hostility, and Knox from the pulpit menaced with the divine vengeance any such infidel marriage. Philip finally, in August 1564, to the intense disappointment of Mary, abandoned the scheme on the nominal plea of Don Carlos's health, having probably discovered that his uncontrollable and lunatic son was an impossible instrument of diplomacy, and would not serve the end he had in view. But there was still another candidate in the field. The Countess of Lennox had intended that her son, Lord Darnley, whose claim to the English succession was next to that of Mary, and who had the advantage of being a naturalized Englishman, should marry the Queen of Scots. The English Catholics, staunch friends of the Lennox line, had not by any means unanimously regarded Mary's claims with favour so long as she was connected with France. They were too much subjected to Spanish influence. They had rather favoured the pretensions of young Darnley, and if Mary was not to marry the Prince of Spain, what marriage could be more acceptable to the party than one with Darnley? It would excite no continental jealousies, introduce no foreigner into the government, and would be the best guarantee for the restoration of Catholicism and the union of the crowns. Elizabeth, who had set one suitor against another, while fearing all, had lastly proposed her own favourite, Leicester. Mary would not have disregarded even this match, had it been attendant with the recognition of her right of succession, but this she could never obtain. To accede to such a request would, on the part of Elizabeth, have been to cut the ground from under her own feet. It would, as the Spanish ambassador saw, manifestly have resulted in a rising of the English Catholics and the reintroduction of the religion by force. Darnley met Mary at Weymouth, February 1565. She was already favourably disposed towards him on political grounds, but she seems to have been smitten with love at the sight of the beardless youth whose handsome figure and elegant accomplishments concealed the vacuity of his mind and the viciousness of his character. Castelnau, the French envoy, who was witness of the love-making, declares her infatuation to have been so great that it was set down to magic. But the political motive was uppermost. Thwarted on every side, Queen Mary at length determined to make her own choice. By her bold and independent move, Elizabeth was outwitted. The long lad, as she said to the French ambassador, was but a pawn in the game, but a pawn which threatened her with checkmate. She became seriously alarmed. A recent inquiry had shown that there were not Protestant gentry enough in England to supply the vacancies in the office of Justice of the Peace. The Privy Council, May 1st and June 4th, denounced the proposed match as injurious to the interests of the country. In Scotland, Mary had obtained the consent of a convention of her nobles, but Moray, although he had been ostensibly able to approve the Spanish match, now foresaw the Queen's emancipation from the control of the Protestant lords and the loss of his own influence. He drew once more towards Knox, and the irreconcilable clerical party entered into a bond with Argyle and Châtelherault for the defence of religion, and in July was making preparation for revolt. The General Assembly had already, June 25, assumed a more actively hostile attitude towards Catholics and demanded the compulsory attendance of all at Protestant worship. Elizabeth, who had offered to tolerate Mary's marriage with Darnley if she would conform to the religion of the country, now encouraged the malcontents with money and promises of military aid. On July 29, Mary publicly celebrated her marriage. Her opportunity had come. The first overt act of aggression had been on the side of her opponents. She was confronted with insurrection within her kingdom and with invasion from England. She acted with vigor, issued proclamations declaring her innocence of making any alteration in religion, solicited aid from the Pope and King of Spain, obtained money from the latter, and again assured the Pope that she and her husband would defend the Catholic faith to the utmost of their power. She recalled Bothwell, whom she had made Lieutenant General of the Southern Marches, restored George Gordon to his father's dignities, and took the Catholic Athol to her councils. She marched armed at the head of the troops to meet the insurgents with such alacrity that Moray and his friends, without risking a conflict, fled early in October into England, leaving her mistress of the situation. Elizabeth, seeing the weakness of the insurgents, dared not openly intervene. Castelnau let her know that if she crossed the border, France would be bound to come to Mary's aid. The King of Spain was for the first time making a decided move in her favor. When Moray, therefore, appeared before Elizabeth in London, she, in the presence of the French ambassador, reprimanded him for his rebellion, and disavowed all sympathy with his action. Mary was now bent on the ruin of her opponents. In answer to Castelnau's appeal for leniency, she declared she would rather lose her crown than forego her revenge on Moray. A parliament was summoned for March 12, 1566, when she was resolved that the rebel should be forfeited. And then, as she admitted to Archbishop Beton, she hoped to have done some good anent restoring the old religion. Her triumph certainly seemed within her grasp. It was now nearly 6 years since the revolution which had set up Protestantism in Scotland. Very different, indeed, was the position of Catholicism from what it then had been. The Council of Trent had been brought to a close at the end of 1563, and one immediate outcome of the new sense of unity and moral strength imparted to the papacy was a desire on the part of Pius IV, the Cardinal of Lorraine, the Emperor, and Philip of Spain, to form a league of the Catholic powers for the suppressing of Protestantism everywhere. If conflicting temporal interests prevented this league from taking definite shape, the idea and the wish were there. France, too, had recovered from her first civil war, in which the Catholics had shown their superior strength, and Catherine was once more in friendly relations with the Guises. In 1564 she had contrived a conference at Bayonne with her daughter, the Queen of Spain, the Duke of Alva, and the representatives of the Pope, and it was well nigh universally, though erroneously, believed that the contemplated league had then become actually signed, and that Mary had secretly joined it. The situation was such as unduly to raise the hopes of the one side, and to inspire the other with the deepest suspicion and animosity. But the marriage which had promised to be the beginning of Mary's triumph was destined to be one of the main causes of her ruin. Before many months had passed, Darnley neglected his wife and disgusted her with his low vices. His vanity prompted him to covet the matrimonial crown, an increase to his power and right which Mary prudently refused. This refusal Darnley attributed to David Riccio, the Queen's private secretary. This man, a Piedmontese and a zealous Catholic, had occupied a humble position in her household and assisted in her choir. The unusual confidence and familiarity with which the Queen treated him, his arrogance and assumption of authority, made him an object of jealousy and suspicion to the nobles. The Protestant party, especially, regarded him as the promoter of Catholic intrigues and the chief obstacle to the progress of reform. He was even believed to be in the pay of the Pope and the secret correspondent of Philip II. Of any such correspondence or intrigue there is, however, no evidence. His name even seems to have been unknown to Philip. That he influenced Mary's policy is most probable, and Darnley was moreover induced to believe or to assert that villain David had dishonored his bed. He became the leader of a plot to put the favorite to death. A bond was entered into, signed by the king, Ruthven, and Morton, to slay Riccio as an enemy of the state, and in another bond the fugitive lords, Moray, Argyle, Glencairn, and others in England, undertook to stand by Darnley, to procure him the crown matrimonial, and to maintain the Protestant religion, while in return they were to receive pardon and restoration to their honours. On the evening of Saturday, March 9, 1566, 3 days before the appointed Parliament, the assassins, accompanied by Darnley himself, dragged their victim from the side of the Queen, to whom he clung, and dispatched him with some 50 blows, leaving the King's dagger in his body. Huntley and Bothwell, with a few other friends of Mary, made their escape, while she found herself a prisoner in the hands of the conspirators. Quickly recovering from her first movement of terror, she skilfully detached the weak Darnley from the rest, temporized with her captors, welcomed Moray, who now suddenly reappeared, and exclaimed, "Ah, my brother, if you had been here, you never would have suffered me to be thus cruelly handled." She then slipped away, galloped with Darnley to Dunbar, summoned her lieges, and once more compelled her enemies to fly across the border. And as Section 28. Section 29 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8. Mary Stuart by Thomas Graves Law. Part 2. The murder of Riccio, an action worthy of all praise, in the mind of Knox, was, however, the death-blow to Mary's schemes. All the wise ordinances, wrote de Silva, now Spanish ambassador in London, made by the good Queen with regard to religion, have been upset, and it will be difficult to establish them again. The Bishop of Dunblane was on his way to Rome, conveying to Pius V the obedience and submission of the King and Queen in their earnest request for aid, when the news of the disaster reached him. He could only pray the Pope to excuse the Queen from attempting any alteration at present. The enthusiastic Pope praised in conclave this woman with a man's heart, granted her 20,000 crowns, and commissioned Loreo, Bishop of Mondovi, to go into Scotland as his nuncio, declaring that, if possible, he would go himself in person, and gladly spend his blood and life in her service. Mary now reverted to a policy of conciliation. Moray returned to her councils together with Athol, Huntley, and Bothwell, and she even tried to win the goodwill of the ministers by making better provision for their maintenance. Once more matters went smoothly for a while. On Wednesday, June 19th, the Queen gave birth to her son James. Her position in England was thus greatly strengthened. She renewed her protestations of loyalty to Rome, and promised to bring up the child as a Catholic, while she invited Elizabeth to be his godmother, and opened negotiations with her for the recognition of her own rights and those of her son. Elizabeth with difficulty avoided a serious quarrel with both Houses of Parliament by her refusal to discuss either the matter of the succession or her own marriage. Instinctively she saw that her security lay in remaining as she was, yet free to use any proposal of marriage as a convenient political instrument. Her best advisers, moreover, recognized that to name Mary as her successor would be to seal her own doom. Never was the Queen of Scots to outward appearance held in higher respect than in the autumn of this year. Ducrot, the French ambassador, wrote, "I never saw the Queen so much beloved, esteemed, and honored, nor so great harmony amongst her subjects." Week after week, de Silva reported to his master that all was well in Scotland. There was but one cloud in the horizon. The strained relations between Mary and her husband were notorious. She had been at first deceived by him as to his share in the Riccio outrage. His confederates, who were one by one being brought back to favor by the entreaties of Moray and the counsels of the French envoys, enraged at their previous desertion and betrayal by Darnley, laid before the Queen proofs of his treachery and baseness which produced in her the bitterest resentment. Her trouble was the main cause of an illness which brought her to death's door at Jedburgh, Maitland wrote to the Archbishop of Glasgow, October 14. It is a heartbreak for her to think that he could be her husband, and how to be free of him she sees no outlet. She cried in her grief, "I could wish to be dead." So Ducrot reported, and De Silva, much distressed, wrote to Rome in the hope that the Pope might effect a reconciliation. Meanwhile, Mary had been much thrown with Bothwell, who won her admiration by all those qualities which stood in boldest contrast with those of her effeminate husband. He was an able and courageous soldier, a man of barbaric loyalty, faithful almost alone to Mary's mother, a persistent enemy of England, and now the Queen's staunchest adherent. Although he was an evil liver and an unbending Protestant, De Silva could write of him, when Bothwell was thought to have died of his wounds at Hermitage, "The Queen has lost a man whom she could trust, and of such she has but few." He was now, through Mary's own acts, her most powerful subject, and his ambition was boundless. Early in December took place the eventful conference at Craigmillar between Moray, Maitland, Bothwell, Huntley, and Argyle. Maitland proposed to Mary that she should obtain a divorce from her husband. She refused on the ground that the dissolution of her marriage would bastardize her son. Bothwell argued the point, and Maitland begged her to leave the question of how to get rid of Darnley in the hands of her nobles. Moray, he said, would look through his fingers. Finally, she willed them to do nothing by which any spot might be laid on her honor or conscience. The inevitable bond was now drawn up. After the baptism of James at Stirling, December 17, Darnley, who felt himself slighted and had declined to be present, retired to his father at Glasgow, where he fell ill with smallpox. Rumors reached Mary that he and his father had been plotting mischief, and on January 20, 1567, she wrote to the Archbishop of Glasgow, complaining bitterly of her husband and his inquisitorial spying upon her movements. On that day or the next, however, she visited the sick man at Glasgow with the intention of bringing him back to Craigmillar. It was safer for her that he should be under her own eye. But at this point every word spoken and every movement of the chief personages in the history are the subject of controversy. We know at least that Darnley pleaded for forgiveness, and desired to live with his wife again. Since he disliked Craigmillar as a residence, and since there would be danger of infection to the infant prince at Holyrood, Mary brought him to Kirk O'Field by the walls of Edinburgh. Here she visited him daily and slept in a room beneath his own. On the evening of February 9th, she left him suddenly to attend a wedding of a servant at Holyrood. About 2 o'clock in the night an explosion took place at Kirklefield, and Darnley's dead body was found, untouched, however, by gunpowder, in the garden at some yards' distance from the house. There could be no doubt whose deed it was. Placards on the city walls and voices in the night proclaimed Bothwell and his friends as the murderers. The question in everybody's mouth was, had the Queen any part in the crime? Suspicions were naturally arose when confirmed by her strange conduct. She acted as if her main endeavor was to evade inquiry and shield the culprit. She seemed to have lost all energy and discretion. Her best friends were amazed at her indifference and inaction. Archbishop Bayton wrote to her plainly what was said of her complicity, and implored her to see that justice was done. Otherwise it were better that she lost life and all. Moret, the ambassador of Savoy, who had just come from Edinburgh, could not conceal from De Silva his suspicions that the Queen had known of and consented to the plot. The Catholics in England were divided, and all were disheartened. Meanwhile, the reputed murderer, who with Huntley had charge of the infant prince, acted as Mary's chief counsellor, kept up a close intimacy with her, received from her fresh grants of place and power and costly presents. The Queen evaded the demands of Lennox that the accused should be arrested, and finally appointed April 12 for the trial of Bothwell, at which not the Crown but Lennox was to be the prosecutor. In default of prosecutor and witnesses, Bothwell was acquitted, for he had filled the city with his troops, and Lennox had not dared to appear. In the Parliament which followed, Bothwell was further honoured, and on the day on which it closed, April 19, he entertained the chief nobles at supper, and there induced them to sign a bond affirming his innocence and recommending him to marry the Queen. 4 days later, at Stirling, Mary saw her son's face for the last time. On the next day she was waylaid on her road to Edinburgh by Bothwell, and carried with Maitland to Dunbar. News of the intended capture had leaked out before it took place. De Silva reported to Philip that it was believed the whole thing had been arranged. Murmurs had already been heard against the contemplated marriage with a man whose wife was living. Mary could not possibly hope to gain the consent of Spain, of France, or of the Pope to a match with a heretic and profligate, a match which would wreck all the hopes of the Counter-Reformation, nor could Bothwell, the most bitter enemy of England, be acceptable to Elizabeth. For Mary's own security, the show of violence and the hurry seemed necessary. While she was at Dunbar on April 26, the new Commissary Court commenced proceedings for the divorce at the instance of Lady Jane Gordon, Bothwell's wife, on the ground of his admitted adulteries, and on the 27th the suit was instituted before the restored court of Archbishop Hamilton for the annulment of the same marriage on the ground of consanguinity, an impediment for which the Archbishop had himself, as apostolic legate, given the requisite dispensation 10 months before. Mary entered Edinburgh with Bothwell on May 3rd. The Protestant minister, John Craig, publicly protested against the bans which he was compelled to proclaim, and Mary's confessor warned her that the marriage could not and ought not to be. On the 12th she solemnly declared before the Court of Session her freedom from restraint, and early in the morning of the 15th she was married according to the Protestant rite by the once Catholic Bishop of Orkney. 8 days later she renewed her proclamation of 1561 against any alteration in the religion then standing, and annulled any privilege or license ever granted to the contrary. Catholic Europe was in despair at the depths to which their favorite had fallen. The Bishop of Dunblane in vain pleaded at the court of France that the marriage was brought about by destiny rather than by free choice. His excuses were contemptuously rejected. The Venetian ambassador, Correro, felt that the Catholic religion had now no hope of ever again raising its head in Scotland. De Silva was alienated and distrustful. The Bishop of Mondovi had returned to Italy, recalled by the Pope. His mission had been a failure. He had never been allowed to set foot in Scotland. From Paris he had proposed to the Queen, as a test of her sincerity and as a sovereign remedy for her evils, that she should cut off the heads of 6 of her chief councillors, including Moray and Lethington. Mary had resolutely refused to do anything of the kind, yet the nuncio still entertained some hope that another papal mission might be more successful. On receipt of the news of the Bothwell marriage, the shadow of a hope vanished. With this last act, so dishonourable to God and herself, he wrote to the Cardinal Secretary of State, the propriety of sending any sort of envoy ceases. One cannot, as a rule, expect much from those who are subject to their pleasures. Mary's best apologists could only attribute her blind passion to love potions administered by Bothwell. In Scotland the revulsion of feeling was almost universal. A sense of shame at the national disgrace and degradation of their sovereign, fear and hate of Bothwell, a dread of the consequences of their acts or the opportunity arising from the moment of Mary's greatest weakness, united all parties in a call to arms and to a revolution of which the projectors did not foresee the end. To punish the murderer of the king, to free the Queen from the thraldom of a disgraceful marriage, to protect the young prince whose life seemed in jeopardy, these were among the avowed objects of the Confederates. The Hamiltons, the next claimants to the throne after James, suspicious of the Lennoxes and of the ambition of Moray, almost alone gave a self-interested adherence to the Queen. Bothwell fled from Borthwick Castle, in which he had taken refuge, and was quickly followed by Mary in man's clothes. On June 15 they were side by side at Carberry Hill with their troops. Ducrot, an eyewitness, describes her eagerness to fight, her fear of risking Bothwell in the duel proposed in lieu of battle, her acceptance of the condition that he should be allowed to escape, and her trusting herself to the hands of the Confederate army by which she was led captive to Edinburgh, and thence, on the ground of her refusal to abandon Bothwell, to a prison at Loch The next step of the Confederates was a difficult one. If she had consented to a divorce from Bothwell, many would have been willing to restore the government to her, but she acted as if passionately attached to her husband, and severer counsels prevailed. Knox, who had retired from the country since the Riccio murder, now reappeared on the scene. In a general assembly held on June 25, the voice of the Church was heard with effect. The Queen was herself now denounced from the pulpit as a murderess, and the populace clamored for her trial and punishment. On July 16 she was roughly compelled, the alternative being certain death, to sign a deed of abdication and to nominate Moray, then absent in France, as regent. On the 29th the young James was crowned king by the Bishop of Orkney, Knox preaching the sermon. The revolution was complete. It was an act of defiance to the Catholic sovereigns and of the Queen of England. The Protestant party was acting for the first time with stern independence. Elizabeth's efforts on behalf of Mary were unavailing, and it was clearly intimated by Throckmorton, the English ambassador, that any act of intervention on her part would be the signal for Mary's execution. Now, if ever, it would seem, was the opportunity for the Catholic powers to come to Mary's aid, but so low had she fallen in the estimation of her foreign friends that all looked coldly on her misfortunes. Moreover, France was entering upon another civil war, and her hands were full. Charles IX, at least, thought more of securing the Scottish alliance than of saving the Queen. His envoys were instructed to bear in mind that the desired alliance was not with this or that prince, but with the established government. The main object was, as always, to detach Scotland from England. Spain, too, was busy with the outbreak in the Netherlands. Alva's army of 10,000 veterans was marching from Italy to crush the revolt. But 10 months later, when appealed to for help, Philip replied that he was not sufficiently informed and could give his ambassador no instructions but to work for the good of religion, while, worst of all, Pius V, Mary's staunchest friend, believed himself duped and would have nothing to do with her. July 1567, and his Secretary of State, even so late as August 1568, explained to the nuncio of Madrid that His Holiness is not well resolved in his mind which of the two queens is the better. In strange contrast with this virtual abandonment of Mary's cause by her natural allies was the attitude of Elizabeth. For once she felt genuine sympathy with her rival. She protested against the unwarrantable infringement of the rights of sovereigns, refused to acknowledge James, and made rash and impolitic offers to Mary of friendship and of help if need should be. The need came, and the help was claimed in an unexpected manner. On May 2, 1568, after 10 months of confinement in Loch Leven, Mary effected her escape. She revoked her abdication, and asked her lawyers how she could obtain her restoration. They replied, by Parliament or by battle. By battle let it be, she answered. Joined by the Hamiltons and others, she met Moray at Langside, fled defeated from the battlefield, and on the 16th crossed the Solway into England. Yet the Queen came not as a suppliant craving refuge, but buoyant, defiant, burning to renew the struggle, and to chastise her false accusers. She expected to be sent back by Elizabeth's troops in triumph to her throne. She demanded to be admitted to the Queen's presence. Sir Francis Knollys, who was sent to visit her at Carlisle, was fascinated by her eloquent tongue, discreet head, and the stout courage which made pain and peril pleasant for victory's sake. "What is to be done with such a lady and such a princess?" he asked. Elizabeth's embarrassment was great. Her first impulse was to receive Mary with the honor due to a sovereign, but Cecil and the Protestant party in her council were more far-seeing. Was Elizabeth to break with her former friends and by force of arms restore to Protestant Scotland a Catholic queen, who would use her first opportunity to snatch at the English crown, her pretensions to which she had never abated? Or was Mary, as an alternative, to be permitted to cross over to France, and there renew the situation of 1559, and with the aid of the Guises become a perpetual menace to England? While Mary had been shut up in Lochleven, Alva was threatening that, after crushing the Netherlands, he would cross over to France with his victorious army and there complete the annihilation of the Huguenots. England's turn would surely come next, and what hope would there be for England and the Reformation if Mary's hands were not kept tied, and the alliance with the Scottish Protestants were not maintained? Yet to detain Mary in England without some plausible ground might be as perilous as to set her free. Elizabeth's first object was to gain time, and meanwhile to keep Mary out of mischief. She found it, therefore, inconsistent with her honor to receive the Scottish Queen until she had proved herself innocent of her husband's murder, and step by step Mary was inveigled into submitting to some sort of conference or indirect adjudication upon her cause, in the course of which Elizabeth was to call upon Moray to justify his rebellion. Moray, on his part, was led to believe that the result of the inquiry would certainly be to confirm his sister's deposition, while Mary herself was told that in any case she would be restored upon reasonable conditions and without dishonor. The famous conference was to be held at York. Norfolk, known to be a friend of Mary, was, with the Earl of Sussex, the chief commissioner on Elizabeth's side. Leslie, the Bishop of Ross, and Lord Herries were the principal advisers of Mary, and Maitland, who accompanied Moray, also gave her secret assistance. Moray came prepared with the mysterious casket letters, purporting to contain in Mary's own handwriting damning evidence of her having lured Darnley to his doom, together with her contract of marriage with Bothwell in Huntley's hand, signed by herself and by Bothwell before his acquittal of the murder. But Moray was fearful of taking a false step by producing evidence which, if not fatal to Mary, would surely be fatal to himself, and having had bitter experience of Elizabeth's caprice, he was doubtful whether she might not yet restore Mary in spite of the casket. Others also were implicated in the crime, and the consequences of opening the letters could scarcely be foreseen. A sight of the documents, or rather of an English translation of them, was furtively procured for Mary by Maitland. She implored him, according to Leslie's confession, to stay these rigorous proceedings. He accordingly worked in her interest for some compromise. Moray, frightened by Norfolk, finally made a feeble defense and said nothing of the casket or the murder. Meanwhile other intrigues had been carried on, and Elizabeth, fearing to be balked of her advantage, removed the conference to Westminster. Here, November 25, the proceedings, in spite of Mary's protests and withdrawal of her commissioners, assumed undisguisedly the character of a trial, not of Moray for rebellion, but of the Queen for murder. Lennox appeared as an accuser of Mary. Moray produced the letters, and evidence was heard. Elizabeth took care that the contents of the casket should be seen by the chief English lords favorable to Mary, including Northumberland and Westmoreland. Her purpose was already sufficiently gained. It was no one's interest to push matters to an extremity. No satisfactory judicial examination of the documents ever took place. Even Mary's just demand to have sight of the originals was refused. Knollys was sent to induce her to avoid further trouble by confirming her abdication. This, after brief consideration, she absolutely refused to do. She would die a queen. Then came the impotent conclusion of the whole. Elizabeth sent the Regent Moray back to Scotland, solemnly pronouncing that nothing had been brought against him and his party that compromised their honor and loyalty, nor, on the other hand, had anything been shown against the Queen, their sovereign, by which the Queen of England should conceive an evil opinion of her. Mary, nevertheless, with her name sufficiently besmirched, remained a prisoner. The casket letters now disappear from history. The question of their genuineness is beset with difficulties which, in the absence of the originals, it may be now impossible ever to solve. The casket was discovered upon one of Bothwell's servants, June 20th, 1567. The earliest references to the form and contents of the documents which it contained are contradictory or inaccurate. On their evidence, however, the Scottish Parliament, on December 15, 1567, declared Mary to be guilty of murder and to have forfeited her crown. the tendency of recent discovery and research, rendering at least no longer tenable certain positions maintained by former opponents of their genuineness, is to suggest a large foundation of Mary's actual writing, craftily altered or interpolated. This inference, based upon both internal and external evidence, would also explain in some measure Mary's manifest desire rather to keep the letters out of sight than to attempt the demonstration of their falsity, to the ruin of her accusers. The hesitation or silence of Mary's supporters points to the same conclusion. Morton, in his declaration at Westminster, December 29, 1568, first published in full in 1889, asserted that the letters were sitched, that is, examined, on the morning after their discovery, in the presence of Athol and Semple, both Catholics, as well as of Hume and others who had joined Mary's side, besides Maitland himself, who would be a most competent judge of their validity. It is strange that none came forward to dispute the facts alleged. Strange that Huntley did not deny his writing of Mary's contract of marriage with Bothwell. Strange, too, that if the letters were forged, there should remain no clue to the forger or to the date at which such forgery was accomplished. The interest of the letters is, however, mainly biographical. If rejected as forgeries, they leave the question of Mary's innocence or guilt just as it was when the friendly Ducrot, who knew the Queen and all the circumstances well, reported to the French court that the unhappy facts are too well proved. If genuine, they would exhibit Mary as something far worse than an ill-used wife, conniving at the murder of a worthless husband who threatened to be her ruin. The letters had no effect upon international politics. The revolution at home was virtually effected before the discovery of the casket. The judgment of foreign courts was formed independently of its disclosures. There were statesmen in England who, like the Earl of Sussex, saw clearly from the first that the retention of Mary was a political necessity. Her long captivity and the tragedy which closed her life were, indeed, the acts of the English nation, not a rival queen. Elizabeth herself, ever irresolute and waiting upon events, soon, May 1569, entered upon negotiations, sincere enough at the outset, for her restoration to Scotland. But the dominant party in that country had something to say in the matter. Moray, with a strong hand, had reduced his sister's partisans to submission, and in a convention called by him at Perth, July 25, Elizabeth's proposals, as she now probably hoped or intended, were utterly rejected. But while the door was thus closed to Mary in her own kingdom, she was surprised at the strength of the party growing up in her favor in England. In the 10 years which elapsed since Elizabeth's secession, the hopes entertained from her policy of compromise had hardly been realized. The Catholic majority of her subjects had by no means been reconciled. They were indeed without ecclesiastical leaders, without a definite policy, apparently crushed and helpless. But latent among them was a formidable power, which at any moment might be evoked by favorable circumstances. There were divisions, too, within the Queen's council. When she ascended the throne, she had instinctively made her choice of Sir William Cecil, created Lord Burghley in 1571, as her chief secretary. Cecil was her mainstay in both home and foreign affairs. As if conscious of her own weakness and vacillation, and of the fact that her own private sentiments in religious and other matters were often opposed to those which her better judgment approved for the national welfare, she leant upon the strong man to keep her straight. With Cecil she introduced into her great council Cecil's brother-in-law, Sir Nicholas Bacon, as keeper of the Great Seal, Francis Russell, Earl of Bedford, and others favoring the Reformation. On the other hand, her personal favorite, and for many years her evil genius, was Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester. The council became divided between friends and enemies of Cecil. The country at large was exasperated by the Queen's refusal to marry, and the dread of a disputed succession drove men on all sides to look favorably on the claims of Mary Stuart, and to forget her past delinquencies. Such was the condition of affairs at the moment when, in spite of a significant warning from Elizabeth, the Duke of Norfolk was secretly aiming at a marriage with the imprisoned Queen. A strong conservative party, attached to the old alliance with Spain, hostile to Cecil and to the advanced Protestants, and desirous of settling the succession by Act of Parliament upon Mary, supported Norfolk's project as the best guarantee of peace, while the Catholics were led to expect the Duke's conversion and the restoration of their faith. Yet it could scarcely be expected that Elizabeth's very natural opposition to the marriage of a subject with a claimant to her throne, for such Mary continued to be, could be overcome without a revolution, and revolt would not have been thought of but for the changed relations between England and Spain. D'Anguillot d'Espèce, who had taken the place of the more prudent and moderate de Silva, September 1568, was instructed by Philip warmly to espouse the cause of the Catholics. His zeal outran that of his master. Since the peace of Cateau-Cambréis there had been on a part of the great powers a dread of provoking a general war. A diplomacy characteristic of the age was the result. While open war was avoided, each sovereign acted as if he were in secret alliance with one of the conflicting religious parties into which the rival state was divided. Ambassadors were intended to play the part of spies or conspirators in the country to which they were credited. D'Espèce accordingly set himself to intrigue with the malcontent subjects of Elizabeth, as her agents had done with the Calvinists of Scotland or the Huguenots of France. He at once reported to Philip that it would be easy to release the Queen of Scots and to raise a revolt against Elizabeth. But before long he became confident that the King of Spain, as legitimate successor of Edward III., could subject the country by his own efforts, and in every dispatch, to the alarm of Alva, who feared for Mary's life if such rash projects should be disclosed, he plied his master with arguments and motives for the invasion of England. Many Catholics, he said, had declared they would flock to the king's standard. Mary had sent a message that, if Philip would but help, she would be Queen of England in 3 months, and Mass should be said all over the country. She urged the French ambassador also to bid her friends act for her now or never. The Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland, the Lords of Lumley, Mowbray, Docre, and others were in the conspiracy. While these secret intrigues were being carried on, England's diplomatic relations with Spain were strained almost to the point of open rupture by the daring conduct of Elizabeth. She had seized the Spanish treasure ships, which had taken refuge in English harbors when on the way to the Netherlands carrying gold for the payment of Alva's troops, and had appropriated or borrowed the money. D'Espèce incited Alva to make reprisals. The Pope urged him to action, but Philip's council, agreeing with Alva himself, decided that it was unwise to break openly with Elizabeth at this moment. While the king was slowly making up his mind to encourage with money and secret favor the Catholics of the north and to help those of Ireland to take up arms against the heretics and deliver the crown to Mary, Elizabeth had laid hands on Norfolk, and the northern earls were being hurried into rebellion, November 14, 1569. Westmoreland and Northumberland were summoned to court. Making evasive excuses, they gathered their forces in haste. There was indecision in their councils. Some of their adherents held back from scruples as to the legitimacy of the rebellion without more definite instructions from Rome. Others wished to see first the promised Spanish gold or Spanish soldiers. Nor was it clear whether the insurgents demanded no more than a change in Elizabeth's policy and the restoration of Catholicism, or whether they aimed at the deposition of the Queen and the substitution of Mary Stewart. On November 14, with 1,700 horse and 4,000 foot, the earls entered Durham, heard Mass in the cathedral, and publicly burnt the Book of Common Prayer and the English Bible. 6 days later they were at Tadcaster, contemplating a dash at Tutbury for the release of Mary. Baffled by the precautions taken by Elizabeth and the removal of her captive to Coventry, disheartened by the want of funds, while Philip characteristically was promising immediate aid if they should keep the field, threatened by the Earl of Sussex, who, as President of the North, was advancing against them with an army largely recruited from Catholics, the earls retreated northwards, and their forces melted away without risking an engagement. 3 months later, Leonard Dacre, a more skilful and dangerous leader, who had hitherto acted as if he were on the Queen's side, threw off the mask, fortified Horworth, and with 3,000 men sought to entrap Lord Hounslow, who marched against him with inferior forces. Dacre was, however, defeated at the Battle of the Gelt, and made his escape for a time, as the earls had done before him, into Scotland. Elizabeth's vengeance was swift and cruel. Gallows were erected on almost every village green within the area of the rising, and Sussex himself reports that the number of his victims was between 600 and 700. The complete collapse of this ill-prepared and ill-supported rebellion did not, however, free Elizabeth from grave anxiety. It was clear that Philip was but biding his time. The Pope, who had egged on the northern earls, was bestirring himself. The French king, again victorious over the Huguenots, was preparing to assist the Queen of Scots, when, to the deep sorrow of Elizabeth and the unconcealed joy of his sister, the regent Moray was struck down by an assassin, January 1570. A fierce civil war broke out in Scotland. Dumbarton and Edinburgh castles were becoming in effect outposts in the great international war of religion, which was raging round Antwerp or La Rochelle. The partisans of Mary, now comprising Maitland, Kirkcaldy, and the greater part of the barons, if left to themselves, might have gained the ascendancy. In February, Pius V, without consulting Philip, issued his long premeditated bull, excommunicating Elizabeth and absolving her subjects from their allegiance. It was the supreme effort of the Counter-Reformation. Elizabeth had good ground for alarm. She quickly dispatched troops into Scotland. By her influence secured the regency for the Earl of Lennox, July 1570, and in fear of France resumed at Chatsworth negotiations for Mary's restoration. Mary even agreed to ratify the Treaty of Edinburgh, to send her son as a hostage to England, and never to marry without Elizabeth's consent. Such conditions were calculated to ensure the failure of the negotiation. France, Spain, and the Scots, as before, made objections, and Mary's hopes, raised to the highest point, were again doomed to disappointment. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8, Mary Stewart by Thomas Graves Law, Part 3. But at the moment when the Catholic powers were most free to act, and the oft-threatened coalition seemed imminent, a change came over the international relations of France, which cast to the winds whatever substance there had been in the Bayonne Conference, lifted England from her isolation in Europe, and gave to her a new political importance. France, fearful of Spanish aggrandizement, veered toward her ancient enemy, and in the teeth of the recent bull was projecting a union between the excommunicated Queen and the Duke of Anjou, the brother of King Charles, a negotiation which, through the skill of Cecil, now Lord Burghley, led shortly to the Treaty of Alliance, defensive and offensive, between England and France, concluded at Blois, April 29, 1572. This alliance was intended to protect England from invasion, even in the cause of religion. In 1559, France had been the natural enemy of England, while Spain, from political necessity, was a friend. Now, 12 years later, the positions were reversed. The change was a momentous one for the Queen of Scots. Resuming her intrigues with the Duke of Norfolk, she placed herself in the hands of the Bishop of Ross and of Ridolfi, an influential Florentine banker in the confidence of the Pope. Ridolfi was dispatched with instructions from both Mary and Norfolk to Oliva, the Pope and the King of Spain. France was to be kept in the dark. To make sure of Philip, Norfolk promised to restore the Catholic religion, and bound himself to do whatever the Pope, the Catholic King, and the Queen of Scots should command. He asked for troops, 6,000 to land in England, 2,000 in Ireland, and 2,000 in Scotland, while he, on his side, would furnish an army. Ridolfi was to make orally certain communications not committed to paper. He went first to Alva, who, as usual, was cautious and suspicious. But while putting before Philip the difficulties of an invasion in the secret form proposed, and the danger that, if the project were discovered, Elizabeth would at once, and with apparent justice, put to death both Mary and Norfolk, Alva added suggestively that if Elizabeth should die a natural death, or any other death, or if her person were seized, he, Alva, would be prepared to act without further instructions. May 7, 1571. From the Netherlands, Ridolfi went to Rome. How far he communicated the most essential feature of the plot to Pius V may be uncertain, but the zealous Pope entered with ardor into the enterprise, and sent Ridolfi to Madrid with a letter to Philip, conjuring him to carry it out, and praying with his whole soul for its success. On July 7th, Ridolfi disclosed his plan in the presence of the Spanish Council of State. As a first step, Elizabeth was to be assassinated. The council discussed when, where, and by whom the blow was to be delivered, and on what ground the war should be made. The Cardinal Archbishop of Seville urging the bull of deposition, Feria preferring the natural claims of Queen Mary. Philip pondered slowly, and on September 14th left the decision in the hands of Alva. But already the whole plot had been discovered by Burghley. The Bishop of Ross was in the Tower, and under threat of torture confessed all. The Spanish ambassador was dismissed, and Philip did not dare to resent the affront. Norfolk was tried and condemned for treason, January 16, 1572, and after months of irresolution on the part of Elizabeth, was executed on June 2nd. The successive blows thus aimed at Elizabeth, the Northern Rising of 1569, the Bull of 1570, and the Ridolfi conspiracy of 1571, were followed, as has been said, by the Treaty of Blois, which was in effect an abandonment of Mary's cause by France, and almost at the same time, April 1st, 1572, came the capture of Brill by the Beggars of the Sea, which laid the foundations of the independence of the United Provinces. France was thus detached from Spain as well as from Scotland, and Spain, realizing more keenly than ever that the pacification of the Netherlands depended upon the subjection of England, was for the present helpless against her. Elizabeth, from the beginning of her reign, had vigorously but cautiously enforced the acts of supremacy and uniformity passed by her first Parliament, 1559. They made the practice of the Catholic religion impossible. The immediate effect was to drive from the country the most conscientious of the Catholic clergy, and thus to deprive the laity of their natural leaders and guides. The aristocracy had no policy. Strange to say, little or no aid or instruction came from Rome. While the mass of the adherents of the old faith were helpless, there was little need to resort to extreme measures. Yet if they but moved a little finger, Cecil, ever on the watch, had means to crush them under his heel. Witness the apparent trivial incident of the miracle of St. Donat's. A few months after the Queen's accession, an oak tree in the park of St. Thomas Bradley, reft asunder by lightning, disclosed in its center the figure of a cross. Devout Catholics, taking this to be a miracle of good augury, made drawings of the cross and distributed them among their friends. The facts were brought to the knowledge of the Council in the spring of 1561, and Cecil at once despatched a commission of inquiry into Glamorganshire to take evidence on the spot, and to bring the piece of wood containing the cross to London. A raid was made on the houses of Sir Thomas's friends, and after a strict examination, a number of gentlemen and ladies were thrown into prison for having had Mass said for them in secret. There was reported to be current among Catholics some hope that Elizabeth would receive a papal nuncio. In any case, Cecil, quote, thought it necessary to dull the Papists' expectations by rebating of their humours, unquote. The letters and submissions of the offenders exhibit them as paralyzed with fear. Again in 1568 the court was disturbed by rumors that in Lancashire, or thereabouts, religion was backward, Mass commonly said, and priests were harbored. Pius V had in fact initiated some missionary movement in England by sending Lawrence Vaux into the country with certain faculties to absolve from heresy, and with instructions to make it clear that in no circumstances was it lawful for a Catholic to attend the Protestant service. A royal commission was set on foot, resulting in the imprisonment of many of the leading gentry of the district, yet a rigorous inquisition failed to discover a trace of political intrigue. It was on the eve of the Northern Rising. That rising only failed, according to Dr. Sanders, because the faithful had not been sufficiently instructed in the doctrine of the bull. The bull had now been launched. The Queen of England was excommunicated and deposed by the highest authority known to her Catholic subjects. Mary Stuart was at hand to take her place. Was it possible for Elizabeth and her Parliament to view the altered situation of affairs with anything but alarm? Parliament made it high treason to bring into the country any papal bull, any Agnus Dei, or similar objects of devotion consecrated by the Pope. It further showed its temper by demanding that the axe should be laid to the root of the evil. The Queen of Scots, so it seemed, was the one perpetual focus of disaffection and conspiracy, and if Norfolk had deserved to die, still more so did Mary. Both houses brought in a bill of attainder against her, but Elizabeth forbade it. They then passed an act excluding Mary from the succession, but the Queen would not hear of it, and prorogued Parliament June 30th. The bull of 1570, however, made loyalty to her throne logically incompatible with obedience to the Pope, and consequently every zealous Catholic was henceforward naturally regarded as a potential rebel. It was in self-defense and on political grounds that the Queen was driven, as she believed, to the merciless use of the rack and the gallows, and indeed at the worst of the persecution, Cardinal Allen could make it a matter of reproach to her and to her supporters that their contest with Rome was, quote, not for religion, of which our enemies have not a bit, but for the stability of the empire and worldly prosperity, unquote. One result of the action of Pius V, which a later pope bewailed with tears of blood, was to make the country more Protestant and the Queen more popular. Meanwhile, in the interval between the Third and Fourth Civil Wars of France, Catherine, jealous of Coligny's influence over the king and fearful of the Huguenots, prevailed on her son to be rid of all his Protestant enemies by one blow. The massacre of St. Bartholomew, August 23, 1572, filled England and Scotland with horror and dismay. The triumphant acclamation with which the news was received by the Pope and the Catholic princes led to the belief that the massacre had been premeditated as part of a scheme for the extermination of Protestants everywhere. The recent alliance with France scarcely survived the shock. Yet the massacre was a suggestive lesson to Elizabeth. Would she not at least be justified in ridding herself of her single enemy, that one personage who in the eyes of the nation already merited death? She accordingly proposed secretly to Morton and to the Regent Mar, who had succeeded Lennox, that Mary should be placed in their hands for immediate execution. The design was frustrated only by the death of Mar, October 28, 1573. After 1572 there came about a lull in the conflict between the two queens and the forces represented by them. Abroad, international relations seemed to be governed for a while rather more by political than religious interests. In Scotland, Morton succeeded Mar. The pacification of Perth, February 1573, prepared an end to the long period of civil war and anarchy, and shortly afterwards, though not without aid from English troops, Edinburgh Castle, which had still held out for Mary under Kirkcaldy and Maitland, capitulated. Protestantism was now supreme and unquestioned in Scotland. Morton's iron rule brought peace, and with peace commercial activity and prosperity. England herself, enjoying repose from the tranquillity of Scotland and the helplessness of Mary, was year by year gaining strength. A spirit of self-reliance and adventure and a new sense of patriotism was springing up in the heart of the people. The privateering in the Channel in aid of the Guises and the Huguenots, the buccaneering exploits of seamen who were endeavoring to wrest from Philip the commerce of the Indies, were encouraged or connived at by Elizabeth, who profited by their gains, and thus laid the foundations of her navy. During this period, however, a grave danger momentarily menaced England, and gave new hope to the friends of Mary. Don John of Austria, who had succeeded the more conciliatory Requins in the government of the Netherlands, 1576, had none of Alva's fear of provoking war with Elizabeth. Ambitious himself of a crown and egged on by the Pope, he arrived with a fixed determination to take his army over to England, to marry the Queen of Scots, and to place her on Elizabeth's throne. And now Mary, altogether Spanish, as if mindful of what she had done 20 years before for Henry II of France, drew up a will, February 1577, by which she made over all her rights in England and elsewhere to the Catholic king, or to any one of his relations whom he might please to name with the consent of the Pope. But Philip was jealous of his half-brother's ambitious projects, and as the Netherlands were now strong enough to insist on the withdrawal of Don John's army, England was once more saved from a formidable attack. But towards the close of 1579, the period of 7 years' comparative rest was succeeded by a like period of storm. Gregory XIII, determined to carry into effect the bull of his predecessor, was himself prepared to take the field. The war was to have the character of a crusade. Dr. Nicholas Sanders has written, November 1577, to his friend Dr. Allen, quote, "I beseech you to take hold of the Pope, for the King of Spain is as fearful of war as a child of fire. The Pope will give you 2,000. If they do not serve to go into England, at least they will serve to go into Ireland. The state of Christendom dependeth upon the stout assailing of England." Close quote. The Pope accordingly, after the failure of Stukely's expedition, which he had intended for Ireland, sent thither the same Dr. Sanders with a body of Italian troops to raise the standard of rebellion. The Pope's soldiers were subsequently reinforced by Spaniards sent clandestinely by Philip, who was still nominally at peace with Elizabeth. The Irish insurrection was crushed, but meanwhile in Scotland a reaction, which had taken place against English interferences in Morton's power, led to the assumption of the reins of government by the young king, March 1578. The affairs of the country were thrown into confusion, and the partisans of Mary at home and abroad saw their opportunity. In September, Esme Stewart, Lord of Aubigny, a Catholic and a friend of the Guises, arrived in Scotland from France, and at once gained an extraordinary influence over James, his cousin. Elizabeth had now lost the hold which she had kept for 10 years over the governing power in Scotland. In spite of all her diplomacy and her threats, Morton was arrested, December 31st, 1580, and put to death 6 months later on a charge of complicity in the murder of Darnley. D'Aubigny was created Duke of Lennox. The king surrounded himself with new men, and Mary entered into negotiations with Lennox for her association in the crown with her son. While Elizabeth was thus simultaneously threatened in Ireland and baffled in Scotland, Gregory XIII and the general of the Jesuits were dispatching into England forces of an entirely new kind. Many years before, 1568, Dr. Allen and other clerical exiles had founded a seminary at Douai, 10 years later removed to Rheims, which was to supply England with a body of missionaries. In 1579 a similar seminary was established in Rome. The priests who had flocked into the country from these colleges since 1574 were men of no great mark, and had excited comparatively little notice. One Cuthbert Maine, to be known as the proto-martyr of the seminaries, was seized in Cornwall with a copy of an antiquated bull of no political significance in his possession. He was executed, 1571, as an example. But this was the only case of bloodshed under the recent statutes. Presently, however, the Jesuits were induced to take part in the spiritual campaign. Parsons and Campion, men of conspicuous ability and daring, landed in the summer of 1580. They were strictly enjoined by their superiors to refrain from meddling with affairs of state, and they pledged their oaths that their mission was purely apostolic. In a few months they had rekindled the zeal and raised the hopes of the downtrodden Catholics from one end of the country to the other. The government, disbelieving in their apostolic professions, and seeing in every convert a fresh recruit for the army of King Philip, filled the prisons with recusants and priests, captured Campion, and brought him with several of his companions to the gallows on the charge of a treasonable plot of which they were manifestly innocent. But Parsons, who escaped to the Continent, changed his tactics and presently embarked upon a career of intrigue and conspiracy, fraught with momentous consequences to the cause of Catholicism in England. Convinced that the road to the reduction of England lay through Scotland, he sent Holt, an English missionary and a member of his order, to Edinburgh to feel his way. Crichton, a Scottish Jesuit, after conference with Parsons and the Duke of Guise, followed, and the two Jesuits, in the name of the Pope, the King of Spain, and the Catholics of England, urged Lennox to strike a blow for the liberation of Mary and the restoration of the Roman Church in England. Lennox threw himself into the scheme with enthusiasm, entered into communication with Mary, and offered to lead the army of invasion. Mendoza, then Spanish ambassador in London, was at the same time secretly treating with 6 English Catholic noblemen, making use of missionary priests as his agents, and in active correspondence with Mary, who, as he wrote to Philip, April 1582, is, quote, virtually the mainspring of the war, without whose opinion and countenance Lennox and others will do nothing. Close quote. Presently the Duke of Guise, the Archbishop of Glasgow, Dr. Allen, the provincial of the French Jesuits, and the papal nuncio met in conference in Paris to discuss the details of the campaign. Parsons assured them of his own knowledge that the English Catholics were ready to rise the moment the standard was raised in Scotland. It was now agreed that Guise should be the commander of the forces, and it is significant of the political chaos in France that the king was by no means to be admitted to the secret. Crichton was dispatched to Rome to gain the approval and pecuniary aid of the Pope, and Parsons carried the plan to Philip. The project met with a temporary check by the raid of Ruthven, August 22, 1582, through which James became a prisoner in the hands of the partisans of the Kirk and the English interest, and Lennox was soon forced to fly the country. When the king recovered his liberty, June 1583, the enterprise, at the earnest solicitation of Mary, was renewed, the plan being only so far modified that the principal invading force was to land on the coast of England instead of Scotland. Dr. Allen and the energetic Father Parsons, who flitted from court to court under the disguise of Molino, continued to be the moving spirits in the affair. Meanwhile, as in the Ridolfi conspiracy, the assassination of Elizabeth became a prominent feature of the enterprise. The papal nuncio reported to the Cardinal of Como, and the Spanish agent Tassis informed Philip that Guise and McMahon had found an English Catholic ready to kill the Queen for 100,000 francs, and half of that sum was deposited in a box in the custody of Archbishop Benton, May 1583. But Elizabeth's life seemed charmed. The project came to nothing. Mary, according to Parsons, was induced unfairly to lay blame of the failure on the Duke of Guise and the Archbishop for admitting to supply the assassin with the promised bribe. But as the Jesuit subsequently explained, the party in question was a worthless fellow who would do nothing. The death of Anjou, June 1584, by which the Protestant King of Navarre became heir to the throne of France, once more effected a radical change in European politics. Philip had been all along but half-hearted in his alliance with the Guises for this English enterprise. Nothing, wrote Mendoza, quote, could be more injurious to Spanish interests, and to the hope of converting the island than that the French should get their fingers in through the Queen of Scots and turn things to their own ends." He even hinted to Mary herself that it would be to the advantage of herself and her cause for her to remain as she was. But now the League was declaring it impossible for a heretic to ascend the throne of France, and the Guises were too engrossed in their own concerns at home to give much thought to the affairs of Mary. Philip accordingly saw his way to taking the whole enterprise upon his own shoulders, with the aid of the papal treasury. Sixtus V succeeded to the tiara in April 1585. Alan, who with Parsons was summoned to Rome, wrote exultingly to Mary that now the whole execution of the attack was committed to the Duke of Parma, and that he, Parsons, and Hugh Owen were to deal with no one else in the matter. Step by step the real object of Spain's ambition stood revealed. Was Philip to place Mary on the throne of England, only that she might be immediately succeeded by her heretic son? It was imperative that the Pope should at once effect the deprivation of James and name in his stead a proper person and a Catholic, "in order that the Queen of Scots may not, under the deceptive influence of maternal love, think it good to introduce her son into the succession." Sixtus was on his guard against the too selfish aims of Spain. He had moreover an admiration for Elizabeth, and to the disgust of Philip's ambassador, Olivares, he hoped to find a solution of the English difficulty in the Queen's conversion. "What a valiant woman!" he exclaimed to the Venetian Pisani. "She braves the two greatest kings by land and by sea." If she were not a heretic, he said to another, she would be worth a whole world. He even declared that he held in abhorrence the offers made to him for her assassination. But Alan, whom Olivares described as the man to lead the dance, was inspiring the Pope with zeal for the cause, and, together with Parsons, was drawing up pedigrees in proof of Philip's right to the English crown. "There are few lovers of piety," he wrote to Philip, March 19, 1587, "who do not long to be once more under his Majesty's most sweet sceptre." But it would be better for the king to make good his claim by right of conquest, and when he was secure in possession, then his relationship to the House of Lancaster might be urged in Parliament, and his title confirmed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, that is, by Alan himself, and by the Catholics who, from the death or dismissal of the heretics, would be supreme. During the earlier stages of this foreign conspiracy, 1582 through 1583, the soul of which was secrecy, all Elizabeth's fences appeared to be breaking down. The shifting of parties in Scotland was such that she never could be sure of James or safe from attack on his side. There was no Anjou to do her work for her in the Netherlands. She was no longer able to play her old game of matchmaking with France. And now, December 1583, the arrest of Throckmorton and his disclosures revealed the gravity of Catholic disaffection at home, the continental preparations for invasion, and the complicity of the Spanish ambassador in both. Mendoza was dismissed, threatening revenge. Then came the assassination of the Prince of Orange at the instigation of Philip, July 10, 1584, a significant enough warning to the Queen, shortly followed by the capture of Father Crichton, with papers which told more of the ramifications of the great enterprise. October. The whole nation was now moved with one impulse of defiant resolve. Elizabeth's life was in danger. Her chief counsellors were marked out for slaughter, and the country was exposed to the horrors of invasion or the worst of civil wars. An association was formed, the members of which took oath to pursue to death not only any person who should attempt the life of the Queen, but any person in whose favour such an attempt should be made. Parliament, which met in November, in an act, "for the surety of the Queen's Majesty's most royal person, and the continuance of the realm in peace," virtually approved the association, provided that the culprit should be found guilty by a court of commissioners, thus in effect rendered Mary incapable of secession in the event of Elizabeth suffering a violent death. The same Parliament, on the presumption that all the seminary priests were accomplices in the practices of Allen and Parsons, and had come into the country, quote, to stir up and move sedition, rebellion, and open hostility within her Highness's dominions, close quote, enacted that any subject of the Queen ordained abroad by the authority of the Pope, and remaining in the kingdom after 40 days, should be adjudged guilty of high treason. This was the culminating point of the penal legislation against the seminarist clergy, and it was under this statute that the great majority of executions during this and the following reigns took place. It is noteworthy that it was not till the 27th year of her reign, after much provocation from foreign conspiracies fomented by Jesuits and missionary priests in exile, and after several grave attempts at bringing her assassination, that she was driven to this extreme and barbarous method of persecution. Elizabeth now made up her mind to strong measures in the Netherlands. In August 1585 she entered into an alliance with the Estates, and subsequently sent an army under Leicester in defense of their liberties, still, however, pretending that she was not making war upon Spain. At the same time she made every effort to secure the friendship of James, and in the following year, July 1586, concluded with him an alliance offensive and defensive for the protection of Protestantism in both countries. In this treaty Mary's name is not so much as mentioned. All her hopes of association with her son had already been dashed by James's own refusal to have anything to do with it. August 1585. She herself was removed to stricter confinement. In the bitterness of her abandonment, she wrote to Elizabeth that she would disown, curse, and disinherit her traitorous son, May 23, 1585, and again in a letter to Mendoza, which was intercepted by Walsingham, May 20, 1586, she made over all her rights and claims to Philip of Spain. In the spring of 1586, the English adherents of Mary, who were in the secret of the Spanish enterprise, and who believed that no invasion could succeed as long as Elizabeth lived, became desperate. Savage, an officer who had served under Parma, vowed to take her life. Ballard, a seminary priest, went to France to discuss the new plan with Mendoza, then ambassador at the court of France, who approved and suggested that Cecil, Walsingham, and Hunsdon should also be killed. Anthony Babington, a gentleman of good family and fortune, who became the leader in the plot, associated 5 other assassins with Savage, and undertook to rescue Mary as soon as the deed was done. Walsingham, meanwhile, held all the threads of the conspiracy in his own hands. His ubiquitous spies, the chief of whom was the priest Gilbert Gifford, had won the confidence of Morgan and other devoted adherents of Mary, and every secret of the conspirators was known. Walsingham resolved to force the hand of Elizabeth by possessing himself of proof of Mary's complicity in the projected assassination. With the aid of Gifford and the ingenious decipherer Philippus, he intercepted, copied, and forwarded every letter which passed between Mary and the Confederates. Morgan had prudently let Mary know that Ballard had been warned, quote, not to deal with her as long as he followed affairs which he and others have in hand which tend to do good, which I pray to God may come to pass, close quote. And less prudently, in a postscript to Mary's secretary Curll, he wrote, quote, there may be many means in hand to remove the beast which troubleth all the world, close quote. Finally, throwing aside all caution, he advised Mary to open communications with Babington, who wrote to her an account of the whole plan. She replied in a long and able letter, July 17 through 27, showing a masterly grasp of all the necessary details to be considered, adding, quote, affairs being thus prepared, then shall it be time to set the 6 gentlemen to work, close quote. Walsingham, now satisfied, arrested Babington and his associates. Mary was removed from Chartley, where she was then in custody, August 8th. Her papers were seized, and on October 5th she was indicted before a court of 46 commissioners at Fotheringay, under the terms of the late Act, for having compassed or imagined acts tending to the hurt of the Queen. She confronted her accusers and judges, whose jurisdiction she refused to admit, with dignity, courage, and consummate ability. Her protest that she was no subject of Elizabeth was set aside. It was enough that she was a pretender to the throne of England, had broken the laws of the country, and had brought herself within the compass of the late acts. She admitted having attempted to gain her freedom with the aid of foreign forces, but strenuously denied having sought the Queen's life, or indeed of having had any communication with Babington, of whom she said she knew nothing. She demanded proof of the charge in her own handwriting. This could not be produced, as the originals, when copied and deciphered, had been forwarded to their destination. Babington indeed had admitted the accuracy of the copies, and to this Mary's secretaries, Now and Curll, reluctantly testified. It has been argued that the incriminating passages were interpolated by Walsingham's cunning agent, and that the witnesses, in the hope of favour or from fear of torture, had given false evidence. If this could be shown to be probable, it would at least remain impossible to hold that Mary was not fully aware of what would be the consequence to Elizabeth in the event of a violent rescue of herself and a Spanish conquest of the kingdom. Judgment against her was pronounced on November 25th in the Star Chamber at Westminster. A few days later, the Parliament confirmed the sentence and petitioned the Queen for Mary's immediate execution. Elizabeth hesitated. Mary alive was still a card in her hands to play against Scotland, against France, and Spain, while there was no saying what political dangers might arise from her death. To Elizabeth's ministers, however, the possible secession of Mary meant utter ruin, and the people also saw before them, in that event, the downfall of the religion and the terrors of the Inquisition. The Queen asked Parliament if some other way could not be found for her security. Both houses unanimously answered none. 2 months passed before the warrant was signed and sealed, and even then Elizabeth, who at this critical moment showed herself at her worst, desired that Mary's custodian, Sir Amyas Paulet, should take upon himself the responsibility of dispatching his prisoner according to the terms of his oath of the association. When Paulet firmly refused, quote, to shed blood without authority of the law, unquote, the Secretary Davison carried the warrant to the Privy Council, who, without further reference to the Queen, forwarded it to the Earls of Shrewsbury and Kent, appointed to be present at the execution. Mary was beheaded at Fotheringay in February 1587. Elizabeth, whose annoyance may not have been altogether feigned, protested in vain to the foreign ambassadors that the deed had been done in spite of her wishes and intention. But nevertheless she was able to persuade King James that for him to take any hostile action would be to imperil his chance of the succession, and she as craftily pacified the King of France by convincing him that to quarrel with her would be to play into the hands of the Guises and Spain. Philip alone prepared in earnest for war, now, however, not on behalf of Mary's line of succession, or indeed primarily for Mary's religion, but for the conquest of the kingdom in his own interest. Elizabeth's aim throughout her reign had been to make a united people. Her church was intended to be a compromise between the contending creeds. Her foreign policy was essentially defensive. The difficulties of her position were immense, and in her weakness she had recourse to the arts of the feeble. She seemed indeed to secede politically, not in spite of, but by the very means of her unscrupulous methods, her mendacity, duplicity, and feminine caprices. Her personal interests were fortunately identical with those of the state. The heart of the nation, though not always the numerical majority, its youth, mental vigor, and enterprise were on her side. She knew her people well, and was proud of being altogether one of them, in her own phrase, mere English. And few sovereigns have been so faithfully served by their ministers. Her unfortunate rival, with a personality more attractive and gifts more brilliant if less solid, came into her kingdom virtually a foreigner, and a foreigner she remained, alien above all to the stern religious creed which she found there established. Her interests and ideals were those of the Guises. Her heart was not in her own country, but elsewhere, and the main object of her ambition, the crown of her neighbor, she pursued with an all-absorbing passion, save for the moment when a more human passion, her infatuation with Bothwell, turned her aside on the path which led to her destruction. Every folly committed by her seemed to meet with an instant nemesis. At her best she was surrounded by statesmen and advisers who could but give her a half-hearted support, and it was her ill fate to be betrayed or abandoned in turn by all in whom she had at any time put her trust, her brother, her husband, and her son. When all hope was lost, she represented herself as the victim of religious persecution, and sentiment has invested her pitiable sufferings and tragic end with the halo of martyrdom. Her evil destiny seemed to pursue her party and her cause beyond her grave. Disaster and humiliation befell her one avenger among the Catholic princes. Her death broke up the unity and power of her English followers. Priests and laymen alike were divided into factions, Spanish and Scottish, Jesuit and secular, whose quarrels brought disgrace upon the Catholic mission. And presently the sovereignty of the United Kingdom of England and Scotland, which she had coveted for herself and her church, was to fall to the Protestant son whom she had done her best to disown and disinherit. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9, The Elizabethan Naval War with Spain, by J. K. Laughton, Part 1, read by John Andersen. In the middle of the 16th century, the power of Spain was everywhere recognized as preeminent. Her diplomatists and statesmen, taught in the school of the Emperor Charles V, maintained its illustrious traditions. Her troops, still trained in the discipline of the great captain, were acknowledged to be the best in Europe, while her navy, exercised in the voyages of the Indies, seemed beyond comparison. And as time passed on, this preeminence, to vulgar eyes, became more marked. To her arms was attributed the glory of Lepanto. The annexation of Portugal transferred to her the wealth of the East and the huge carracks which brought it into western seas. The defeat of the French fleet at Trisera seemed to prove her invincible, and when it was noised abroad that she was preparing for the invasion of England, the union of the ships of Santa Cruz and the soldiers of Parma promised an easy victory. This was the opinion of many capable statesmen, and even to those who took a more hopeful view of England's position, the danger still appeared most alarming. There were, however, many, and especially among the seafaring men, both of England and Spain, who did not by any means accept the popular estimate. Among English sailors there were plenty who had met the Spaniards in home waters or distant seas, and had learned that the danger disappeared when it was boldly met. Among the Spaniards there were also plenty who knew, by hard experience, that when English ships fought with Spanish, victory had a way of favoring the enemy. The English of Elizabeth's reign had, suddenly, as it seemed, developed a new and aggressive maritime energy. Of nations as of individuals, the memories are short, and no one remembered that the English were sprung from a race of rude pirates who had long been the terror of Europe, or that in later centuries they had crushed the navies of France and of Spain, had held their king as lord of the sea, and had stamped their coins with an effigy of the armed strength of England resting on her navy, which they styled the wall and fence of the kingdom. The long war with France had given another direction to the restless energy of the people, and the Wars of the Roses had absorbed it. The seafaring interest had been neglected, commerce had languished, kings' ships no longer existed, and when the Tudors came to the throne, in the naval, as in all other departments of government, reconstruction or reorganization was necessary. Something was done by Henry VII, more by Henry VIII, but even so, in the last years of his reign, the navy was wholly inadequate to the needs of the kingdom, and was unable to meet that of France on equal terms. But years of peace produced their effect. Trade revived, shipping improved, and seamen learned that a voyage might have a wider aim than the fisheries of Iceland or the spices of Scanderoon. Already, even under Henry VIII and his immediate successors, English seamen had ventured across the Atlantic, some in their own ships, more in ships of Spain. With the accession of Elizabeth, the friendly relations of the two peoples rapidly cooled. Religious hatred and commercial jealousy took the place of the old traditional alliance with the House of Burgundy, and the rigid, even cruel, enforcement of the monopoly on the one side was met on the other by smuggling and piracy. The voyages of John Hawkins, which have attracted most attention among the maritime expeditions of the age, were not the only instances in which the Spanish monopoly was rudely broken down. And if the Spaniards gave but short shrift to such of the voyagers as fell into their hands, death was then everywhere recognized as the natural penalty of the crimes of which they were held to be guilty. The difference of opinion was as to the crime rather than as to its punishment. The story of the treacherous attack on Hawkins in the anchorage of San Juan de Lua had, in England, a very powerful effect in exciting popular indignation. It was a one-sided story, based on the statement that the English ships, after peacefully trading with the Spanish islands and the settlements on the mainland of South America, were homeward bound, when, off the west end of Cuba, they were caught in a hurricane, driven far into the Gulf of Mexico, and compelled to shelter themselves in the harbor of San Juan. This would be more easy of belief if we did not know, from Hawkins' own admissions, that he had falsely put forward a similar pretext in other places, notably at San Domingo in 1563 and at Rio de la Hacha in 1565, as a preliminary to forcing the trade on an unwilling governor, that in 1568 his business in the West Indies was so far from being finished that his ships, on leaving Cartagena, had actually on board merchandise to the value of about £12,000, including 57 Negroes, optimi generis, valued at £160 each, and that he had made particular enquiries as to the price of Negroes at Vera Cruz. It is absurd to suppose that he intended to carry his 57 choice Negroes to England, to say nothing of the pintados and other parts of his stock that still remained. There is little room to doubt that he went to San Juan of set purpose, with the same false excuse on his lips, and in his heart the same determination to force the trade. Hawkins anchored in the harbor, a narrow inlet between the small low island of San Juan and the mainland, on September 16, 1568, and on the next day a Spanish fleet commanded by Don Francisco de Lujan, and bringing out the new Viceroy of Mexico, Don Martin Enriquez, appeared in the offing. Hawkins afterwards declared, truly enough, that with the guns which he had mounted in battery on the island, and with his ships placed to rake the channel, he could have kept the Spaniards out. But he feared that if a norther should come on, and the Spanish fleet suffer shipwreck, his queen would not hold him guiltless of having caused this great loss to the navy of a power with which she was in amity. On the other hand, Enriquez and Lujan were equally alive to the dangerous position of their ships if they remained outside, and thus, after some hurried negotiations, an agreement was easily come to. The Spaniards, recognizing the English as friendly visitors, and approving of their continuing to hold the island, were permitted to enter the harbor. But once inside and in safety, neither Enriquez nor Lujan considered himself under any moral obligation to keep faith with men whom they both held to be pirates. Enriquez, in view of possibilities, ordered a large number of soldiers to be sent from Vera Cruz, and these were brought on board secretly during the night. He might have had some scruples about breaking the treaty. Lujan had none. And as soon as the Viceroy had left the fleet to go to Mexico, he landed a strong party on the island, overpowered the men in the batteries, and turned their guns on the English ships. The Spanish ships, vastly superior in force, and in a close harbor where maneuvering was impossible, overwhelmed the English. One small vessel was sunk. 3 were captured, including Hawkins' own ship, the Jesus, which he had hired from the Queen. He himself, with some 100 of his men, scrambled on board a small ship, the Minion, and escaped from the scene of slaughter, closely followed by his kinsman, Francis Drake, in another pinnace, the Judith, but together with the captured ships, the profits of the voyage, the 57 Negroes, and the rest of the unsold merchandise, to the value, it was said, of £100,000, remained in the hands of the enemy. This was on September 24th. In the night, the Minion and Judith parted company, and did not again meet. Drake, in the Judith, made the best of his way to England, which he reached on January 20th, 1569. Hawkins, finding the Minion dangerously crowded and without sufficient provisions for the voyage, or the possibility of getting any, put on shore about 100 of the men. But even so, his crew was almost entirely destroyed by famine and sickness, before he arrived in England on January 25th. The news of his disaster had outstripped him by several weeks, and had excited great indignation, especially among those who shared the loss of the expected profits. The Jesus belonged to the Queen, and though the conditions of hiring carefully guarded her proprietary interest, the seizure of her ship could not be but galling. Leicester and other men of influence at court were shareholders in the adventure, and were injured by its failure. Above all, William Hawkins, the belligerent mayor and wealthy shipowner of Plymouth, whose vessels, with letters of marque from Conde or William of Orange, had for years been scouring the Bay of Biscay, plundering and slaying the Spaniards as they attempted to pass to Flanders, was John Hawkins' brother. He was a man of energy and decision, and when his semi-piratical squadron had driven Spanish ships, carrying treasure to the Low Countries for the payment of all of his soldiers, to take refuge in Falmouth or Southampton, he suggested to the Queen that it would be only a fair reprisal to seize the money. The advice did not fall on unwilling ears, and the adoption of the proposed measure, at once an insult and an injury to Spain, by causing the Duke of Alva to lay the tax of the 10th penny on the Dutch, rekindled the rebellion, which his ruthless policy had previously well-nigh stamped out. But what impressed the people of England more, even than the loss of the money and of the ships, was the manner in which the attack had been made. They ignored, or perhaps were ignorant of, the lawless nature of Hawkins' traffic, his persistent smuggling, his occasional piracy. They conceived the Spanish attack to be robbery and murder, planned in falsehood and carried out with treachery, and their belief was confirmed and embittered when, some years later, they learned the hard fate of many of the prisoners who, from the Spanish point of view, had merited death and were, for the most part, treated with notable clemency in having their lives spared. Hawkins and Drake, of course, held that they had been robbed, and were entitled to such reprisals as they were able to make, out of which belief sprang the unworthy negotiations into which Hawkins entered with the Spanish ambassador and the King of Spain, and the fiercer determination of Drake to seek revenge and restitution by force of arms. Of 2 voyages which he made to the Spanish Main in the years 1570-71, no particulars are recorded. The inference which Drake himself left to be drawn is that they were merely for scouting or prospecting, but as he had no funds wherewith to pay the expenses of such voyages, and makes no mention of any wealthy patrons, there is no difficulty in accepting the Spanish allegations that he was again engaged in smuggling, not unmixed with piracy. To the English, unlicensed cruising against the enemy in time of war had been habitual for centuries, and in time of peace letters of reprisal were often given a very wide interpretation, though, without them, private war was liable to be treated as piracy, especially if the pirate fell into the enemy's hands. Still, it would be an error to consider such a pirate akin to the no-nation scoundrels who infested the West Indies or the Eastern Seas in the years following the pacifications of 1713 and 1815. Drake conceived, and the general, even much of the official opinion of his countrymen conceived, that he had just cause for war against the Spaniards, and international law had scarcely come into existence to forbid it. It was thus that he attempted no secrecy as to the success of a 3rd voyage in 1572, when he made his singularly bold attack on Nombre de Dios, an attack so bold that the story has by some been judged incredible, and when, having failed in that, he waylaid and captured the mule train loaded with treasure on its way across the isthmus. The riches he brought home encouraged others to similar ventures on even a smaller scale, and with less happy result. Little or nothing is known of them beyond the Spaniards' frequent complaints of English corsairs. Some may have perished in storm and tempest, some may have been killed fighting. The fate of Oxenham and his men may well have befallen others whose very names are lost in oblivion. And then came the wonderful expedition of Drake into the South Sea in 1578, wonderful alike in its design and its execution, in spite of mutiny, desertion, tempest, and the efforts of the enemy. It has been freely said that in this he had direct verbal authority from the Queen. This is possible, though not probable. Elizabeth was not in the habit of committing herself in any such manner, but it is not altogether unlikely that she allowed Drake to understand that his adventure would not be displeasing to her. Assuredly his good success was not. When, after an absence of 3 years, he returned laden with the spoil of Spaniards, with whose country England was, officially, at peace, she received him with open arms. It was, perhaps, fortunate for him that his homecoming in September 1580 was nearly synchronous with the landing of the so-called Papal Volunteers in Ireland. These men, though Italians, were mostly Spanish subjects. Their numbers were increased by Spaniards enlisted at Corunna under the king's implied sanction, and they were carried to Ireland in Spanish ships, commanded by a Spanish officer of repute, Juan Martinez de Recalde. They were put on shore at Schmerwick, where they took possession of a dismantled castle called by them the Fort del Ore, and waited to be joined by the Irish insurgents. But Recalde, finding the support they were likely to receive fall far short of what they had been led to expect, re-embarked the greater part of the Castilian volunteers, to the number of 300 or more. He put to sea only just in time to escape the English squadron under the command of Sir William Winter, who effectually blocked the passage of the Italians by sea and deprived them of all hope of relief, while by land Lord Grey, the Lord Deputy, drove them back to their fort. This could not be defended, and they had no store of provisions. They attempted to capitulate, but all terms were refused. They surrendered at discretion, and in the 16th century surrender at discretion commonly meant death, as these men could show no authority nor commission for their invasion of Ireland, not even from the Pope, though they pleaded his orders. They were summarily put to the sword, to the number of about 600, some score of the officers being accepted, apparently for the sake of the prospective ransom. The Queen made no comment beyond a regret that the officers had not shared the fate of the men, and the poet Spenser, a man of almost feminine delicacy of feeling, who was present as Grey's secretary, found no fault with what would now be called a horrible butchery. These facts would sufficiently prove the deed to have been in accordance with the usage of the age, even if we did not know that, in somewhat similar circumstances, Oxenham and his whole party had been hanged at Panama or Lima, and that, some 20 months later, the prisoners taken at Terceira were ruthlessly hanged at St. Michael's. Mendoza, the Spanish ambassador in London, took the position so carefully prepared for him, maintaining that the Italians were servants of the Pope, and that neither he nor his king had anything to do with the matter. But Elizabeth was not satisfied, and when he asked to see her on the subject of Drake's piracies, he could get no further answer than that the Queen would not receive him, except in a private capacity, until she had cleared up the Irish business. She knew, in fact, that some of the Spanish prisoners at Fort del Ore had declared that they were enlisted and brought over by Recalde. As Mendoza refused to wait on the Queen in a private capacity, and as she would not see him in a public one, he was reduced to impressing his grievances on her ministers, whom he repeatedly and vehemently warned of the trouble and danger they were preparing for their country. He was an old soldier who had served with Alva, and was, no doubt, capable, within certain limits, of forming an opinion as to the ability of an English army to resist the Spanish tercios if once landed. But he does not seem to have realized, either at this time or later, that there was an enormous difference between the threat of landing the tercios and actually doing it. Others there were, however, who not only understood the absolute difficulty of landing on an enemy's coast in the face of opposition, but who could venture to tell the king that the Spanish power at sea was relatively inferior to that of the English. They warned him that the English ships, built after a new design, were fast and weatherly to a degree of which Spanish sailors had no conception, that their guns were numerous and heavy, and they carried them close to the water, that their men were seamen and gunners, able to work the ships and fight them, and that there was no need for crowding them with soldiers. It was not to be supposed that they would fight hand to hand as the Spaniards would wish. They would fight with their great guns, and in so doing would have a very great advantage. No doubt, they said, there were many who would assure him that with the forces at his disposal, great ships, galleasses, and galleys, redress for such injuries as Drake's voyage was in his own hands. In point of fact, his ships were very inferior to the English, and galleys were quite useless outside the Mediterranean. The difference in the power of the fleets was so great that it was open to the English to insult his coast at their pleasure. The only remedy was at once to build 100 galleasses and a dozen or 15 ships of the new design. The cost would be but a small price to pay for the command of the sea, which these would give him, and indeed the cost of the guns could be saved by arming the ships with guns from the forts, which the existence of such a fleet would render no longer necessary. It was a matter of course that proposals so radical should not be approved. If they were ever seriously considered, they would be referred to Santa Cruz, and Santa Cruz's predilections must have favored the galleys, with which his most brilliant services had been performed. He was rather a soldier afloat than a sailor, and when, in the following year, he had to lead a fleet for the reduction of the Azores, although galleys could not be employed, the tactics of his victory were those of galley warfare, and were successful because Strozzi had no higher understanding of the art of war by sea than Santa Cruz himself. It is this that makes it doubtful whether his death at a very critical period really made such a vast difference to the fortunes of Spain as has been often supposed. Assuredly, the scheme for the invasion of England, which, at the king's command, he drew up in 1586, does not seem to mark a true appreciation of the conditions. The dazzling success of Drake's voyage to the South Sea, and the favor shown him by the Queen, naturally gave rise to other ventures of a similar character. The first of these of any importance was intended for China in 1582, under the command of Edward Fenton, but it got no farther than the coast of Brazil, where one of the ships was lost. Fenton, whose principal claim to command lay in his being the brother-in-law of John Hawkins, proved quite incompetent, and returned to England with his men in a state of mutiny, and his vice-admiral in irons. Another voyage which, by its tragic ending, has always excited great interest, was made by 4 ships which sailed in June 1583, under the command of Sir Humphrey Gilbert, with the avowed object of founding a colony in Newfoundland. That part of the adventure failed at once. The intending colonists had pictured to themselves a life of ease under a genial climate, and, when they found the reality not quite so pleasant, they begged to be sent home. Some were set off at once in one of the ships. Another ship was wrecked. With the other 2, Gilbert stood along the coast to the southward, and, apparently to examine it better, moved into the smallest vessel, a pinnace of 10 tons burden, named the Squirrel, and refused to leave her when he finally announced his intention to return to England. But whether that was really his intention, or whether he hoped to capture a homeward-bound treasure ship, it is impossible to say. The way to England did certainly not lie to the south of the Azores, but there the ships were on September 9th, when in a great storm the Squirrel was overwhelmed and swallowed up by the sea. There were, without doubt, other smaller expeditions of a more frankly piratical character, but nothing is known of them beyond the vague and untrustworthy reports of Mendoza, who, feeling deeply the insult conveyed in the Queen's recognition of Drake in her visiting him at Deptford, and in her knighting him on board the Golden Hind under the Standard, did what lay in his power to incense the king in Spain and to stir up intrigue and conspiracy in England, till, in January 1584, his complicity with Throckmorton's plot led to his being summarily ordered to leave the country. Independently of other grievances on both sides, the exclusive colonial policy of the Spaniards and the depredations of the English privateers must be considered as provocative in a very high degree, and the expulsion of the Spanish ambassador was rather indicative of the angry feeling than, in itself, a cause of it. Even so, war did not immediately follow. It was not till more than a year afterwards that the Spanish king took the first distinctly hostile step by laying an embargo on all English ships in Spanish ports. Both before this and afterwards, Elizabeth was prepared to interchange diplomatic inanities as long as they would prevent a declaration of war. But her willingness to do this did not hinder her meeting hostile deeds with their like, and the embargo on English ships was promptly answered by a corresponding embargo on Spanish ships, by an active interference in the war in the Low Countries, and by commissioning Drake to undertake a war of reprisals against the Spanish settlements in the West Indies and elsewhere. But though fully authorized by the Queen, the expedition was in the main a joint stock business. The Queen supplied 2 ships of war. 19 merchant ships from London and the West Country formed the bulk of the fleet, and there were besides some 8 or 10 pinnaces and private ships sailing on their own account. With Drake as commander-in-chief were Martin Frobisher, as admiral of the London contingent, Christopher Carlisle in command of the soldiers, Francis Knollys the younger, a near kinsman of the Queen and brother-in-law of the Earl of Leicester, Edward Winter, son of Sir William, the surveyor of the navy, Richard, son of John Hawkins, the treasurer of the navy, and many others of less note. In all, there were about 30 ships in the fleet, which sailed from Plymouth on September 14, 1585, Capturing, plundering, and destroying as they went, they rested for a while in the Vigo River, sacked and burnt Santiago and Porto Praya in the Cape Verde Islands, gutted San Domingo, plundered Cartagena on the Spanish Main and held it to ransom, burning all the ships and galleys which they could not take away, cruised for a month off Cape St. Antonio, threatened Havana, the defenses of which, however, were judged too strong, and, passing up the coast of Florida, took, plundered, and burnt St. Augustine, a town of about 250 houses, not one of which was left standing. They then relieved and took away from Wokokan the colonists who had been sent out the year before by Sir Walter Raleigh, and finally returned to Portsmouth at the end of July, 1586. The booty brought home was valued at from 60 to 65,000 pounds, small in comparison with what Drake had won with much smaller means. For, warned by past experiences, the Spaniards, at the first alarm, carried off their portable property to the woods or mountains in the background. But in the destruction of the Spanish settlements, and in the heavy blow to Spanish trade, the advantage from the point of view of impending war was very great. Whether more might have been done if the Queen had fully made up her mind is doubtful. Several years later, Sir William Monson wrote that, had we kept and defended those places when in our possession, and provided for them to have been relieved and succored out of England, we had diverted the war from this part of Europe. Theoretically, this sounds well, but at the time it was utterly impracticable. Neither Elizabeth nor England could have furnished the money or the men that would have been required for the adequate maintenance of such garrisons at such a distance, and, though the power of Spain beyond the seas was afterwards proved to be, in great measure, a hollow pretense, it was still formidable. Long before Drake's return, news of the raid had reached Philip and had goaded him to retaliation. For many years past, all his accredited advisers had urged on him the necessity of crushing England as a preliminary to the subjugation of the Netherlands, and though, by reason of his own acquaintance with England, of his more comprehensive knowledge of what Englishmen had done even during his own reign, and of the humble but definite warnings which had reached him, he had a clearer view of the difficulties of the task than any of those about him. He was still unable to realize that, as against such an enterprise as he was contemplating, the advantage lay with the English. For many years, ever since the appropriation by Elizabeth of Alva's money in 1569, there had been distinct proposals for the invasion of England, and general rumors of the design. Whenever a few ships were collected in a Spanish port, English agents sent over news that preparations were on foot. But it does not appear that Philip himself definitely entertained the project till driven to it by Drake's savage raid through the West Indies. It was then that the Marquis of Santa Cruz was called into council, and gave his opinion in favor of the enterprise. Politically, he agreed with the several governors of the Netherlands. Alva had urged it. Don John, to whose opinion the victory of Lepanto gave weight, considered that it would be an easy task. He had been willing to undertake it, to conquer England and marry the Queen of Scots, if Philip would only have permitted him. And, from the naval point of view, Santa Cruz saw but little more difficulty than Don John. He had formed a very poor opinion of English seamen. He had seen them, he said, at Trisera, where they had been the first to fly. It is, in fact, very uncertain whether there were any English ships with Strozzi on that disastrous day, and if any, they were only small privateers, whose captains showed much better judgment than Strozzi did. But this Santa Cruz did not know, and could not understand. He believed that the English had been there, and had behaved like dastards, and he believed that he might judge the whole nation by his experience of this small chance portion of it. Still, from the mere numbers of the enemy, he concluded that to carry out the business satisfactorily, a great effort would be necessary, and he drew up a scheme for the invasion which, centralizing the effort, was to call together all the shipping of Spain and her dependencies, to embark all the available troops, horse and foot, and send them out in one vast armada, consisting of 150 great ships of war, 360 smaller vessels and storeships, 6 galleasses and 40 galleys, or a total of 556 ships and 94,222 men of all arms. He had no liking for a divided command. The army in the Low Countries might stay there, and he himself, with the forces from Spain, would conduct the whole business in England. But the magnitude of this proposal condemned it. To denude the kingdom of ships and soldiers, and leave it exposed to a sudden raid by a daring and desperate foe, was not to be thought of, more especially as the king had been warned that such a raid would very probably be attempted. Moreover, to find the money for so vast a scheme was an absolute impossibility. In the opinion of all Europe, the wealth of Spain, based on the mines of Mexico and Peru and the trade of the East, was boundless. But in reality, owing to a faulty system, peculation and extravagance, the government and the crown were miserably poor. Philip indeed hoped that, by judicious management, the Pope might be induced to subsidize the expedition. It was so easy to represent the invasion as undertaken solely in the interest of the Church and the true religion, that it might appear almost a duty for the head of the Church to support it. To some extent, Philip's diplomacy was successful at Rome. The Pope promised to contribute 1,000,000 crowns, but he positively refused to make any advance or to pay any part of the money till the Spanish troops were landed in England. But more even than want of money, political considerations made it imprudent as yet to advise the king to undertake an enterprise which would certainly be costly and might be dangerous merely to establish the Queen of Scots on the throne of England, with the risk of so strengthening the Guises as to render them masters of France and independent of Spain. The execution of Mary Stewart early in February 1587 resolved this difficulty. The claims of James of Scotland might be put aside, as they had been by his mother's will, and the conquest of England achieved in the name of the Infanta Isabel, to whom the king transferred his rights, hereditary or acquired. For the first time, the way for carrying out the project of invasion seemed clear, and the preparations were pushed forward. It was hoped that the expedition would be ready to sail by the summer. In any case, it could scarcely have been ready. But on April 2nd, Drake, in command of a relatively small squadron, sailed from Plymouth with full and adequate instructions to impeach the joining together of the King of Spain's fleet out of their several ports, to keep victuals from them, to follow them in case they should become forward towards England or Ireland, and to cut off as many of them as he could and impeach their landing, as also to set upon such as should either come out of the West or East Indies into Spain, or go out of Spain thither. Before he sailed, the Queen had so far wavered in her purpose as to issue contradictory orders, strictly enjoining him to forbear to enter forcibly into any of the king's ports, or to offer violence to any of his towns or shipping within his harbors, or to do any act of hostility upon the land. These orders, however, Drake never received. We may presume that care was taken by Walsingham or by Hawkins that he should not receive them, and it was thus on the original orders that he acted. Many weeks before, Philip had been warned that the expedition was preparing, either to look out for the fleet from the West Indies or to insult the Spanish ports, and, more recently, Cadiz had been distinctly named as the point aimed at. But nothing had been done. No preparations for defense had been made, and when, on April 19th, Drake came off the port, he had no difficulty in beating back the 7 galleys, which alone attempted to oppose his entrance, and forcing his way into the harbor, which he found crowded with shipping. The further details have been variously reported. According to Philip, the damage done was trifling, though the daring of the attempt was great. But Drake, who may be supposed to have had a more exact knowledge of what happened, wrote, "We sank a Biscayan of 1,200 tons, burnt a ship of 1,500 tons, belonging to the Marquis of Santa Cruz, and 31 ships more from 1,000 to 200 tons the piece, carried away with us 4 laden with provisions, and departed thence at our pleasure, with as much honor as we could wish." Benner, in nearly exact agreement, wrote, "There were by supposition 38 barks fired, sunk, and brought away, which amounted unto 13,000 tons of shipping." And a French account estimated the damage, at the very lowest, at from 300,000 to 400,000 crowns. It continued, "It is supposed that the English fleet will now take its course for the Canary Islands, Madeira, or Terceira, and that it will there do all the damage it can, and cruise for the fleets which are coming from the Indies, upon which Drake most likely has his main design." This, however, was not Drake's view. The cruise for the treasure fleets would be more lucrative. but the business on which he had come was to prevent the gathering of the Spanish ships for the invasion of England. There were several at Cadiz, which by flying up the creek had escaped the general destruction. Others were to come from Naples, Sicily, Tuscany, or Genoa, from Cartagena and other ports within the straits, and the general rendezvous was Lisbon. Anticipating the strategy of Sir John Jervis 200 years later, Drake understood that, as all these must pass Cape St. Vincent, it was there that he should look out for them. He accordingly took possession of Sagres, destroyed all the batteries which commanded the anchorage and watering places, and, having thus secured a base, passed on to reconnoiter Lisbon. He seems to have had no satisfactory information as to its defenses, which he found too strong to be taken by an unsupported attack from the sea, or to be passed without a fresh leading wind, and this never came. He lay at anchor in Cascais Bay while his pinnaces captured or destroyed every coaster that came in sight, and that under the very eyes of Santa Cruz, who, in Drake's words, was content to suffer us there quietly to tarry, and never charged us with one cannon shot. The explanation of which is that his ships were not ready for sea, and that his galleys, even if they had their guns on board, which is doubtful, had no store of powder or shot. And so, finding that no taunts could induce the Marquis to come out, and judging that it was impossible to force his way in, Drake went back to Sagres, where he could give his men a run on shore and clean his ships, at the same time that he was holding a place of manifest strategic advantage. "As long as it shall please God to give us provisions to eat and drink," he wrote to Walsingham, "and that our ships and wind and weather will permit us, you shall surely hear of us near this Cape of St. Vincent. If there were here 6 more of Her Majesty's good ships of the second sort, we should be the better able to keep the forces from joining, and haply take or impeach his fleets from all places." Similarly, Fenner wrote, "Shipping we take daily, which are bound with pipeboards and hoops for Andalusia, which we burn, whereof they will have so great a want as will be to them a marvellous offence. We hold this cape so greatly to our benefit, and so much to theirs advantage, that the attaining thereof is a great blessing. For the rendezvous is at Lisbon, where we understand of some 25 ships and 7 galleys. The rest we lie between home and them, so as the body is without the members, and they cannot come together by reason that they are unfurnished of their provisions in every degree, and that they are not united together." It is an interesting detail that of the great number of coasting vessels that fell into Drake's hands at this place, nearly half were laden with hoops and pipestaves, to the amount of about 1,700 tons in weight, equivalent to casks of the content of near 30,000 tons of liquor, all which were burnt. The loss of these seasoned staves, and the consequent necessity of using new ones, had much to do with the ruin that afterwards fell on the Spanish fleet. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9, The Elizabethan Naval War with Spain, by J.K. Laughton. Part 2, read by John Andersen. Meanwhile, Philip was furnishing an instance of the folly of attempting to command the details of war from a distance. He, in Madrid, was controlling the movements at Cadiz and Lisbon, dispatching new and contradictory orders on the arrival of every fresh piece of intelligence. Santa Cruz had rightly interpreted the meaning of Drake's occupation of Sagres, and was anxious to complete his ship's companies of soldiers in order to put to sea and meet him. At Cadiz, where the soldiers had arrived, they wished to have the defeating of Drake in their own hands, and thus between them and the king at Madrid nothing was done. And whilst they were wrangling, Drake quitted his station. His strategy, in its entirety, was in advance of his age. Theoretically, it was perfect. Practically, the ships were not yet able to keep the sea for an indefinite time, and there was no provision for a constant succession of reliefs. The ships wanted refitting. The men were sickly and discontented. Most of the merchantmen parted company in a gale of wind, and took care not to rejoin. The fleet was reduced to 10 sail, and, though 6 of these were Queen's ships and the force was still formidable, the men were clamoring to return and were on the verge of mutiny. Burrough, the vice-admiral, had been for some weeks under close arrest for questioning Drake's authority, and now, At his suggestion, as Drake believed, the Lion, on board which he was confined, made sail away from the fleet. It was a sign which Drake could not misread in an age when the bonds of discipline were very slack, and when the recognition of mere service rank was ill-defined. So, leaving the Spaniards to evolve order out of confusion and contradiction as best they could, he went off to the Azores to look for a homeward-bound East Indiaman, of whose expected arrival he had sure intelligence. On June 9th he fell in with her near St. Michael's and captured her. He was anxious to return to his post of vantage at Sagres, but with his fleet in its reduced condition deemed this to be impossible. He determined, therefore, to take his prize to England in hopes of getting reinforcements to enable him to carry out his design. The value of the prize was enormous, great enough to make her capture in itself an important success. But the still more important work which Drake had done at Sagres was not continued, because the Queen, who, 3 months previously, had annulled the orders under which Drake had been acting, could not now resolve to wage war against Philip with the singleness of purpose which is essential to good success. She had been willing to let the king feel her power to injure him. She was anxious not to provoke him to extreme measures. But on these, Philip had already determined. The general scheme of the enterprise had been formulated. Ships, men, arms, stores, and victuals were being got together, and, though the destruction which Drake had wrought at Cadiz, and the delay enforced by his holding Sagres and cruising off Cape St. Vincent, had rendered it impossible for the Armada to sail that year, there was every intention that it should sail early in 1588. So the preparations were pushed forward, and the fame of them was spread abroad throughout Europe, telling with much exaggeration of the size and number of the ships and of the guns, the quantity of ammunition, of victuals, and of all other stores. Of the ships there could be no doubt. There they were, large, lofty, and imposing, built rather for carrying cargo than for fighting, though their towering poops and forecastles and defensive bulkheads rendered them formidable in close combat, with which the Spaniards alone were familiar. Their guns were merely auxiliary to the weapons of the soldiers, and were, for the most part, small and, in comparison with the size of the ships, few. They were only intended to fill up the time between nearing the enemy and finally closing with him, or, perhaps, to facilitate the movement by shooting away some of his spars and rendering it difficult for him to escape. To this end was devoted the training which the men had with the guns, but that training was extremely slight. For the soldiers, who formed the greater part of the crews, as well as their officers, who commanded the ships, despised the great gun as the weapon of cowards, who would not willingly come to push of pike or stroke of sword. The soldiers, as such, were undoubtedly of the best, but on board ship their place would have been advantageously taken by seamen who could work the ship or the guns. As it was, the sailors were few in number, were looked down on by the soldiers as an inferior caste, and had neither zeal nor enthusiasm for the service, the guns being intended more for ornament than for use. The quantity of ammunition supplied was naturally small, as calculated on a scale which former experience had shown to be sufficient. All these errors, serious as they proved to be, were due not to professional ignorance, nor to a false economy, but to an inability to comprehend the new conditions under which the Spaniards were going to fight. It may be fairly presumed that the armament of the ships, the supply of ammunition, the proportion of soldiers to sailors, and other like technical details, if not actually ordered by Santa Cruz, were at least approved by him and by the distinguished officers who held command under him, such as Juan Martinez de Recalde, Alonso de Leyva, Miguel de Oquendo, Martin de Bertendona, Diego Flores de Valdez, and Pedro de Valdez, all men of experience in naval war as it was understood in Spain. The victuals were supplied by contractors, and were afterwards found to be exceedingly bad. In all ages and in all countries, victualling contractors have been unable to resist the temptation to supply inferior articles for the use of sailors or soldiers, who will be far away before they find out the fraud, and may very possibly die or be killed before they can complain. It has everywhere been found that only the strictest supervision can be trusted to keep them straight, and in Spain, in 1588, that supervision was altogether wanting. Something, however, must be allowed for the ignorance of the age and the high pressure under which things were got ready. The art of properly preserving meat, for instance, was not yet known. Moreover, Philip, after hesitating for years, was, now that his mind was made up, in a desperate hurry. The preparations were, however, brought to a standstill by the death, on January 30th, 1588, of Santa Cruz, which was attributed to vexation at an implied reprimand from the king for alleged want of zeal or energy. That this was a serious blow to the plan of invasion cannot be doubted. Santa Cruz was a man of long experience in war and in command. Malta, Lepanto, and Trisera had given prestige to his name, and, though he was not ready to accept the revolution and naval war which the English were preparing, he would at least have known how to apply the tactics with which he was familiar. His successor, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, was not familiar with any, and was ignorant alike of the art of commanding men and of ordering a battle. But he was a man of the highest rank and of great wealth, and in a Spanish fleet it was absolutely necessary that the commander-in-chief should be a personage of high rank. The great nobles who commanded the tercios would have considered themselves degraded by being called on to obey a mere gentleman, however high his professional qualifications, and the men would have rendered a very unwilling obedience to one whom they might have stigmatized as a mere sailor. Even in the individual ships, the commanding officer was the officer in command of the soldiers. The captain of the seamen held a very subordinate position, not unlike that of the master in an English ship. As the mouthpiece of the king, carrying out orders which left little to his discretion, and as arbitrator between the pretensions of the arrogant nobles by whom he was surrounded, it was thought that Medina Sidonia would be a very suitable man, the more so as his gentle character was not likely to put forward his own opinion against the king's, or to question the king's appointment of the Duke of Parma as ultimate commander-in-chief of the invasion, a measure to which Santa Cruz had strongly objected, but which was an essential part of Philip's plan as finally determined on. The fleet was to go straight up the Channel, seize Margate, join hands with Parma, convoy his men across in their boats, and land a proportion of soldiers from the ships as an addition to the army. As a further instruction, however, the king wrote to Medina Sidonia, even if Drake should have brought a fleet into these seas, to cause a diversion, as our advices from England say is likely, you are not to turn aside, or delay the voyage to look for him. But if he shall follow you, or hang about you, then you may attack him. And so also if you meet him at the entrance of the English Channel. For it may be very advantageous to attack the enemy's forces, whilst divided, and so prevent their uniting. This was dated on March 22nd, when the English fleet was still gathering. For motives similar to those which operated in Spain, the commander-in-chief of the English forces at sea had been given to the Lord Admiral, the Queen's cousin, Lord Howard of Effingham, who had, however, had considerable experience of the sea and had done good service on shore. Drake had been sent to Plymouth to levy the shipping of the western counties, and there, on May 23rd, he was joined by Howard with the main fleet, including the greater part of the Queen's ships. Lord Henry Seymour, with Sir William Winter and Sir Henry Palmer, was left with 3 ships of force, the Rainbow, the Vanguard, and the Antelope, and a considerable number of smaller vessels, to keep watch in the narrow sea and look out for any movement on the part of the Duke of Parma. In this he was to be assisted by a Dutch flotilla under the command of Count Justin of Nassau, an illegitimate son of William the Silent, whose force, though too feeble to take any part in the engagements with the Armada itself, was strong enough to act as a deterrent to Parma, and to render it impossible for him even to embark his men without the protection of the Grand Fleet. With Howard at Plymouth, besides Drake, were Hawkins, Frobisher, Fenner, Fenton, Cross, Raymond, Ward, all experienced seamen, but several of the ships, and those among the largest, were commanded by young men of noble birth, whose chief qualification was that they were kinsmen of the Lord Admirals. Contrary, however, to the Spanish custom, they were captains of the ships, not mere captains of the soldiers. When the King of Spain signed the instructions to Medina Sidonia, his information that Drake was at Plymouth and Howard in the narrow sea was quite correct, and in fact continued to be so till the Armada sailed from Lisbon on May 20th. It then consisted of 130 ships, having an aggregate tonnage of 57,868, and manned by 8,050 seamen, 18,973 soldiers, with volunteers, galley slaves, etc., bringing the total up to 30,493. The gross number seemed and still seem imposing, though the small number of the seamen points at once to a dangerous weakness. Of the ships, 80 were reported as over 300 tons, but 18 of these were rated as store ships. Even of the remainder, a considerable number were mere transports, carrying but few guns, and those of the smallest size, and as fighting ships were useless, except against an enemy who would be foolish enough to lay them on board. To give the number of ships which could, in the English sense, be called efficient men of war is impossible, but they cannot have been more than 50, and were probably not nearly so many. Immediately the Armada put to sea, its troubles began. The weather was boisterous, and the ships, built and rigged for fine weather passages, with a fair, equable wind, to or from the West Indies, were overmasted and undermanned. The seamen were also of very indifferent quality, being, in great measure, mere fair-weather sailors. The ships made very bad weather, were strained, leaked excessively. Some were dismasted. All were reduced to a deplorable condition, which the seasick soldiers thought worse than it really was. Their victuals, too, failed. The bread was moldy, the meat was putrid, the water casks, made of green staves, leaked, and the water ran short. Sickness broke out among the men, and Medina Sidonia considered himself lucky in getting the bulk of his fleet safely into Corunna, where he anchored on June 9th, but in such distress and confusion that he made no general signal, and took no pains to let distant ships know what he was doing, so that many kept on their way to the appointed rendezvous, south of the Scilly Islands, whence they were recalled, but not before they had been seen and reported, on June 19th, by some English traders. He was not able to sail again till July 12th. Meantime, Howard, with the English fleet at Plymouth, had been very anxious to visit the coast of Spain and work such havoc among the enemy's shipping that their design would have to be again postponed, if not altogether abandoned. This seemed particularly easy when it was known that they were congregated in the harbor of Corunna, and it now appears quite certain that an onslaught there, such as Drake had made at Cadiz the previous year, guided by the experience then gained and supported by a few fireships, would have utterly ruined the Spanish navy. But Elizabeth would not allow the attempt to be made. She professed to doubt whether the Armada was really coming. She affected to consider that the differences between the two nations might be settled by negotiation, whether she hoped to hoodwink Philip, or whether she imagined that, if not further provoked, he would allow the war to conduct itself in the same semi-private, piratical, and economical way as during the last 10 years. It is impossible to say. Or maybe she really believed that the danger of missing the Armada was too great, that if it had already put to sea, it might be stretching to the westward while the English were crossing the Bay of Biscay, and might, without opposition, come into the Channel and off Dunkirk, while Howard or Drake was searching the Spanish coast from Corunna to Cadiz. She turned a deaf ear to the arguments of Howard and his council of war, and peremptorily ordered him not to go beyond Ushant. Another and very pressing anxiety that filled Howard's mind was the frequently occurring want of victuals. There was no public store ready to hand, and the sudden call to supply a force, numbering some 15,000 men, taxed the energies of the victualling agents. By the utmost economy, and putting the men on short allowance, he managed to get together what might be called a private stock against an emergency. But whilst in the narrow sea, and afterwards, at Plymouth, he never ceased urging on the Queen's ministers the necessity for liberal supplies. It does not appear that there was any undue sparing of expense, though there was, of course, a strict attention to economy. But it was impossible to provide the larger supplies which Howard demanded. The practice, so far as there was one, was to send at one time victuals for 4 weeks, and to replenish them by another supply for 4 weeks, about a week before the earlier supply was exhausted. There was thus, as Howard pointed out, the continually recurring danger of the fleet being obliged to put to sea, in the presence of the enemy, with not more than a few days' victuals on board. This was what did actually happen. The fleet had been out, spreading in a long line from Ushant to Scilly, when a fresh southerly wind blew it back to Plymouth. The victuals were running low, and the ships busy provisioning, when, on July 19th, the Armada was reported off the Lizard. The same southerly wind which drove the English fleet in had carried the Spanish straight across the Bay of Biscay. The fresh breeze had, however, been too much for them. The ships were scattered, many had party company, and it was not till the next day, July 20th, that they had nearly all rejoined. In accordance with the custom very generally followed in an age when the commander-in-chief of a fleet was often regarded as a president and moderator rather than as an actual commander, and especially necessary under the conditions existing among the Spaniards, a council of war was held, but was unable to decide anything for want of intelligence. A proposal to look into Plymouth and attack the English fleet came to nothing, because it was not known whether it was there or not. In the afternoon they saw some ships under the land, but the weather was thick, with rain and mist, and they could not make out either their number or quality. It was not till night had fallen that one of the pinnaces picked up an English boat, and the Duke learned from the prisoners that the English fleet had been at Plymouth, but had got to sea that afternoon. Their ships had, in fact, warped out into the Sound on the evening of the 19th. On the 20th they had plied out, to windward, against a fresh southwesterly breeze, and the Armada, running to the eastward all night, had by daybreak on the 21st given the English the weather gauge for which they had been working. The fleet with Howard at this time consisted of about 70 ships, a large proportion of which were small coasting vessels, useful as cruisers, as scouts, or to carry messages, but of little fighting value. 30 of them belonged to the Queen, and of these, 13, though on the average smaller than the best of the Spaniards, were more heavily armed. Some 7 or 8 more were good and efficient ships, of a smaller size, but still heavily armed in comparison with the Spanish ships, and about a dozen or 20 of the merchantmen were sufficiently large and well armed to be able to take part in an engagement. This estimate shows the number of fighting ships in the two fleets to have not been very unequal, those on each side being superior to those of the enemy from their own special point of view. Though, indeed, if the Spaniards could have dictated the manner of fighting, they would have had upwards of 60 effective ships, and their superiority would have been overwhelming. They themselves thought that it was, and what they believed was the general belief throughout Europe. In reality, the superiority to which they trusted was more than nullified by the hopeless inferiority of their ships and their seamen. It depended entirely on their being able to close with and grapple the English ships, and this they could never succeed in doing. The English ships of the new design had finer lines and were much faster. They were lower in the water and were stiffer and more weatherly. They were rigged and were manned by seamen accustomed to the boisterous weather of the higher latitudes. The choice of the fighting rested with them, and with that, also, the superiority. The Spanish ships were so cranked that, in a fresh breeze, their weather guns sent their shot flying through empty space, or their lee guns plumped them into the sea, whilst the English, on a more even keel, racked the Spaniards through and through below the water line on the one side, or swept their decks with a murderous hail on the other. They could take their own distance, and, when the Spaniards tried to close, could slip away from them with an ease that astonished and terrified their enemy. At the first meeting of the two fleets on the forenoon of July 21st, all this was at once apparent. To Drake and many of the others, it was no new thing, though it is probable that even they had not realized how vast their advantage was. The fight continued from 9 o'clock to about 1, when Medina Sidonia, discovering that it was only wasting time, and that he was bound to avoid all delay, made sail before the wind. It was a fatal mistake, one we may be sure that Santa Cruz would not have made. He might not, probably would not, have been able to neutralize the vast superiority of the English ships and the English method of fighting, but it is not conceivable that a man of his experience would have jumbled the transports, storeships, and fighting ships in one heterogeneous crowd, or would have sought a pretext for flying before the enemy from a half-finished battle. As it was, the fighting on July 21st gave the keynote to all that followed. The Armada was to hurry on. The flagship of Pedro de Valdez, which had suffered severely in the engagement, lost her foremast by a collision with another of her squadron and fell astern. But time could not be wasted in defending the noblest ship in the fleet. She was deserted and fell into the hands of the English. Another, the Vice Admiral of Oquendo's squadron, was disabled by an accidental explosion of powder. She, too, was deserted, was taken by the English, and sent to Weymouth. And ever the Armada sailed heavily on with a fresh fair wind, the English following, ready to seize on any stragglers, or to fight if opportunity offered. There was thus a smart action off St. Albans Head on the 23rd, and another on the 25th off St. Catherine's in the Isle of Wight, as a visible result of which a third large ship, Recalde's flagship, was so damaged as to be obliged to leave the fleet and make for the French coast, where, in trying to go into the Seine, she ran ashore and became a total wreck. Other ships had suffered much, both in material damage and in men, and without further fighting, the Armada ran on to Calais, off which they anchored on the afternoon of the 27th. The Duke then sent a message to Parma, urging him to embark at once, but the tone of his letter implied that he expected Parma to help and protect the fleet, rather than that the fleet was prepared to ensure a safe passage to Parma. Parma's reply, which came on the 28th, was unsatisfactory. He was not ready to embark, and could not be so in less than a fortnight. But even if he had been ready, he could not have started till the Dutch flotilla was out of the way. If Medina Sidonia would clear the sea of Count Justin, Seymour, Howard, and all the rest of them, it would then be time to think of crossing over to England. The report of this answer, and all that it implied, added to the discouragement which the week's experience had impressed on the Spaniards. They had started jubilant in the expectation of a triumphant advance up the Channel and across the North Sea from the Low Countries. The reality had been one succession of disasters and of battles, in which they had suffered terribly, without appearing to have inflicted any loss on their nimble assailants, and the numbers of the enemy were increasing. Many small vessels had joined the English fleet on its course up Channel, and, as Howard anchored off Calais, a gunshot to windward of the Spaniards, Seymour with his squadron rejoined, adding 3 capital ships to the fighting power. There were thus in the English fleet, of Queen's ships and merchantmen, from 40 to 45, that could be considered effective men of war, a fair match, so far as armament went, for the best 40 or 45 Spaniards, but in reality very superior, by reason of their mobility, steadiness, and gunnery, qualities which, though too late, the Spaniards were beginning to appreciate and fear. Their nerves were already unstrung when, about midnight of the 28th, 8 hastily improvised fire ships came down on them with wind and tide. As they burst into flames, Medina Sidonia made the signal to slip the cables, intending to return in the daylight and take up his old berth. But a panic seized the Spaniards. "The fire ships of Antwerp!" they cried, and, cutting their cables, they drifted away to the north. They were, for the time, paralyzed with fear. When morning came, they were off Gravelines, closely followed by the English fleet, which now attacked in its full force, knowing that this was the crisis of the campaign. The Armada must be driven into the North Sea, past the coast of Flanders, beyond the reach of Parma. Seymour and Winter, Drake, Hawkins, and Frobisher led the several attacks. Howard, who had waited off Calais to ensure the capture or destruction of the admiral of the galleasses, the most heavily armed ship in the Armada, came up a little later. This galleass had injured her rudder in the confusion of the night, and in the morning was captured after a stubborn and hand-to-hand fight, in which her commander, Hugo de Moncada, was killed. The French, who had not interfered during the fight, now claimed the prize, and Howard, satisfied with her being lost to the Spaniards, left her and joined the main battle, which raged fiercely during the greater part of the day. But the superiority of the English was felt from the first, and the want of tactical guiding was as marked in the Spanish fleet as its many other shortcomings. The wind was at south-southwest, and the Armada had streamed off before it. The Duke made no real effort to collect the effective ships, many of which were far to leeward, and the brunt of the battle fell on some 15, which clustered round their admiral, and fought valiantly, but without avail. Of recorded incidents much might be written. We have them in Spanish and in English, but all to the same effect. The Spanish ships could not close with the English, and against the English guns, the Spanish guns were powerless. Some sentences from Medina Sidonia's letter to the king put this in the clearest light. In the rear, Don Francisco de Toledo, in the San Felipe, abode the coming of the enemy, and endeavored to grapple with them, whereupon they assailed him, and by shooting of ordnance brought him to great extremity. Don Diego Pimentel, in the San Mateo, came to relieve him, and both were hardly pressed. Seeing which, Juan Martinez de Recalde came to their assistance, with Don Agustin Mejia, and rescued them from the strait. But notwithstanding this, these ships returned and again assaulted the enemy, as likewise did Don Alonso de Luzon, and the Santa Maria de Bagona, in which was Garibay, and the San Juan de Sicilia, in which was Don Diego Tellez Enriquez. These came near to boarding the enemy, yet could they not grapple with them, they fighting with their great ordnance, and our men defending themselves with arquebus fire and musketry, the distance being very small. When, partly from want of ammunition, partly from hopeless incapacity, the largest Spanish ships were reduced to answering great guns with arquebuses, it is not surprising that the Spaniards suffered very much, the English not at all, or that, after this terrible pounding, the San Felipe and the San Mateo tried to save themselves by running on shore on the coast of Flanders. The officers and most of the crew of the San Felipe escaped to Newport, but the ship was taken possession of by the Dutch and carried into Flushing. So also was the San Mateo, after a stubborn resistance, which ended in the officers being taken prisoners and the men thrown overboard. Other ships went down with all hands. How many was never exactly known. So many in all were ultimately lost that the details were never fully made out. By nightfall, the Spaniards were thoroughly, hopelessly beaten and fled to the north. A few, Leyva and Oquendo are specially named, would fain have prolonged the fight, and did not scruple to hell the Duke and his advisers in most opprobrious terms, but they were unable to stop the rout, and were forced to fly with the rest. The English commanders were slow to realize the completeness of their victory. Howard was inclined to think the destruction of the great galleass the most important part of the day's success. Their force, he wrote the same evening, is wonderful, great, and strong, and yet we pluck their feathers by little and little. And again, as late as August 8th, although we have put the Spanish fleet past the Firth, and I think past the Isles, yet God knoweth whether they go either to the Nace of Norway, or into Denmark, or to the Isles of Orkney, to refresh themselves, and so to return. For I think they dare not return to Spain with this dishonor and shame to their king, and overthrow of their Pope's credit. Drake, too, wrote on the evening of the battle, God hath given us so good a day in forcing the enemy so far to leeward, as I hope in God the Prince of Parma and the Duke of Sidonia shall not shake hands this few days, and whensoever they shall meet, I believe neither of them will greatly rejoice of this day's service. But by August 8th he saw clearer, and wrote, Whether he mind to return or not, I know not, but my opinion is that he neither mindeth, nor is in case to do so. Certainly their people were many sick, and without doubt many killed, and by report of such as are taken, their ships, masts, ropes, and sails, much decayed by shot, and more it had been had we not wanted powder. This want of powder has been frequently adduced as an instance of the Queen's ill-judged economy or cruel parsimony. In reality, it was nothing of the sort. The allowance of powder had been great beyond all precedent, but the expenditure had been so also. Some Spaniards that we have taken, wrote Howard, that were in the fight at Lepanto, do say that the worst of our 4 fights that we have had with them did exceed far the fight they had there. And they say that at some of our fights we had 20 times as much great shot there plied as they had there. Lepanto was fought by the Spaniards, at any rate, on the medieval tactics which they still favored, the great guns adding thereto a mere unimportant interlude. The battles in the Channel and off Gravelines were a new departure, which before had been tried only exceptionally, and on a very small scale. We know that, on the average, the English guns were larger than the Spanish, that there were, relatively, more of them, and that they were said to be fired quite 3 times as fast. And yet, on the evening of July 29th, the Spanish magazines were much more thoroughly depleted than the English. Nor was it of ammunition alone that the Spanish ships were destitute. They were short of victuals and of water. Their hulls were torn by the English shot, their rigging cut, their masts badly wounded, their anchors left in Calais roads, and their seamen, too few at the beginning, fearfully reduced by sickness and slaughter. It was then, and has ever since been, the fashion to say that England was saved from a very great danger by the providential interference of storms. To the Spaniards, it soothed the national pride. To the English, it seemed to point them out as the elect of God. In reality, it was quite untrue. From the day on which the Spanish ships appeared off the Lizard till a week after the Battle of Gravelines, there was no wind beyond what a well-found ship would prefer, nothing to prevent frequent intercourse by small boats. Subsequently, the weather was bad, and gave effect to the damage wrought by the English guns. For the Spaniards, with no thought of Denmark or Norway, and still less of returning south, were trying to reach their own coast by passing to the west of Ireland. But they were ignorant of the navigation. They had neither pilots nor charts. Their ships were not seaworthy, and the weather was wild. As they passed between the Orkney and Shetland Islands, they left one ship a wreck on Fair Isle. Some were lost among the Western Hebrides. Some near the Giant's Causeway and on the coast of Donegal. 12 were driven into Sligo Bay, and there totally lost. Others on the outer isles. And so I can say, wrote Sir Richard Bingham, the governor of Connaught, by good estimation, that 6,000 or 7,000 men have been cast away on these coasts, save some thousand of them which escaped to land in several places where their ships fell, which since were all put to the sword. Others were wrecked further south. One, driven again into the Channel, was thrown ashore near Salcombe. According to the Spanish estimate, 2, in addition to the San Felipe and San Mateo, were sunk in the battle. 19 were wrecked in Scotland or Ireland, and 35 were not accounted for. In all, captured or destroyed, the loss of ships was returned as 63, and the loss of life was an even greater proportion. For to the men of these ships who were, for the most part, drowned or butchered, must be added the very large number of those who were slain in fight, or died of wounds, sickness, cold, and famine. Few such tremendous and far-reaching catastrophes have been recorded in history. Nor had the English escaped without severe loss, though not in the battle or the storm. Their ships were uninjured. Few of their men, about 60 in all, had been killed or wounded. But when they returned to Margate, after having followed the Spaniards as far as the Firth of Forth, a violent sickness broke out in the fleet. Such a sickness, probably of the nature of typhus or gaol fever, had already appeared in some of the ships while at Plymouth. These had been cleared out, fumigated, and had received new crews. But now, as the excitement of battle was ended, the sickness returned in a more virulent form and became more general. The infection, wrote Howard on August 22nd, is grown very great and in many ships, and now very dangerous, and those that come in fresh are soonest infected. They sicken the one day and die the next. Several of the ships seem to have lost fully half their men, dead or sent on shore sick. Others lost a very large proportion. And on September 4th, Hawkins wrote from the Downs, "The companies do fall sick daily. Our ships are utterly unfitted and unmeet to follow any enterprise from hence." If the Queen had been loath to begin the war, she now, at any rate, showed no slackness in her determination to prosecute it. Before August was out, she had ordered that measures should be taken to stop the treasure fleet, and, though she was obliged to yield to the assurances that the ships could not be cleaned and refitted in time, she was ready next spring to accept a proposal, which probably originated with Drake, to send an expedition to Portugal, with the nominal object of placing Don Antonio on the throne, and thus dealing a severe blow to Spanish power and Spanish prestige. She was, however, unwilling, or perhaps rather unable, to bear the whole expense. and it thus became a joint stock undertaking, with the Queen as a large shareholder. Reckless, as other pretenders have been, Don Antonio was lavish in his promises and pledges to those who would assist him. To the Queen he would be a vassal. He would pay all the costs of the expedition and a large yearly subsidy. The amount named is of little consequence. It was meant to tempt Elizabeth, but was scarcely intended to be paid. English and Portuguese were to have equal trade rights in England, in Portugal, and in the Indies. Several forts in Portugal were to be garrisoned by English, at the cost of Portugal, and between the two countries there was to be perpetual peace. We can see now that from the military point of view, the whole idea was a mistake. That to attack Spain on land was relinquishing the advantage of the sea, where we had proved our strength, in order to meet the Spanish army with a mob of raw recruits. For England had no army to supply the force required, and the soldiers newly raised for any expedition were not only ignorant of their duty and of discipline, but were unskilled in the use of arms, and were of the most unpromising material. Some 3,000 or 4,000 old soldiers from the Netherlands were an efficient nucleus of the force, and about 1,000 volunteers, men of good birth or of decent position, were admirable recruits, but the remainder, amounting to some 12,000 men, were the mere scrapings of the gutters and the outcasts of the gulls, and these made up the army which, under the command of Sir John Norreys, was to vanquish the finest infantry of Europe and virtually establish English rule in Portugal. Afloat, the Queen supplied 7 capital ships, round which were gathered 20 armed merchantmen and transports, storeships, and private adventurers swelled the number to nearly 200 sail. This was not the kind of expedition which the Admiral of England could be appointed to command. Its principal numerical strength was in the land forces, and the whole business was a speculation for the profit of the shareholders. Drake, Norreys, Don Antonio, and the Queen holding the founders' shares. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9, The Elizabethan Naval War with Spain, by J.K. Laughton. Part 3, read by John Andersen. February 1st, 1589, was the date fixed for sailing, but it was the middle of April before the ships were ready, and by that time much of the victuals had been expended. Further delay seemed unavoidable, but happily 3 or 4 Flemish vessels laden with barley, dried fish, and wine put into Plymouth. Their cargoes were promptly seized for the Queen's service, and on April 13th the fleet put to sea. The orders to the commanders were contradictory and impossible, and any attempt to explain them on military or even political grounds must fail, because it loses sight of the joint stock nature of the enterprise, which rendered the victualling of the army, at the expense of the enemy, a measure of commercial economy, and the political objective subservient to the profits of the shareholders. It was suggested, on the one hand, that Spanish ships of war might be looked for at Santander or other ports on the northern coast of Spain. On the other, the advisability of losing no time in getting to Lisbon was impressed on the commanders. But the necessity of feeding the men and the prospect of plunder led to the sack of Corunna and to a delay which threatened the failure of the whole expedition. While it is at least probable that the wish to conciliate Don Antonio was a main reason for the landing at Peniche and the 40 miles march to Lisbon, which completely broke down the troops, poor creatures as they were when they were enlisted, and further enervated by their excesses at Corunna and the long confinement on shipboard. From purely military considerations, it's clear that the whole expedition should have at once entered the Tagus, that the troops should have landed above Belay, and that, to the combined attack of ships and troops, Lisbon must have fallen. This is so self-evident that it has been supposed that Drake wished it to be done, and yielded only to the resolve of Don Antonio and Norreys. But the evidence is conclusive that Drake was in friendly agreement with his 2 colleagues, and that he promised to take the fleet off Lisbon in order to support them. Instead of doing so, he lay in Cascais Bay, making no attempt to force the passage, and we are obliged to suppose that he did not believe it practicable, though to us there does not appear to have been any insurmountable difficulty. Having been repulsed from the walls of Lisbon by the admirable defense of the Spanish governor, Philip's nephew, the Cardinal Archduke Albert, whose ruthless measures inside the town effectually prevented any rising of the Portuguese, the English troops, such of them as remained after the terrible sickness which had scourged them, fell back to Cascais Bay, where they were re-embarked, and, with their freight of sick and dying, the ships returned to England. The loss of men was very great, though the exact number was never known. It was variously stated as 3,000, 8,000, and 11,000 dead. Another account, which seems trustworthy, is that there were not 2,000 effective men in the fleet on its return. In any case, it was very terrible, and the Queen's natural anger at the failure was intensified and exaggerated by the total loss of all the money she had invested in the speculation. There were many others who mourned for the loss of their money, many, too, who mourned for the loss of friends or relations. There was much complaint, much recrimination. Drake and Norreys were put on their defense, and their stories were not always consistent. The question with whom the blame should rest has been much disputed, but the verdict of the day was certainly unfavorable to Drake, who, for the next 5 years, was out of the Queen's service, if not actually in disgrace. And yet, as engaged in the conduct of a partisan war, no other leader showed any distinguished merit. Privateers in crowds there were, who inflicted a very considerable loss on the Spaniards without any startling advantage to themselves, and the Earl of Cumberland, in a spirit of reckless gambling, fitted out many ventures on a large scale, but with no proportionate success. Even the Queen had no higher idea of what might be achieved by sea, nor were her ventures much more fortunate. And a squadron which she sent out in 1590 under Hawkins in Frobisher brought back nothing to show as a return for the outlay. There seems no doubt that a more proper course would have been to send a strong fleet, the strongest possible fleet, to the Azores, when the capture, or even the stay, of the flota, the treasure ships, would have brought Spain to her knees. During the years immediately following on the defeat of the Armada, it does not appear that Philip could have offered any serious resistance to such an attack. But the continued arrival of the treasure from the Indies, and 3 years' respite, enabled him to re-establish his navy in imposing numbers. And when at last, in the summer of 1591, a royal squadron, under the command of Lord Thomas Howard, was sent to the Azores to intercept the flota, he was able to send a comparatively powerful fleet to drive it away or destroy it. Howard, warned in time, weighed from Flores, where he had been lying, and avoided the intended attack. But one ship, the Revenge, by the ignorance, disobedience, or presumption of her commander, Sir Richard Granville, was caught, beset, and overpowered. Granville's obstinate defense against great odds has rendered the combat celebrated in story and in song. But its true moral is the disastrous effect of disobedience. In the following year another attempt was made to command the trade route through the Azores, but it was still more feeble than that of 1591, and the Queen had only a part interest in it. Yet its success in the capture of a Portuguese East Indiaman, the Great Carrack, the Madre de Dios, and the enormous wealth which this one ship contained, ought to have convinced her of the advisability of a wholehearted effort in the same direction. But it did not. She was throughout unable to see that the operations of the fleet were, and must be, the deciding factor in the war, and she continued to believe in the effect of her diplomacy, which was laughed at, and her army, which was insignificant. The relief of Brest by the capture of the Spanish fort at Crozon in 1594 had but little influence on the course of the war, and it was not till the end of the year, when Drake, having succeeded in making his peace with the Queen, was again called to active service, that any measure of importance was contemplated. It was resolved that he should command an expedition against Panama as the springhead of the Spanish wealth, but the initial mistake was made of joining with him his veteran kinsman, Sir John Hawkins, whom Drake would not acknowledge as his equal, and who would not accept the position of second. From the first, there was thus a good deal of friction, which the very different and conflicting characters of the men intensified, and the Queen, had not yet learned that great results are not to be obtained without great pains, and apparently supposed that little was called for on her part beyond her sanction. She lent 6 of her ships and advanced some £20,000, but the bulk of the money required was found by Drake and Hawkins, and by various London or other merchants, who also provided some 20 or 30 ships, large and small. It was in December 1594 that the expedition was definitely resolved on. If the ships could have been at once fitted, victualled, and sent off, with distinct instructions, all might have been well. But this was not Elizabeth's way. She was loath to make up her mind for a distant enterprise, and could not persuade herself that the dispatch of such an expedition would not give Philip the chance which she pictured him as waiting for. In reality, during all these years, the king's chief anxiety had been the fear that he might be attacked at home, and the several reports of fleets fitting out which were brought to England were but exaggerated accounts of preparations for the defense of the Spanish ports. More than this, in addition to the ceaseless trouble in the Netherlands and the wars and intrigues in France, an insurrection in Aragon was the cause of great embarrassment, and meanwhile the utter impoverishment of the country was rendering any strenuous effort more and more difficult, while England, with a rapidly increasing commerce and a prosperous war, was rising once again to a foremost place in Europe. Spain, suffering from a faulty and ignorant administration, still more than from an unsuccessful and harassing struggle, was fast sinking from the proud position she had held under Philip's father. With a diminishing population, a peasantry ground down, agriculture neglected, manufactures and commerce almost extinct, the pinch of poverty was everywhere felt. The revenues of the commanderies were pledged for the next 10 years. The ordinary revenue and the bullion which might be expected from the Indies were mortgaged for 3 years in advance. Of ships there were still some, but seamen, gunners, money, and enthusiasm were all conspicuously wanting. But neither Elizabeth nor her ministers knew this. They were quite unable to realize that the Spanish power was by this time little more than a hollow pretense, an inflated bladder which the growing strength of the English navy had pricked, and which it needed but persistent effort to flatten out. They believed, on the contrary, that it was a solid mass which, by its weight and by the force which impelled it, must bear down and crush any direct opposition. They thus accepted with a ready belief, not unmixed with fear, all the stories of Spanish equipments and armaments which were sent to them by their agents in Spain, who on their side were anxious to justify their existence and to show their employers a certain equivalent for their pay. It was probably this delusion that interfered with any direct action against Spain during 1593 and 1594, and that prevented Elizabeth from giving more than a half-hearted sanction, limited by very doubtful conditions, to a campaign in the West Indies. At last, after being driven from Brest, the Spaniards attempted from Blavet some petty raids on the English coast, and, in July 1595, with 4 galleys, attacked the coast of Cornwall, landed some 400 men, burned Mousehole, Newlyn, and Penzance, and scuttled back, fearing to be stayed by the militia or cut off by a few ships, which Drake hurried round from Plymouth. The Queen at once concluded that this was the advance guard of a formidable expedition, intended for Ireland or Scotland, if not for England itself, and sent orders to Drake and Hawkins to go round by the south of Ireland to look for the Spanish fleet. If it were not there, they were to look for it on the coast of Portugal or at Lisbon, and certainly to be home by May 1596. They readily undertook to look for the Spanish fleet, but refused to wait for it on the coast of Portugal, or to pledge themselves to be back by May, and so, leaving the Queen torn by anxiety, they put to sea on August 28, 1595. Had they made their way at once to the West Indies, they would apparently have found the Spaniards quite unprepared, and would certainly have been able to pay the costs of the expedition, with a handsome profit, out of the spoils of Cartagena, Portobello, and Panama. As it was, they seemed to have been short of provisions, and to have thus felt it necessary to make an attempt on Las Palmas, in the Gran Canary, if, indeed, they were not rather impelled by a mere desire for plunder. Necessary or not, it was a serious military mistake. The attempt failed, and from some prisoners who fell into their hands, the Spaniards learnt enough to enable them to suspect the destination of the fleet and to send word to their settlements in the West Indies. A still greater, a fatal evil, was the quarrel between the generals. Drake, at all times bold to the verge of rashness, found himself hampered by his colleague, whose constitutional caution was rendered more obstinate by age. There may have been other reasons, personal or political, of which we know nothing, though some have been suggested. But the want of concord was a fact patent to the whole fleet. On no point of service could the two agree, and it almost looked as if the death of Hawkins, worn out by age, fever, and vexation, might prove a distinct advantage to the expedition. But the Spaniards, having been forewarned, were, for once in their national history, forearmed, and, for his now dilatory proceedings, it may be thought that the hand of death was already pressing on Drake. At Puerto Rico he was beaten off, and when, after delaying 17 days at Rio de la Hacha, he appeared before Cartagena, it was thought too strong to be attempted. Nombre de Dios was taken possession of without difficulty, but all treasure had been cleared out of it. An attempt to march the troops across the isthmus to Panama was defeated, and the men returned to the ships dispirited. Nombre de Dios was then burnt, but a violent sickness broke out. Men and officers were dying fast. Drake himself was ill and delirious, and off Portobello he died on the morning of January 28, 1596. Philip and the Spaniards, who had learnt to believe him the incarnation of the English power at sea, held the news of his death, but his name long sounded terrible to Spanish ears, and even now, it is said, the nurseries of Mexico are stilled by the warning, "Ay, viene Drake." Great man, however, as he was, the ultimate defeat of the Spaniards was due not so much to him as to the national conditions of the struggle, which Drake had indeed intensified, but which were not changed by his death. Meantime, Philip had been straining his resources to the utmost to fit out a fleet for the relief or defense of the West Indies. That it should be late was a matter of course. If Drake had succeeded in his first attempt, or lived to make and succeed in a second, Panama would have been sacked, and the treasure on board the English ships long before the arrival of the Spanish fleet under the command of Don Bernardino de Aviñada, a man of some experience at sea and more ability than was shown by the majority of Spanish admirals. But his force was not sufficient for the purpose for which it had come, the destruction of the English, who, on their part, weakened by the loss of great numbers of their men and, most of all, by the death of Drake, were desirous only of getting safely away. Weak as his fleet really was, and badly fitted as were his ships, Don Bernardino appears to have been nobly anxious to perform his allotted task, and waiting for the English at the west end of Cuba, met them near the Isle of Pines on March 1st. Sir Thomas Baskerville, the commander of the soldiers, who had succeeded to the command of the English fleet, seems to have maneuvered it with judgment, so as to let the heavier-armed Queen's ships take the stress of the fighting. It would appear that the advantage was entirely with the English, but their enfeebled crews were in no condition to push it home, and had to content themselves with being permitted to continue their voyage and return to England. The expedition had failed, but so clearly by its own fault and weakness, not by any effort of the enemy, that it is almost curious to note that the inability of Spain to fit out a fleet equal to the defense of its American settlements conveyed no lesson to the English Queen and her ministers. They were enabled to see that a nation so impotent was not one that could attempt an invasion in force, and the belief in the probability of such an attempt goaded the Queen to a resolution to forestall it, and to strike a blow at the navy of Spain in its own ports. The resolution took effect in the expedition to Cadiz in 1696. There seems no doubt that the design and the objective of this expedition originated with the Lord Admiral, who, in what was intended as a truly national effort, took his natural place as commander-in-chief, though, much to his disgust, the Earl of Essex was joined with him, in more immediate command of the army. The expedition was on a scale not unworthy of the occasion. 11 of the Queen's capital ships, with some few smaller, 12 London and 18 Dutch ships of war, 2 of them ships of force, constituted the fighting strength by sea. 70 transports carried some 7,000 soldiers with many volunteers, and of the names then eminent in war, afloat or ashore, Most are to be found in the list of this array. Besides the two commanders-in-chief, Lord Thomas Howard was Vice Admiral and Sir Walter Raleigh Rear Admiral of the fleet, and with each of these were Vice and Rear Admirals of the several squadrons, distinguished by flags of different colors, the genesis of the red, white, and blue squadrons, so familiar in our naval history of the 17th and 18th centuries. The troops are described as better equipped and presenting a better appearance than usual. It would seem, too, that they were well victualled. They were, in fact, commanded by men of low country experience, Vere, the Wingfields, Clifford, Blount, and others, all capable soldiers. The instructions under which this expedition sailed are so straightforward, and in such contrast with the inferences and tergiversations of others, that they ought to be considered. They explain to the generals that the object of the expedition is, by burning of the king's ships of war in his havens, before they should come forth to the seas, and therewith also destroying his magazines of victuals and his munitions for the arming of his navy, to provide that neither the rebels in Ireland should be aided and strengthened, nor yet the king be able of long time to repair unto, and have any great navy in readiness to offend us. The generals are therefore to make careful inquiry and to direct their first actions, to destroy such ships as they shall understand to be provided to repair to Ireland, or to come by the narrow seas to Calais. And if you cannot understand of any such particular purposes, you shall direct your course to such ports, where the greater number of the king's ships of war are, and where his provisions are in store. And there you shall use all good means possible to spoil and burn all the said ships, or as many of them as conveniently you may. And also you shall destroy, or get into your possession to our use, as many of the victuals, powder, ordnance, cordage, and all other apparelings for war as you can. This destruction of ships, stores, and magazines of naval provisions is the first object, which we charge you shall be first attempted, before any other service. But that being accomplished, if the town belonging to the port, where those ships and magazines were, hath great riches, and you shall understand that it is not able to defend itself against you, and that the riches thereof are not wholly carried away into the inlands, where you cannot recover the same, in such case you may attempt the taking of such a town, and possess yourself of the riches thereof, and, after much detail as to the ordering of the expedition, and providing for the safety of the riches, if, after this service done, in destroying of the king's ships and of his staples of provisions, you shall hear of the likelihood of the coming from the Indies of any of the king's carracks laden with riches, you shall send away as many of the ships and men as you shall not have need of, to be used to the taking of such carracks, which we must leave to your consideration. So, on June 1st, the fleet weighed from Cawsand Bay and proceeded southwards. In Spain there was anxiety amounting to panic. The equipment of the fleet had been reported, but it was not known where the blow would fall, and nowhere were there efficient preparations for defense. The secret had been curiously well kept, and both in the fleet and in Spain it was thought that the objective was Lisbon. There the panic was so great that, it was said, any sort of force might have entered and sacked it. Cadiz was practically defenseless. Fully 20 years before, the necessity of strengthening its fortifications had been urged on the king, but little, if anything, had been done. The walls were crumbling in decay. The few guns mounted on them were old, worn out, and more dangerous to their friends than to their foes. Everywhere the country was drained of soldiers to supply the armies in France or the Low Countries, and the defense was left to untrained, half-armed citizens or local militia. At Seville they were trying to buy some powder for its weight in silver, and were scouring the neighborhood, hoping to find some muskets. Gibraltar and Cartagena were equally helpless. The king and his ministers had been alternating between fits of nervous anxiety and baseless arrogance. At one moment fearing a repetition of Drake's performance in 1587, at another discussing schemes for the invasion of England, but, through all, denuding the country for the maintenance of powerful armies abroad. Now, when the case that ought to have been first considered was imminent, there had been no provision, no preparation, and everywhere there was panic. And thus, when the English fleet arrived off Cadiz, there was no possibility of offering any serious opposition to it. The English commanders could not bring themselves to believe this. They had for so long been taught the immensity of the Spanish power that they could not conceive that the defense of an important haven, and of the wealth of the Indies, had been absolutely neglected. Thus there were councils of war and consultations as to how the entrance was to be forced. But, once resolved on, all difficulty vanished, and our ships made their way in against the resistance which, though stout as the Spaniards and galleys could make it, was in reality little more than nominal. If the very clear letter of instructions had been obeyed, if the victory had been followed up, as common sense showed it ought to be, the whole of the Spanish fleet, all the galleys, 19 ships of war, and 36 great merchantmen laden for the West Indies to the estimated value of 12 millions of ducats, must have been taken. The headstrong and reckless vanity of the Earl of Essex spoiled all. Afloat, he was only second. Ashore, he would be first. A young soldier, with but little experience, anxious to flesh his sword, he immediately landed, with about 2,000 men, for the assault of the town, which, on its side, drew out what forces there were, and made a brave show. It was nothing more, and as the English advanced, the burghers fled, shutting to the gates in their haste and fear, while several of their body were still outside. These sought safety by climbing over the ruined walls, closely followed by the advance guard of the English, who opened the gates. The main army pressed in and forced their way to the marketplace, where they established themselves. Though desultory firing went on for some hours, there was no concerted defense, and before nightfall the town was entirely in the hands of the English. The next day, the castle capitulated. If the town and its ransom had been the first or principal objective of the expedition, perfect success was attained, and all was well. The instructions quoted above show that such was not the case, that the town was altogether a secondary consideration, and, as it could not possibly escape, it ought to have been left till the primary aim, the possession of the ships, had been secured. But when the Earl of Essex and his men rushed on shore, like a parcel of schoolboys let loose, the Lord Admiral, whether jealous of Essex, as has been said, or, as is more probable, conceiving that he was bound by the Queen's wishes to watch over her favourite and support him, followed to the shore, without leaving any orders as to the pursuit of the ships. These fled up the harbour. The galleys escaped to the open sea through the channel of San Pedro. The great ships and galleons sought shelter in the shallow water towards Puerto Real, and when it seemed likely that they might still fall into the hands of the English, they were set on fire and totally destroyed. To the English, this frustration of their hopes of gain was cruel, but to the Spaniards the loss was absolute, even if, as was afterwards alleged, with very probable exaggeration, much of the merchandise belonged to foreigners, French or even Dutch, trading under Spanish names. Though the good success of the enterprise thus fell far short of what it ought to have been, it was nevertheless decisive. But the Queen's government was unable to realize the fact, and continued to believe in rumors of intended invasion, which were certainly false, probably set afloat by the Spanish government in hopes of saving their prestige. It is unnecessary to speak here in any detail of the quarrel between the two generals, which resulted from their action at Cadiz. When the excitement was past, Howard must have felt annoyed that he, a man of years and experience, had been led into such a serious blunder, a blunder costing 12 million ducats, which he could be quite sure the Queen would angrily resent. And it must have been the more aggravating that Essex, an irresponsible boy, could not see that he had done anything wrong. Of course, he would say, the sea officers ought to have taken measures for securing the ships. That was no business of his. He was not to be bound by instructions drawn out by a doting old woman in mere office quill drivers, and was now only anxious to continue his independent course and to raid the towns along the coast. To this Howard absolutely refused his consent, though later, sorely against the grain, he was induced to allow a plundering expedition at Faro, where the principal booty was the bishop's library, which was brought home by Essex and presented to the University of Oxford. A council of war judged it fitting that the general should return to England, that a detachment of the fleet under Lord Thomas Howard should, in accordance with the instructions, sail to the Azores to await the return of the flotilla, and that Cadiz should be held by a garrison of 8,000 men under the command of Sir Francis Vere. But to this, Essex, jealous of the distinction thus conferred on Vere, would not agree. He himself would stay, or Cadiz should be evacuated. With the fear of the Queen before their eyes, neither Howard nor the Council of War would agree to leave Essex behind. So, as the ransom was not forthcoming, the city was set on fire and the fleet departed. It was then asserted that the state of the victuals would not permit Lord Thomas to go to the Azores, and the whole expedition, after ascertaining that there were no ships in Corunna, returned to England, where the Queen, while openly recognizing the good service they had performed, was not slow to let the generals feel her anger at the loss of the riches which they ought to have brought home. There can be no doubt that this, and the quarrel between the generals, which spread to the sea and land officers, prevented the advantage which had been actually secured in the wholesale destruction of Spanish ships and treasure from being estimated at its full value. It began, however, to be realized when, in the following year, it was seen that the Spanish government could make no effort to hinder the fleet, which under the sole command of Essex was sent to the Azores to look out for the homeward-bound treasure fleet, and missed it, partly, it might be said, by bad luck, but mainly by his own petulant conduct and because of the unseemly squabble between him and Raleigh, his rear admiral. This was, as a matter of fact, the end of the naval war. Philip II died in September 1598, and his successor, notwithstanding the desire to continue the struggle, had neither the ships nor the money nor the grim determination which were needed. The English held command of the sea, not indeed with theoretical completeness, but with practical sufficiency. No Spanish fleets even attempted to contest it. It is true that in 1601 a force of 3,000 men was landed in Kinsale, but the ships which brought them withdrew panic-struck and left them in a state of isolation. This was intensified when a small squadron, bringing them reinforcements and supplies, was caught by Sir Richard Levison in Castlehaven and destroyed. A couple of months later, the Spaniards in Kinsale surrendered on terms, and the rebellion in Ireland was virtually crushed. Elizabeth, on her side, was quite willing to leave the war to private enterprise, and did not send any squadrons to sea, except those under Levison and Monson in 1602, which missed the Plate fleet, but captured a rich carrack in Chisimbra Bay. But the work of the privateers continued. As long as the treasure ships crossed the ocean, the adventurers sought for a share of the spoil, and sometimes found it, often enough, in fact, to make the search a profitable speculation. And the Spanish loss was still greater than their enemies' gain. The privateers were bleeding their helpless victim to death, and thus, though the fleet, as a fleet, had no direct share in bringing the war to an end, it is quite certain that, after the grand fleets in 1588 and 1596 had broken the power and prestige of the Spanish navy, after the expedition to the West Indies in 1595 and the islands voyage in 1597 had demonstrated its utter weakness, the privateers waxed bolder, and by their daring attacks, both on the Spanish coast and in the West Indies, struck such grievous blows and caused the Spanish such losses that they could only regard King James' wish for peace at any price, as a heaven-sent relief to their misery. No doubt the war might have been fought very differently, possibly with results more grandly decisive. It is not difficult to picture Elizabeth as recognizing the overwhelming influence of sea power and the superiority of the English navy, as dealing crushing blows, as beating Spain to a standstill, and seizing the sources of her American wealth. Neither is it difficult to picture England, with a small population, no manufactures, and but a nascent commerce, sinking under the burden of a colonial empire which, even 200 years later, she could not bear. But of such speculations history takes no account, and we can only chronicle the fact that the result of the Elizabethan War contributed largely to the downfall of Spanish power, and strengthened the confidence which, centuries before, the English had learnt to place in their navy. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. The Last Years of Elizabeth by Sidney Lee. Part 1. The concluding scenes in the drama of Queen Elizabeth's reign abound in exciting episodes. Complicated crises in the ecclesiastical and political spheres succeed each other with rapidity. Apart from all questions of foreign policy, each year produced domestic incidents which kept the mind of the nation on the alert. No such momentous events presented themselves as the trial and execution of Mary Stewart, or the dispersal of the Spanish Armada. But the causes which produced these stirring incidents were still powerful. The jealousy of Spain was stimulated rather than diminished by the campaign of 1588. The Catholic conspiracy against Queen Elizabeth's government was not crushed by the death of the Queen of Scots. "The dangers are not over yet," remarked the Queen in her latest years to her godson, Sir John Harrington, who noticed that to the end she always kept a sword beside her table. By 1588, England had won two important victories, which had inflicted serious wounds on her foes. But her old enemies were still defiant, and the need of vigilance was the same as before. Few new questions in foreign or home affairs occupied the attention of English statesmen. Even the critical domestic topic of the succession to the crown had been present to them from the outset. Time now merely rendered its settlement more urgent, and gave it greater prominence. In other directions, problems that had been surveyed from a distance now called for solution at close quarters. The main distinction between England before 1588 and after that eventful year lay in no novelty of policy, in no change of national aspiration, but in a reinforcement of the sentiments which dominated the earlier epoch. The nation's confidence in its destiny, now that it was freed from imminent peril, gained in intensity. Intellectual and spiritual energy was quickened and moved more rapidly. Literature, while developing along the lines on which it had already set forth, scaled unprecedented heights. Probably the most notable feature of the era, the one which in the end contributed most to the increase of the national reputation, was the literary activity which found its highest embodiment in the dramas of Shakespeare, but proved its rare fertility in many other manifestations, notably in the achievements of Bacon, Hooker, and Ben Jonson. Meanwhile, political and ecclesiastical principles, which had already won the allegiance of one or other sections of the public, sought further advantage, and their advocates endeavoured more strenuously than before to impress their own convictions on the national conscience. Political and religious parties assumed a more aggressive tone in their attitude towards one another. Their aims became more distinct, and their tone more uncompromising. Loyalty to the crown was never more passionate. Sovereign and people were repeatedly exchanging protestations of mutual love. Yet sentiments of a type which conflicted with these assurances were gaining force. The professional and mercantile classes were manifesting a growing impatience of arbitrary government or constraints on personal liberty. City merchants were not backward in complaints of the burden of taxation. Nearly every parliament produced some champion of popular rights, who could only be silenced by imprisonment. The authority of veteran statesmen, who had long guided the national policy, was exposed in larger measure than in early years to vexatious criticism within the bounds of the Queen's Council. A new generation of courtiers had arisen, and they fought hard and not ineffectively with the old ministers for control of the Crown's influence. The slow and diplomatic caution which distinguished the old school of politicians was scouted by men of reckless daring and restless activity, who were unburdened by official responsibility. although the Queen's presence could restrain the impatient and abusive remonstrance with which the newcomers were wont to meet the proposals of their elders, not even her intervention in debate could always preserve her old advisers from defeat. The Queen, as her years grew, seemed more accessible to the lover-like attentions with which youthful aspirants to political power flattered her vanity, and she gave many of them specious encouragement. But she was loyal to old servants of the state. She did not take the political pretensions of her younger admirers seriously, and by her delusive patronage she contrived to keep jealousy rife among them. The courtiers who stood outside the official hierarchy ranged themselves about the throne in rival factions. Their efforts to outwit each other limited their active influence, but kept the court in perpetual turmoil, and at times gave an impression of uncertainty to the action of the government. Another danger lay in the active adherence of government to the principle of force in dealing with antagonistic opinions, for the efficacy of coercion was an almost universal creed among practical politicians. It was constantly put to the test of experiment, and raised up an army of victims whose resentment and animosity were steadily increasing. There were powerful critics of the accepted coercive principle in the last years of the reign, but they carried little weight on the active stage of public affairs. A spirit of turbulence and unrest indeed brooded over the domestic affairs of the nation, but the tendencies to internal disorder, formidable although they were held in check by influences which were of old standing and showed no sign of decay. There was genuine sincerity in the regard and affection which the mass of the people felt for the Queen, although at the same time they groaned under oppressive burdens of taxation. Her increasing age accentuated her resolute bearing, and gave her an added title to reverence. Zeal for the nation's independence, and for the final dissipation of the foreign peril, was an efficient bond of union among the court factions, however sharply personal ambitions and predilections divided them. The House of Commons, when burning to discuss the nation's grievances, cheerfully postponed domestic questions, at a reminder from the government of the urgent need of providing supplies wherewith to resist some new threat of foreign invasion. Thinking men like Francis Bacon might well cherish the hope that such solvents of discord as these might ultimately assuage the heat of party, and that wise statesmanship might yet discover via media a means of general reconcilement. The flames of intestine strife were menacing, but with caution their progress might be stayed, and the equilibrium of the state might be preserved from overthrow. The despotic principle of the Queen's government, in spite of signs of discontent, underwent little modification in her last years. The sovereign strength of will never faltered. Her conservative temper resisted innovation. Although she gave proof in her latest years of anxiety to exercise the prerogative of autocracy in the material interests of the nation at large, rather than in the interests of any class or clique, her assertion of absolute authority in affairs of state was never qualified by doubt or fear. Fortune seemed to smile on her pretensions. Death wrought inevitable changes in the circle of her ministers and friends, but its action was slow and deliberate. Veteran supporters holding responsible offices passed from the scene, but it was after their work was done, and when they were withdrawn from the state of public affairs. The system to which they had ministered went on as before, under the Queen's vigorous direction. The Queen's chief counsellor, Lord Burleigh, was a zealous guardian of traditional policy, and he was long-lived. For 40 years, from her accession until within 5 years of her death, he was at her side, to give all the assurance of homogeneity that was possible to her foreign and domestic policy. Burghley's career belonged, in Horace Walpole's phrase, to the annals of his country. At the date of the Armada he was 68 years old. He had already enjoyed 38 years' experience of high political office, and was to pass through another 10 years of service. In 1550, at the age of 30, he had become Secretary of State to the Queen's half-brother, Edward VI. Queen Elizabeth, on her accession, appointed him to the like post. 14 years later he rose to be Lord Treasurer, and was thenceforth in effect both the Queen's Prime Minister and her Foreign Minister. Lord Burghley cherished through life a thorough-going and unfashionable contempt for the foreigner. He was unmoved by the foreign culture which won wide sympathy among his contemporaries. Yet it was his destiny in public life chiefly to concentrate his energies on foreign affairs. All the other business of government indeed passed under his survey. There was scarcely any personal or public topic about which the Queen failed to ask his opinion. He never spared himself pains in elaborating, in writing schemes of advice on every subject that presented itself. But it was in the capacity of Foreign Minister that the Queen chiefly valued his assistance. Not that she accepted any of his counsel unquestionably. At times he brusquely rejected it, but he always retained her confidence. He was, she declared, her spirit and her oracle, and in spite of occasional modifications which the Queen or some other adviser imposed on his plans, it was Burghley's scheme of foreign policy which governed Elizabethan England. Burghley was slow in speech and movement, and was no believer in heroic measures in domestic or foreign affairs. He regarded war as the last resort of statesmanship, and firmly believed in the virtues of diplomatic intrigue as a bulwark against aggression. In this faith he created and maintained an enormous secret service. An army of spies throughout Europe were for some 30 years in constant correspondence with him. Few Catholic agents in the pay of England's enemies at Paris, Rome, or Madrid escaped his observation. The Elizabethan system of espial was brought to the highest perfection by his astute colleague, Sir Francis Walsingham, the Queen's secretary. But Walsingham worked under Burghley's supervision and in subordination to him. The secret dispatches were usually annotated by the Lord Treasurer, and he alone took action upon them. When Walsingham died in 1590, he left a wide gap in the administration, but it was filled by Burghley's personal activity. He gave to the clandestine machinery a minuter attention than before, and its operations lost none of their efficiency. Burghley outlived almost all the statesmen of his own generation. The thinning of the ranks of his contemporaries at once increased his dignity and intensified his isolation. His taciturn, cynical temperament and cautious bearing exhausted the patience of the younger frequenters of the court, but they recognized his acumen by conferring on him the sobriquet of the old fox. Attempts made to displace him ignominiously failed, but in the later years of Elizabeth's reign he more than once had to accept warlike solutions of foreign problems which were out of harmony with his pacific and cautious temperament. In his own household he had prepared for himself a valuable ally. His son Robert, who shared his cautious habits of mind and combined them with greater alertness of thought and speech, was brought up to be his coadjutor. After 1590, when Burghley reached his 70th year, his health declined by slow degrees. Though his industry was long proof against physical weakness, he grew more and more dependent on the assistance of his son. To the exaggerated mode of adulation which Burleigh had constantly practised in his addresses to his sovereign, Robert Cecil easily adapted himself, and the Queen was readily moved to extend to him, her little secretary, the confidence which his father had long enjoyed. The partnership of father and son proved formidable from the first, and when in 1596 Sir Robert Cecil was formally appointed Secretary of State, the Sicilian ascendancy, despite the jealousy it encountered, was in a position to scorn assault. The younger Cecil contrived to gather into his hands all the preferments of the crown, and none could hope for promotion except by his favour. Burleigh survived his son's elevation by 2 years. As his bodily infirmities grew, the Queen lavished on him enhanced marks of her gratitude and affection. She entreated him to spare himself the fatigues of court etiquette, by which in other instances she set exaggerated store. She even helped to nurse him through his last illness. His death was a personal loss which grieved her acutely, but his removal caused no change in the method of her administration. Sir Robert Cecil carried it on, under her effective supervision, in his father's spirit, and with somewhat greater ardour. Yet the most obvious embarrassments which Lord Burleigh suffered in his endeavours to control the Queen's policy came from the Queen herself. He was hampered not merely by her sudden displays at critical moments of an obstinate insistence on her own authority, but also by the vain hopes of exerting a rival political influence, which her coquetries excited in ambitious courtiers outside the official hierarchy. Burleigh was subjected to the hostility of the Queen's favourites throughout his official association with her. Until the date of the Spanish Armada, her friend the Earl of Leicester had steadily endeavoured to thwart or misrepresent Burleigh's advice and action. The endeavours had proved of small avail, but they increased the harassing cares of Burleigh's official life. Although the Queen often quarrelled with Leicester and ridiculed his presumptuous pretensions to political power, through 30 years of her reign she never for long excluded him from her society. His sudden death after the defeat of the Spaniards in September 1588 seemed to relieve Lord Burleigh of a primary source of anxiety. 3 years later, Sir Christopher Hatton, another of the Queen's favourites, whose frank intimacy with her had been a crying scandal, passed away. She had rewarded Hatton's attentions with a liberality that with her was rare. She had, with doubtful wisdom, admitted him to the inner circle of the government. For 4 years he had filled the great judicial office of Lord Keeper. The places that the death of Leicester and Hatton left vacant were not empty long. Sir Walter Raleigh had already attracted the Queen's attention. His gallant bearing and felicitous power of flattering his sovereign in melodious verse had already fascinated her, and she had eagerly welcomed the compliment he paid her of giving in her honour the name of Virginia to the tract of land of the American continent which he was seeking to colonize. Raleigh remained to the end a member of the inner circle of the court, though he suffered many times the customary fortune of the Queen's favourites, and was at intervals driven angrily from her presence. It was not, however, on Raleigh's shoulders that Leicester's mantle fell. The role that the Earl of Leicester had played in his relations to his sovereign was bestowed on a younger man, Robert Devereux, Earl of Essex. Essex' kinship and education gave him some title to the succession. His father died when he was 9, and Lord Burleigh then became his guardian. When he was 13 years of age, his widowed mother married the Earl of Leicester, and he thus stood to the Queen's favourite in the relation of stepson. His goodly person attracted the Queen from the day that he came to court in his youth. When she is abroad, wrote a friendly observer in 1587, the year in which Essex attained his majority, nobody with her but my Lord of Essex, and at night my lord is at cards, or one game or another with her, that he cometh not to his own lodging until birds sing in the morning. His vanity was flattered by such proofs of the Queen's affection, and he formed a resolve to fill a predominant position in state affairs. With the versatility characteristic of the epoch, he set no limits to the scope of his ambition. In the arts alike of war and peace, he hoped to outstrip all competitors. Of cultivated tastes, he had a distinct measure of poetic genius. Endowed with much physical strength, he excelled in athletic exercises, and was well able to bear the fatigues of active military service. An exaggerated confidence in himself rendered him impatient of advice and control. With small capacity for detail, he formed decided opinions on political questions at home and abroad, and judged it practicable to impose his views by dint of passionate iteration on the Queen herself and those who held responsible office. His impetuosity blinded him to the obstacles which lay in his path, and his career promised storm and strife. On all who stood high in the Queen's favour, Essex declared in due time open war. He cared not what were the political views or personal merits of his fellow courtiers. Sir Walter Raleigh was as enthusiastic an advocate of open war with Spain, and no less daring. Yet Raleigh was from first to last a formidable competitor with him in the race for the exclusive control of the Queen, and was consequently treated by Essex as a mortal foe. But Essex was clear-sighted enough to recognise that Lord Burleigh and his son were the chief barriers between him and genuine political power, and he devoted his main energies to counteracting their influence. Every movement which the Lord Treasurer and his official allies sought to check was encouraged by Essex. Every unsuccessful aspirant to promotion at the Lord Treasurer's hands could count upon Essex as an ardent patron and friend. He became the leader of opposition against the Queen's official advisers, and a centre of much concealed dissatisfaction. He fought only for his own hand. No large principles were embodied in his policy. He lived and fell as a soldier of fortune. His reckless pursuit of selfish ends failed to inflict any permanent injury on the administration of the country, but circumstances so evolved themselves as to render him a menace to domestic peace for nearly 10 years. There were attractive elements in Essex's personality which gave him for a time a specious strength. Although he could not subordinate himself to the authority of men in equal or superior stations, he was genial in intercourse with his inferiors, and respected in those who served him the powers of concentration in which he was himself deficient. He loved the life of camps, and no suspicion of his personal courage was possible. He showed to advantage in military society. When in the summer of 1591 he led a small army of English volunteers to Normandy to aid Henry of Navarre in his struggle with the army of the League, he easily won the friendship of that prince and of his chief general, Marshal de Biron. His virtues and defects alike had the capacity of evoking popular sympathy. Essex's position in the popular eye had been greatly improved by his marriage in 1590. His wife was daughter of the Queen's Secretary of State, Sir Francis Walsingham, who was lately dead, and a widow of Sir Philip Sidney. He caught from the union some reflections of the glamour and prestige attaching to the names of Sidney and of Walsingham. Sidney's knight-errantry was indeed after Essex's own hand, and it was a grateful task to him to emulate it. His father-in-law's skill in detective diplomacy was not easy for him to acquire. The example suggested to him one method of pursuing the domestical greatness after which he yearned, despite his unfitness to attain it. He saw that his purpose of predominance would not be gained unless he could induce the Queen to infuse something of his own warlike spirit into the cautious foreign policy of Lord Burleigh. Expert knowledge of foreign affairs was necessary for effective criticism of the decisions of the Queen's advisers. The Queen herself was always anxious to obtain early and trustworthy information of events passing in foreign countries which concerned herself and her subjects. Essex consequently took into his pay a number of secretaries and clerks who were to organize in his own house a Bureau of Foreign Intelligence. He was fortunate in his choice of co-adjudicators. Anthony Bacon, nephew of Lord Burleigh's wife, who had travelled on the continent and was in touch with English and foreign spies throughout Europe, was smarting under his uncle's cold indifference to his welfare. He was easily persuaded to enlist in Essex's service as Foreign Secretary. Under Anthony Bacon's direction, Essex House soon rivalled Lord Burleigh's Record Office in the quality and quantity of the foreign intelligence which reached it. Essex for the time winged a lofty flight. He opened correspondence with his old friend Henry IV of France and with James VI of Scotland. He promised to influence the English government in their interest. Lord Burleigh and his colleagues were gravely embarrassed by the respect which the foreign sovereigns paid to their resolute critic, and Queen Elizabeth increased their difficulties by listening with interest to the foreign dispatches which reached Essex, and by inviting information from him in regard to critical foreign questions. Essex illustrated his normal method of work as an amateur and self-appointed guardian of his sovereign by a charge which he brought against the Queen's Jewish physician, Rodrigo Lopez, of conspiring against her life. Lopez had come from Portugal to England in 1559 and had reached the highest place in the medical profession. He had a large foreign correspondence and was politically useful to the government. In 1592 Essex welcomed to England a Portuguese adventurer, Don Antonio, who was a pretender to the Spanish throne, and Lopez acted as the fugitive's interpreter. Essex had already sought Lopez's aid as a collector of foreign news, but they had not worked amicably. Lopez cultivated the society of foreign visitors to London. Suspicion fell on him that he was in the pay of King Philip and was conspiring to poison Queen Elizabeth and Don Antonio. When the matter was brought to the Queen's attention, she expressed incredulity, but Essex undertook to prove the accusation true, and he left no stone unturned to bring together sufficient evidence to secure a conviction. It was with reluctance that the Queen signed the death warrant. How far the facts justified the man's execution is doubtful. Essex pressed into his service anti-Semite as well as anti-Spanish prejudice, but he claimed with pride to have rendered by his vigilance a great public service, which the responsible ministers would have been unable to accomplish without his cooperation. He believed that he had damaged the government's credit by doing voluntarily and more thoroughly than they their own work. He was sanguine of founding an imperium in imperio. Anthony Bacon was not the only member of his family who joined forces with Essex and offered to aid his fortunes. Lord Burleigh had alienated not only Anthony Bacon, but also his brother Francis, possessor of the most powerful intellect of the era, but at the moment he was known merely as a struggling barrister. Francis Bacon, with characteristic cynicism, believed that he might avenge himself on his neglectful kinsman by strengthening the hands of an ambitious rival. Francis Bacon was no good judge of men at close quarters, and he misapprehended Essex's aims and characters. He thought that under sagacious guidance he might reach his goal of political predominance, and even to the national advantage enjoy power. In return for good counsel, Bacon hoped to receive from his patron official promotion. The partnership looked more perilous to the stability of the responsible government than it proved to be. Essex's erratic and impulsive temper was incorrigible. He was not long able to apply himself to details of foreign affairs. nor was he attentive to the teachings of practical philosophy. Bacon bade him retain the Queen's favour by affecting submission to her will. He was to gain her confidence by his reasonableness in argument and width of view. Above all, he was to subdue his passion for military glory. But Essex could not assimilate prudential maxims, neither Anthony Bacon's tuition in details of foreign affairs, nor the rules of practical conduct which Francis Bacon poured into his ears, produced any real effect on his course of action. He was an impulsive knight-errant, and neither close study nor carefully regulated behaviour was adapted to his idiosyncrasy. For a season, however, Essex's prospects steadily improved. Foreign affairs were in 1595 inclining the balance of domestic power in favour of those who were agitating for a spirited policy. A great opportunity seemed opening to Lord Burleigh's censors. A renewal of Spanish activity had robbed France of Calais. England was threatened at closer quarters than ever by her pertinacious foe. The peace party in the council was seriously embarrassed. It was difficult to justify inaction for a Spanish army almost in sight of the English shore. The party of aggression was loud in condemnation of delay. They urged as a preliminary step active cooperation with France in an attempt to recover the lost seaport. But the opposition were not altogether at one among themselves. Essex and Raleigh both advised larger measures. They were doubtful whether northern France offered England an adequate point of attack on Spain. An expeditionary force for the relief of Calais was however collected at Dover, and Essex, anxious to engage in any manner of active service, accepted the command. But before preparations were completed, the plea for a more extended scheme of operations was pressed forward with vigour and success. The extreme section of the council won a victory over the cautious minister. Despite his hesitation, a thoroughgoing attack on the shipping in Spanish ports was authorized. Essex's position was strengthened by the course of events. In the expedition which followed he took a very prominent part. To his dash and energy the capture of Cadiz in 1596 was largely due. His repute rose high. He was the popular hero of the campaign, and he overflowed with self-confident elation. Next year, the aggressive party in the council resumed its hold on the country's foreign policy, and Essex fought to repeat his stirring exploits. He engaged in the islands voyage and the assault on the Azores, but the result was very different from that of the former expedition. Characteristic quarrels among the commanders, for which he was largely responsible, rendered the venture for the most part abortive. The Queen on his return reproached him with his difficult temper. He made no secret of his resentment. The insecurity of his footing at court and the unreality of his political influence were patent to all but himself. Thenceforth discussions in the Queen's council increased in bitterness and heat. The breach widened between Essex and Burleigh. The burning question of England's relations with Spain reached a new crisis in 1598, when it was known that France and Spain were resolved on peace. Lord Burleigh deemed it prudent for England to follow the example of her neighbour, and to bring the long struggle with Spain to an end by treaty. To this proposal Essex declined to give a hearing. The problem was beset with difficulties. The Low Countries warmly protested against an accommodation which would leave them at the mercy of their ancient foe. To all the younger members of the council, it seemed a point of honour to prolong the war with Spain and continue an active alliance with the Dutch Protestants. Essex charged himself with the duty of defeating Burleigh's pacific scheme. His biting taunts of cowardice and bad faith roused the veteran statesman's phlegmatic temper. Drawing a prayer book from his pocket, Burleigh replied to one of Essex's harangues by quoting the text from the Psalms: "The bloodthirsty and deceitful man shall not live out half their days." The Queen favoured her minister's policy. She herself intervened in one debate on his behalf, and bitterly reproached Essex for his rashness of speech and bellicose sentiments. All his fellow competitors for her favour were present. Stung to the quick, he turned his back on the Queen with a gesture of contempt, muttering an unpardonable insult. The Queen retaliated by striking him a violent blow on the ear. Essex loudly exclaimed against the indignity. The incident had a disastrous effect on Essex's future. Hurriedly withdrawing from court, he involuntarily forfeited to his rivals such influence as he had lately acquired there. The effect of the warm debates in the council was the discomfiture of the peace party. The tedious war with Spain went on after that power had made peace with France. The policy, which was largely of Essex's own devising, triumphed, but his impulsive utterances had cost him the rich rewards which with discretion he might have reaped from the victory. He saw his error too late. He soon apologized to the Queen for his misbehaviour, and a reconciliation followed. But it was a hollow settlement. Essex never recovered the ground he had lost. In spite of his loss of prestige at court, Essex had many enthusiastic admirers in the country, and their frequent demonstrations of regard buoyed him up with a strange hope that he might yet with their aid turn the tables on his enemies at court. His sagacious advisers were beginning to despair of him. Francis Bacon perceived the quicksands that he was treading, and urged him to abandon his old courses and seek new avenues of political reputation. The office of Lord Deputy of Ireland was vacant. The English ascendancy there was threatened by rebellion. To give security in Ireland to English rule was a difficult achievement. It had baffled the efforts of a long series of viceroys. Success in such a task promised an impregnable position to him who won it. Bacon cynically told his patron that Ireland was his destiny, and under his advice Essex sought and obtained the embarrassing post of governor of the distracted country. Essex himself seems to have recognized that failure meant ruin, but there was a bare chance of such success as would give him supreme influence hereafter. The appointment, 1599, satisfied his popular admirers. Shakespeare gave voice to a general public sentiment when, in the chorus to the last act of his new play of Henry V, he promised an enthusiastic reception to the general of our gracious Empress on his homecoming from Ireland with "rebellion broached on his sword." But the prognostications of evil came true. Essex's enemies were in his absence once again all powerful in the Queen's councils, and he returned home only to stand his trial for disobedience to royal orders and neglect of duty. After tedious litigation, he was dismissed from all offices of state, and all his hopes were blighted. Then there revived in his mind a desperate notion of forcibly removing from the Queen's councils those to whom he attributed his ruin. He would appeal from the court to the people, whose regard he still believed that he enjoyed. Elements of discontent existed in the mercantile classes, who felt the burden of taxation, and among the Puritans, who were suffering from the penal laws. Essex and his friends vainly hoped to draw representatives of these classes into his quarrel, but with untamable presumption he aimed at enlisting the sympathy of a more influential ally. Why should not James VI of Scotland make common cause with him? Emissaries were dispatched to Edinburgh to suggest that it was in James's interest to obtain definite assurances from the Queen's ministers of his title to the English throne. It was argued that this object could be best attained by the dispatch of an army to London, which on its march might combine with troops were drawn by Essex's private influence from Ireland, Wales, and the City of London. Essex and his Scottish colleagues would then compel the Queen and her advisers to abjure all rival claims to the succession. Such plans were clearly chimerical, but Essex had a delusive ground for hope. With King James, his epistolary relations had long been cordial. He had played on the Scottish king's fear by warnings that his right to the English crown on Elizabeth's death would be resisted, unless he himself was at the head of affairs. Although the king declined to treat Essex's appeal seriously, he temporized with it. He was contemplating a mission to Elizabeth to discuss in general terms the relations between the two countries. He agreed to give secret instructions to his envoys to assist Essex in regaining the Queen's favour and to follow his guidance. But in the end, the negotiations, so far as Essex was concerned, came to nothing. James was in no hurry to send his embassy. He committed himself to little, hesitating to embroil himself in a movement which had the aspect of a private feud at the court of a royal neighbour. Essex prepared documents for the instruction of the Scottish envoys, in which he urged them to poison the Queen's mind against his enemies, but no active help reached him from Scotland. The Scottish mission did not reach England until Essex's rebellion had begun and ended. The desperate design was doomed from the outset. The authorities were soon on the alert, and their activity forced Essex into a premature demonstration of rebellion. He believed that the citizens of London would rise at the cry that the Queen's ministers were compromising her relations with her people, and that the encroachments on her authority, of which they were guilty, ought to be brought to the notice of a free Parliament. The manifesto evoked no response. Essex was arrested, and having been put on his trial for high treason, was convicted and suffered death. The country repelled the invitation to rise in arms in Essex's behalf. The episode, though of tragic interest, is of purely personal significance. The government was far too firmly founded to suffer from assaults of defeated ambition and personal resentment. Sir Robert Cecil was the protector of too powerful a tradition of rule to give any chance of success to a violent assault on his authority, which had no large public aim. The dissatisfaction of the people with absolutism was in an embryonic stage. It was not yet articulate. A leader of a calibre very different to that of Essex was needed to resist with effect the government's menaces of personal liberty. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. The Last Years of Elizabeth by Sidney Lee. Part 2. The quarrels and rivalries of factions at court closely affected the country's foreign policy, but directly they produced little disturbance in the general course of affairs at home. The issues at stake seemed to be remote from the substantial interests of the people, who regarded as of small moment to themselves the endeavour of this or that courtier to win ascendancy in the Queen's favour or in the council. A different class of problems stirred the people's feelings. It was the attitude of the responsible government towards matters of property and religion that touched their lives most nearly. The established Church of England was in theory the most imposing embodiment of the nation's unity, and it was by a quarrel in which an important section of the people directly engaged with the Church of England that the internal peace of the nation was most seriously threatened in the years following the Armada. Discontent on the part of a large section of the Protestant population with the formularies of the Church of England had been steadily gaining strength since the first decade of the reign, and a crisis which threatened national unity was reached near its close. The revised prayer book, which was legalized by the Act of Uniformity of 1559, had always savoured of idolatry and popery to those Englishmen who, having accepted the tenets of Calvinism, regarded them alone as consistent with the truths of Christianity. The asserted right on the part of ministers of religion to follow the sole guidance of the Scriptures and to exercise among themselves equal and uniform authority conflicted with the pretensions of episcopacy on which the Church of England was based. The activity of dissent from the established religious doctrine was always a valuable weapon in the hands of the leaders of court factions. It lent some popular colour to their struggle with the Queen's responsible ministers. The Queen's favourite, the Earl of Leicester, and his successor in the royal regard, the Earl of Essex, both patronised dissident ministers of religion, but the cause of nonconformity secured aid in the middle years of the Queen's reign from a more authoritative quarter. For a time the highest ecclesiastical dignity of the kingdoms gave the nonconformists open encouragement. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Grindal, countenanced evasion of the law of the land on the part of ordained ministers who doubted the scriptural sanction of the sacraments of the Church and the prayer book. Under Archbishop Grindal's weak rule, the power of the bishops was paralysed, and the Calvinistic opposition to the Anglican establishment advanced by leaps and bounds. Puritan members crowded the benches of the House of Commons. A Presbyterian organisation of the clergy on self-governing lines was inaugurated in many countries. One of the Puritan leaders, Robert Brown, established a conventicle, independent of episcopal authority at Norwich. Separatism or independence became the watchword of a formidable band of clergymen and laity, who called themselves Brownists after the name of Robert Brown. It was forcibly argued that church discipline was dependent alone on the word of Scripture. The discipline of Christ's Church, wrote Cartwright, the main advocate of Presbyterianism, that is necessary for all times is delivered by Christ and set down in the Holy Scriptures. Therefore the true and lawful discipline is to be fetched from thence, and from thence alone, and that which resteth upon any other foundation ought to be esteemed unlawful and counterfeit. The unity of the Church, and with it the unity of the nation, were in imminent peril. To the Queen all zeal or fanaticism was obnoxious. Of a cold intellectual temperament, she ignored the warmth of spiritual feeling which moved her Puritan subjects. Her worldly nature was antagonistic to strict Puritan theories of life. Moreover, the nonconformists appeared to her to call in question one of her cherished prerogatives. She set immense store by the Act of Supremacy, which made her the head of the episcopal establishment. Supreme authority in ecclesiastical matters was for her no less valued a possession than supreme authority in secular politics. She identified the rising tide of Puritan enthusiasm with lawlessness and rebellion, and sternly prohibited the Puritan majority of the House of Commons from meddling with religious topics. She deemed it a primary duty of government to enforce at all hazards on the Protestant clergy and laity the law of the land, as embodied in the Acts of Uniformity and Supremacy. All questioning of the principles on which the religious establishment was based was in her eyes intolerable presumption or frivolous newfangledness. Grindal, who freely temporized with dissent, was suspended from his archiepiscopal functions for 5 years, 1577 to 1582, and within a few months of his restoration he died. Grindal's successor, Whitgift, was a different type of churchman. If a resolute will and a genius for discipline in the chief ecclesiastical officer of the realm could restore unity to the divided Church of England, there could be no misgivings as to the result of Whitgift's promotion. He had first come into public notice as a strenuous opponent of Cartwright, the leading champion of Presbyterian forms of church government, and had contrived to drive him temporarily from the country. A certain inconsistency of personal sentiment distinguished the new archbishop. With these theological doctrines of Calvinism, which were unconcerned with forms of church government or ceremonies of public worship, he was himself in agreement. But in the justice and necessity of episcopacy he faithfully believed, and no private predilections for Calvinist theology touched his conceptions of ritual or discipline. The maintenance of the royal supremacy, of episcopal authority, of uniformity of practice in the Church, was the primary article in his ecclesiastical creed. Whitgift was Archbishop of Canterbury from 1583 to the year following the Queen's death, and he powerfully impressed his strong personality on the internal history of England during the last years of the Queen's reign. He did not underrate the value of external dignity. Possessed of a private fortune, he restored to the primacy something of the feudal magnificence which had characterized it in earlier days. He maintained an army of retainers and conducted his visitations in princely state. He practiced a lavish hospitality. At once he won the full confidence of the Queen, whose sense of the importance of dignified etiquette increased with her years. She was frequently the Archbishop's guest at Lambeth. She playfully called him her little black husband, and until her death the amity between them rarely knew interruption. The stifling of Puritanism, especially in the ranks of the clergy, was Whitgift's accepted function. All opponents of the established discipline, all critics of the established ritual, merited punishment as disturbers of the public peace. No fear of stirring up intestine strife was suffered to stay his heavy hand. He enunciated his convictions in the first sermon which he preached after he became Archbishop at St. Paul's Cross. The occasion was the annual celebration of the day of the Queen's accession on November 17, 1583. His text sufficiently declared his policy. It was 1 Corinthians 6, verse 10. Railers shall not inherit the kingdom of heaven. I direct acknowledgment of the act of supremacy, a strict obedience to the Book of Common Prayer and to the 39 Articles, were enjoined on every minister of religion under the heaviest penalties for default. No laxity was permitted. No conscientious scruples were respected. No scrupulous sense of justice was suffered to interpose obstacles to the fulfillment of Whitgift's purpose. Under his influence the Court of High Commission did its work with greater energy than before. Its powers are stringently employed with a view to discovering heretics and schismatics and subjecting them, if detected, to deterrent punishment. Whitgift advised the administration to suspected ministers of an oath called the oath ex officio, which bound them to confess on examination all breaches of the law of which they were guilty. The practice of forcing a man to convict himself of offences imputed to him has always excited disgust in England. The Archbishop's high-handed policy consequently evoked heated protests, not merely from the clergy and from many members of the court factions, but from the House of Commons and responsible officers of state. Even Lord Burleigh complained that Whitgift's ex officio oath too much savoured of the Spanish Inquisition. The method lacked clarity. It was not likely, the Lord Treasurer pleaded, to edify or reform. But the Archbishop was obdurate and declined all suggested modifications. He replied to Burleigh's criticism, I know your lordship desireth the peace of the Church, but it cannot be procured after so long liberty and lack of discipline, if a few persons, i.e. the Puritan ministers, so meanly qualified as most of them, are countenanced against the whole state of the clergy. Finally, the Archbishop put the seal on his repressive policy by an attack on the liberty of public criticism. He secured early in 1586 the passage of an ordinance by the Court of Star Chamber, prohibiting under severest punishment any printer from putting any manuscript into type until it had been licensed by himself or the Bishop of London. Over the Stationers' Company, which had been licensed by Royal Charter of Queen Mary to regulate the printing trade, the Archbishop asserted the fullest control. The number of presses was to be diminished to such a number as he and the Bishop of London should deem convenient, and their episcopal approval was decreed to be necessary to the choice of new master printers for admission to the privileges of the craft. At the same time, the Archbishop made it clear that should such provisions as these fail to produce the needful effect, it was always possible to fall back on the statute passed in 1581, whereby the publication of seditious or slanderous words was punishable on a first offence by the pillory and prison, and on the second offence by death. At a first glance, the cause of Puritan dissent seemed unlikely to escape the toils with which the new Archbishop encircled it. Under his vigorous leadership, the bishops asserted their authority with unprecedented activity. John Almer, Bishop of London, exceeded Whitgift in the violence and rigour with which he ruled his clergy. Soon after the defeat of the Spanish Armada on February 9, 1589, Dr. Richard Bancroft, a member of the Court of High Commission, who became 8 years later Bishop of London, was ultimately Whitgift's successor in the archbishopric, declared in an uncompromising sermon at St. Paul's the divine right of bishops and their apostolic succession. Resistance to episcopal dominion was identified by the governors of the Church with heresy, and any truce on their part with Puritan practices was denounced as sin. Whitgift and his friends were in the habit of asserting that Protestant dissent affected a very small minority in the country, and its extirpation was merely a question of administration. They ignored the plain fact that Puritanism had gained too powerful a hold on the nation's sentiment to yield to force. Whitgift's policy stimulated the Puritans to new assertions of their principles. The claims to independence or separatism were more stringently defined and urged by their advocates. And though two of the leading expounders, Henry Barrow and John Greenwood, who announced discipleship to Robert Brown, were promptly imprisoned, their arguments remained unanswered. Meanwhile, a more direct mode of attack on the episcopal position was essayed. An endeavour was made to bring home to the public mind the conviction that the ecclesiastical politicians who were committed to the paths of persecution and repression were neglecting their spiritual duties. This mode of assault was gradually developed and proved peculiarly formidable. While Parliament was in session in the late autumn of 1586, and chiefly concerning itself with the attainders of overzealous champions of Queen Mary Stewart, John Penry, a young Cambridge graduate of Welsh origin, drew up in the form of a petition to Parliament an elaborate statement in which he described in moving terms the spiritual destitution of Wales, and professed to trace responsibility for the pagan ignorance that prevailed there to the neglect of their just obligations by the bishops and the obedient clergy. Whitgift replied by summoning Penry before the Court of High Commission, but his offence proved to be difficult of definition. Proceedings were inconclusive, and the offender suffered only a few days' imprisonment. The balance of victory lay with Penry, and the attempt to silence him failed. Whitgift's repressive regime naturally suggested to its victims clandestine attack. Anxious to pursue his advantage from a position of greater safety, Henry resolved to undermine the credit of episcopacy. At the end of 1588, a small band of Puritan clergymen and laymen, under Henry's guidance, devised a scheme whereby the country was deluged with secretly printed denunciations of the personal characters and pretensions of the bishops. Printing presses were set up in out-of-the-way districts, and a dozen pamphlets were hastily prepared, all bearing the single pseudonymous signature of Martin Marprelate. The style employed by the writer was not unknown in theological warfare. Insolent personalities had defaced religious controversy earlier in the century, but the violence and cruelty of the Marprelate tracts followed the worst models of abuse. The private lives and characters of the bishops and their supporters were recklessly censored. They were likened to historical characters to whom universal odium attached among churchmen. Whitgift, who received chief notice, was declared to be more ambitious than Cardinal Wolsey, prouder than Bishop Gardiner, more tyrannical than Bishop Bonner. The country was startled by this open defiance of the recent endeavour of Whitgift and his colleagues of the High Commission Court and Star Chamber to suppress freedom of speech. All the detective machinery of the High Commission Court was at once set in motion in order to track down and break up the pamphleting conspiracy. Whitgift conducted the operations in person, but the task proved difficult of accomplishment. The Puritan advocates found numerous sympathizers, and the libellers were effectively protected. For more than a year they eluded pursuit of their episcopal foes. Meanwhile, Martin Marprelate excited reprisals in the press. It was difficult for the bishops and their friends to reply to the onslaughts of the Martin Marprelate writers in the same unlicensed vocabulary. They tacitly welcomed the support of professional men of letters, including John Niall and Thomas Nash, to whom the preciseness and prudishness of Puritan ideals were obnoxious. The anti-Martinists, as the critics of Martin Marprelate were called, were not scrupulous in their diction, and their intervention added fuel to the flames. The controversy went on with increased ferocity. Each side lashed out at the other with vigor, and received swinging blows in return. Nonconformists of a philosophical turn regretted the degradation of theological discussion. Moderate men of all parties agreed that the interests of religion were compromised by the polemical vulgarities, but the rival pamphleteers were thoroughly exasperated, and the fire had to burn itself out. Whitgift and his officers redoubled their exertions, but it was the exhaustion of the actors that mainly closed the conflict. The net result of the pamphleteering war was to expose much weakness in the episcopal armour. The bishops never succeeded in unravelling the whole conspiracy. Only a few of the pamphleteers were hunted down. Henry escaped to Scotland for the time in safety. Public opinion, so far as it could be gauged, deprecated harsh treatment of the offenders, and when John Erdell, an aged minister, who was suspected of complicity with Henry, was capitally convicted of a seditious libel, he was promptly pardoned, although he died in prison. For the moment he was the bishop's only victim. Despite all the legal machinery at their disposal, no means existed of avenging on a large scale this failed attempt at rebellion against episcopacy. But Whitgift was not to be readily deterred from his goal. He had experienced a check, but the effect could be neutralized by greater vigor hereafter. In 1593 his opportunity arrived. 3 leaders of the Puritan army lay at his mercy. His action was swift and certain. Henry Barrow and John Greenwood, separatists and censorers of the Book of Common Prayer, who had long endured imprisonment, were tried and convicted, not as offenders against the law of the Church, but under the secular statute which was directed against disseminators of seditious libel. In the same year Penry was arrested in London and brought to trial, on a vague charge of traducing the Queen in notes for a sermon which was said to have been found in his study. The question of his complicity in the Martin Marprelate controversy was not raised, but sufficient was held to be proved against his loyalty under the criminal law of libel to warrant capital punishment. 3 of the most strenuous enemies of episcopacy were thus swept from Whitgift's path. But it was on the Parliament which met in the spring of 1593 that Whitgift relied to put the coping stone to his repressive policy. An Act was passed professing by its title to have the object of restraining the Queen's subject in obedience. It was directed in unmistakable terms against Protestant nonconformists, active support of practices to which their principles impelled them, the avoidance of practices in which their principles restrained them, were alike declared categorically to be heinous offences, punishable by the heaviest penalties, not excluding death. The Act included in its purview anyone who should dispute the Queen's ecclesiastical authority, who should abstain from going to church, or should attend any assemblies, conventibles, or meetings under cover or pretence of any exercise of religion. Such offenders were to be arrested and imprisoned until they gave a solemn assurance of conformity. Should they fail to offer that assurance, within 3 months they were to quit the realm, on oath not to return. If they refused to quit the country on this condition, or if having abjured the realm they returned home, they were liable to be hanged. Legislation so stringent if put into force could not fail to reduce the militant activity of nonconformity. Death was pronounced to be the doom of any Puritan who was loyal to his convictions. If he set any value on his life, he had to choose between renouncing his principles at home and adhering to them abroad. Although the penal law of 1593 was administered with some reservation, it went as far as was practicable towards the end that Whitgift had in view. Leading nonconformists who were unable conscientiously to submit to the law of the Church quitted their homes. The less stalwart brethren were at liberty to remain in England in the equivocal guise of conformists. As far as appearances went, the Anglican establishment was rendered homogeneous. The bounds of the Church might be narrowed, but the Archbishop argued that by way of compensation for loss of numbers, she had gained the concentrated strength that comes of unity. There were, however, limits to the triumph of episcopacy. Whitgift was unable to change the tendency of public opinion, which facilitated evasion of his oppressive law. Nor could he prevent dissidents who openly left the fold from pursuing the agitation openly and earnestly in a foreign country. The neighbouring country of Holland eagerly welcomed the Protestant exiles. Separatist congregations were formed at Middelburg, at Leyden, at Amsterdam, and there, instead of recanting or foregoing any of their enthusiasm, English Puritans systemized the theological principles which Whitgift deemed fatal to the peace of their own country. English Puritanism flourished in Holland in spite of Whitgift's efforts, and menaced the future of Whitgift's church. Though manifestations of Puritan zeal might for the time be repressed at home, its growth was not stayed. Abroad it enjoyed new and unembarrassed opportunity of winning strength and consistency. By insisting on the irreconcilability of Puritanism and Anglicanism, Whitgift had in effect cleared the decks for a life and death struggle, and had indirectly and involuntarily prepared the way for the temporary ascendancy of Puritanism in the century that followed. He deemed the coercive power of the government sufficient, But Whitgift was content with the instrument forged by him against the spread of nonconformity in England, and during the final years of the Queen's reign he turned his attention to schemes for improving the education of the inferior clergy and for the remedy of the abuses of non-residents. At the same time he sought to confirm the independence of the bishops' courts, and he protested against appeals from them to civil tribunals. He also, with apparent self-contradiction, countenanced an endeavour to reform the creeds of the Church and impart to them a more pronounced Calvinistic colouring. He wished to adopt the doctrines of predestination and election without qualification. Whitgift had always distinguished in his own mind between principles of theology and principles of church government. The offences at which he aimed in his penal laws were active infringements of the political laws of the Anglican establishment. He denied the title of martyrs of religion to his Puritan victims. They suffered punishment because they had challenged the law of the land and had rebelled against the cause of order. With a view to making his theological position clearer, now that a delusive order was established, he in 1595 summoned to Lambeth 3 bishops and some old Cambridge friends, and devised a series of 9 articles which modified on Genevan lines existing dogmas of the Church. They are known as the Lambeth Articles, and solely involved questions of doctrine. No topics of ritual or discipline were touched, but Whitgift's Lambeth Articles were never accepted by the Church of England. Queen Elizabeth showed a surer grasp than her Archbishop of the needs of the ecclesiastical polity which he had himself helped to frame. She hastily bade him disown a manifesto which seemed to offend by its incongruity with his past actions. He yielded to the royal wish and explained to her and to his friends the new articles were more pious opinions of personal import, not designed to carry legal sanction, but he at the same time assured his Cambridge friends with characteristic resolution that he did concur with them in judgment, and would to the end, nor would he suffer them to be impinged openly or otherwise. Few thoughtful men treated as final Whitgift's professed solution of the problem to church government. To one sagacious contemporary, Whitgift's acts and arguments presented as many false issues as might have been detected by an avowed champion in the 17th or 18th century of comprehension or toleration. Bacon entered the House of Commons in the year following Whitgift's acceptance of the office of Archbishop, and he at once surveyed the political situation. He perceived the dangers of a Puritan schism, but to the policy of repressing Puritanism by force he from the first announced himself as opposed. He disclaimed any sympathy with the preciseness of Puritan opinions. It seemed to him that the bishops were taking a dangerous course in pressing too hardly on the Puritan clergy. Extreme measures of coercion proclaimed to the world that the Protestant Church of England, which embraced the nation, was a house divided against itself. Such a confession injured the repute of the Queen and the country. In the second place, however, little one might approve the narrowness of Puritan doctrine, yet the Puritans were stalwart enemies of the Papist superstition, and by their preaching and teaching formed a stout bulwark against the spread of Roman Catholic error. Whitgift and his colleagues ignored Bacon's pleas, but he restated them in an advertisement touching the controversies of the Church of England, 1589, when the Martin-Marprelate agitation was at its height. The factious temper of the Puritans, he again asserted, merited no countenance, but a rigid insistence on conformity among all English Protestants jeopardized the Protestant cause and the country's unity. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, The Last Years of Elizabeth, by Sidney Lee. Part 3. It was not, however, from the bishops, nor from Bacon, that the most imposing comments on the Puritan revolt proceeded. Richard Hooker, a student of divinity, who held a small and ill-remunerated preferment, made a strenuous effort to define the general principles which justified the predominance of the established church, and rendered untenable the Puritan position. Hooker wrote independently of authority, though his effort was favourable to the Church's pretensions, and consequently met with Whitgift's full approval. His Ecclesiastical Polity, 1594-7, which was begun and completed during Whitgift's archbishopriate, is the most important fruit of the contemporary struggle between episcopacy and Presbyterianism. Hooker went far beyond the immediate needs of the situation, and made a contribution of first-rate importance to the theory of government, both civil and ecclesiastical. He anticipated the great Whig doctrine of the 17th century, that government had its origin in a primary contract between the governor and the governed, and he endeavoured to prove that the constitution of the Anglican Church rested on such an implied contract from which there was no right of withdrawal. An apologia for the Church of England had come from the pen of Jewel, the learned Bishop of Salisbury, at the opening of the Queen's reign in 1562, but it was framed on restricted lines. It mainly interpreted, in a sense favourable to the laws affecting the Reformation in England, a series of quotations from the Scriptures, the Fathers and the Councils of the medieval Church. Narrow in conception, Jewel's apologia only satisfied those who were already convinced, and excited more dissent than agreement. Hooker appealed to his readers from a wholly different point of view. He took little for granted. He sought to show that scriptural authority was not in itself the sole or the adequate test of ecclesiastical polity. In all relations of life, man had to seek guidance from reason as well as from the divine revelation. There was a moral law of divine origin which was not enshrined in the Bible. It was deducible from other sources and derived its sanction from man's rational faculties. Christian churches were under an obligation to organize themselves in conformity to both moral law and the scriptural word. Hooker's ultimate object was to show that the creeds, ritual, and discipline of the Episcopal Church of England had the sanction not merely of revelation, but of reason. He couched his arguments in language of singular force and dignity, and by the cogency of his logical method and command of learning, did far more than any penal legislation to strengthen the Church of England. From many points of view, Hooker's work was in advance of the age, and touched topics that were not of pertinence to current affairs. It set on a firm and rational basis the principles of orderly government. But Hooker addressed himself to a minority of his countrymen. The holders of office were content to diagnose the practical needs of the hour more roughly and readily than he. The Queen's advisers had to deal not with Puritan dissent alone. They had to face the enmity of the Roman Catholics. The relations of the government with the English Roman Catholics, both at home and abroad, stood on a footing different from that of their relations with the Puritans. Like the Puritans, the Catholics were dissidents from the established Church, but the Elizabethan politician, while hostile to their theological opinions and practices, did not view them primarily as religious nonconformists or enemies of the Church. In his eyes they stood outside the ecclesiastical fold, and there was no likelihood of their inclusion within it. They were dissidents from the state rather than from the church. They were political rather than religious those. However pacific were the sentiments or habits of many professors of Catholicism resident in England, the English government reckoned all members of the faith to belong to a single category. In the eyes of the Queen and her advisers, they were all strangers in the land, owing allegiance to a foreign power. They formed collectively an advance guard of a foreign army which threatened invasion. Thus the Roman Catholic problem was an urgent political danger. Its solution did not fall within the ecclesiastical sphere, but solution was the first duty of the secular power in the country. There was much to justify this view. Pope Pius V had in 1570 issued a bull releasing the subjects of Queen Elizabeth from their fealty to her. That edict was never revoked. Pius V's successors, Gregory VIII and Sixtus V, treated it as of actively binding force. The Jesuits, engaged as a body to do all that was possible to give effect to the papal decree. Philip II of Spain subsidized a strong force of English Catholics abroad, who were pledged to support the invasion and conquest of England. Both the Pope and the King of Spain undertook to lend material aid to the Irish rebels. Queen Elizabeth's ministers were all agreed that in stringent coercive legislation lay the only safeguard against the Catholic peril, and they gave thoroughgoing effect to their convictions. In the last half of the reign, the urgency of the danger seemed to justify the expansion of the criminal law so as to cover every manifestation of Catholic sympathy. The observance of the ceremonies of the Catholic Church and the education of the children of Catholic parents in Catholic doctrine became legal offences. The rigour of the penalties at length menaced the property, the liberty, and even the life of every adherent of the faith. The Act of Supremacy provided at the opening of the reign for the capital punishment of anyone denying the Queen's headship of the Church. It was not until the year following the promulgation in 1570 of the papal bull, releasing the Queen's subjects from their allegiance, that the Elizabethan era of penal legislation against the Catholics may be reckoned to have set in. Another 10 years intervened before the work acquired full strength. The Parliament of 1571 replied to the action of Pius V by 2 statutes, of which the first rendered it treasonable to call the Queen a heretic, schismatic, or usurper, and the second punished with death the introduction into the country of any papal bull. Meanwhile, the English Catholics abroad were under papal patronage, forging an elaborate scheme for the reconversion of the country to Catholicism. The militant leader of the English Catholics on the continent was Father William Allen. His chief contribution to his cause was the foundation in 1568 a dowry of a college or seminary for the preparation of Englishmen for the Catholic priesthood. Allen's college was temporarily transferred for greater security to Reims for the 15 years 1578 to 93, but until 1585 he remained its active head. By his influence, too, an offshoot of the dowry establishment was formed at Rome in 1577, and was ultimately placed by the Pope under the government of the Jesuits, with whom Allen was in full sympathy. Both the English colleges of Dowry and Rome were designed to supply an English mission, an army of priests that should spread themselves over England and reconcile the people to the papacy. Between 1574 and 1580, some 100 priests from the 2 seminaries had come to England, and the work of reconversion was reported to have begun. In July of the latter year, the Jesuits, Parsons, and Campion arrived to take chief command, and the movement acquired new vigour. The English government deemed it needful to take action. A proclamation was at once issued, imposing the penalty of death on any Jesuits or seminary priests who entered the Queen's dominions, and on any persons harbouring them there. The seminaries were warmly denounced as places for the propagation of sedition, but the proclamation proved ineffective. The influence of the missionaries grew. In the following year, 1581, Parliament was called together to strengthen the government's hands. An act was passed, in the words of the title, to retain the Queen's Majesty's subjects in their due obedience. Various clauses provided that any person reconciling another to the Church of Rome was a traitor, while the convert was pronounced guilty of misprision of treason, and was also liable to the capital penalty. Fine or imprisonment in default was imposed on any persons either saying or hearing Mass. The act was at once put into execution, and 13 persons, including the Jesuit leader of the mission, Campion, were convicted under its provisions. The sentence of death was passed upon all, and was carried out in the case of 10, Campion being one of those who suffered. The 3 whose lives were spared formally renounced the deposing power of the Pope, but the missionaries were not easily daunted. The threats of invasion by Philip II, and the intrigues which centred in Mary Stewart, rendered the general political situation alarming. The government deemed it necessary to give statutory force to the harsh proclamation of 1580, which forbade the presence of Jesuits or seminary priests in the country. In 1585 Parliament decreed that all Jesuits and seminary priests were to leave the kingdom within 40 days under the capital penalty of treason. Catholic laymen who received priests into their houses or gave them any kind of assistance were declared guilty of felony and were rendered liable to punishment by death. All students in the foreign seminaries were to return home within 6 months and take the oath of supremacy, or be declared traitors. On their return and acceptance of the oath, they were forbidden to come within 12 miles of the court for 10 years. Persons who sent youths to foreign seminaries were to forfeit £100, and to incur the penalties of praemunire if they forwarded money to any student already there. Seminarists were pronounced incapable of inheriting property from those who provided them with cost of maintenance abroad. In this act of 1585 against Jesuits, seminary priests, and other such like disobedient persons, the tide of the anti-Catholic penal legislation reached its high water mark. Among priests and the harbourers of priests, it claimed a heavy toll of victims in almost every one of the 18 years remained of the Queen's reign. But the legislation did not answer all the expectations that were formed of it. It proved inadequate to suppress Catholic worship. In spite of the coercive restraints of law, it was still found possible to perform clandestinely the ceremonial observations of the Catholic faith. Another turn of the screw was needed to meet such evasion of the intention of the legislature. In 1593 Parliament once again devoted its attention to popish recusants. They were ordered to keep within 5 miles of their own houses. A fine of £20 a month was imposed on any omitting to attend the services in the parish church. Inability to pay this fine was to be punished by banishment, and should the offenders refuse to leave the country, they were to be tried for felony. One chance of escape from this repressive measure was, however, offered to those whom it affected. A formal recantation of their beliefs in the parish church would entitle them to pardon. Despite the pertinency with which the government pursued their coercive policy, neither its prudence nor its justice went unchallenged in the Queen's closing years. The coercive policy was based on the assumption that all Catholics were politically hostile to the Queen, and were at one with Alan and the Jesuits in seeking her deposition and the conquest of the country by Spain. The patriotic action of the Catholics at home through the crisis of the Spanish Armada proved the weakness of this assumption. In the hour of peril, the English Catholics placed loyalty to their Queen and country above all other considerations. Catholic priests and laymen joined their Protestant fellow countrymen in concerting measures for the defeat of the threatened invasion. The injustice of imputing treachery to the whole Catholic population was proved beyond question. By the government and nation at large, that revelation was grudgingly received, and only a few men of sagacity acknowledged the manifest fact. To meet the just needs of the situation, some test was clearly required to distinguish between those who set fealty to the Queen above allegiance to the Pope, and those who allowed their religious obligations to override all patriotic sentiment. Francis Bacon grasped the situation more completely than anyone else than in public life. At the outset of his career he urged that only those men deserved to be treated as traitors who declined to bear arms against a foreign invader. An oath should therefore be imposed on all Catholics, binding them to take up arms in the Queen's name against the Pope or any foreign prince who should threaten England's independence. Anyone who declined to make the solemn declaration deserved the stigma of treachery, but no other persons ought to be molested. The suggestion was statesmanlike and craved serious attention, but those in authority were suspicious of arguments that savoured of toleration. To the Protestant conscience the Catholics were disciples of a papal Antichrist. Loyal and disloyal Catholics continued to suffer persecution alike. Not that Bacon's point of view could be wholly ignored by the Queen's ministers. Loyalty among the English Catholics steadily grew after the Armada. A large and increasing section showed a hearty dislike of the prospects of foreign dominion, and openly disclaimed sympathy with the disloyal intrigues of the leaders of the party abroad. It was impossible that Elizabethan statesmen should close their eyes to the change of sentiment which was moving a large part of the Catholic community in England, and was leading the way to a revolution in its whole internal economy. The fact that the Catholic conspirators conducted their operations at a safe distance from England, outside the scope of the penal laws, was diminishing their credit with Catholics resident in England. It was only the missionaries in England and their followers who were exposed to risk of death or imprisonment. A hope was arising among some of them that if they disowned their disloyal leaders, they might yet exercise their religion in peace in their native land. Aspirations such as these, in spite of the unreadiness of the Queen's ministers to acknowledge it, brought on a new phase of the Catholic question as the Queen's reign drew to its end. The Catholic leaders abroad never withdrew from their original position. They naturally recognized an added danger to their cause in the spread of loyal sentiment among their fellow Catholics in England. A strong resident Catholic party, which should be ready to support a foreign invader, was essential to the success of their plans. The growing signs of loyalty among English Catholics at home were disconcerting to the political intriguers, but they preferred to risk division in the Catholic ranks rather than abate their hostility to Queen Elizabeth's government. The leaders of the English Catholics abroad clung with vehemence to the policy of Valence in which they placed all their hope. Father Alan had been made a cardinal at the request of Philip II before the dispatch of the Armada. in order that so soon as the conquest of England was accomplished, he might reorganize the English Church on a Catholic basis. He never modified his position, although he withdrew after the rout of the Spanish fleet from political agitation. His mantle as the chief instigator of foreign aggression fell on the Jesuit Robert Parsons, who excelled his predecessor in his passionate advocacy of a policy of physical force. He had won the ear of Philip II, until the king's death in 1598 persistently urged him to renew the old schemes of invasion. Parsons paid small heed to the rising spirit of loyalty among English Catholics. He fought to shout it down, but his uncompromising action had an effect quite opposite to that which he intended. The increasing heat with which he continued to preach a crusade against Protestant England in printed books, as well as by word of mouth, precipitated a schism in the ranks of English Catholics at home and on the Continent. Parsons insisted on the doctrine that the Pope's bull of deposition justified the Queen's assassination. Catholics in England, who had rallied against the Queen in the time of the Armada, viewed his arguments with constantly increasing dismay. His sinister influence fanned the flame of intestine strife throughout the Catholic world, and while his malignity kept the English government on the alert, it greatly diminished the dangers to be apprehended from Catholic intrigue. Parsons' supporters in England made at his instance a desperate bid for the control of the Catholic mission there. The extreme faction petitioned Rome for the appointment in England of a Catholic bishop, who should enforce disloyal doctrine of all English Catholics. The Vatican was at the moment reluctant actively to pursue its old quarrel with the English government, but under Jesuit pressure the Pope agreed to create a new office, that of archpriest. This dignity was invested with large powers over the English secular clergy, a majority of which favoured a policy of peace. The papal choice fell on George Blackwell, a secular priest who was a partisan of the Jesuits. His nomination, 1598, was regarded as a triumph for the aggressive party, but it proved a doubtful victory. The English government, without committing itself to any modification of its coercive methods, intervened with some astuteness in the internal quarrel and endeavoured to draw from it an advantage for themselves in their conflict with the Catholic powers abroad. At least it seemed feasible, with the aid of the Pacific faction, to patch up the long-standing quarrel of the Vatican. The leaders of the English mission had been placed in comparatively easy confinement at Wisbeck Castle, and facilities were given to them in 1601 for the dispatch to Rome of a delegation of 4 representatives of the Pacific clergy, who were anxious to appeal for the cancelling of the Archbishop's appointment. The arguments which the 4 delegates urged on the papal judges were all that the Queen's ministers could have wished. It was explained to the cardinals that disloyal Catholic books had brought odium on the Church in England and provoked persecution, that attempts to reduce England by force had greatly injured the position of the faithful there, that the withdrawal of the Jesuits from the courts and camps of princes, and a prohibition of their interference in secular politics, were essential to the security of Catholicism in England. But the Vatican was not prepared for any thoroughgoing accommodation. All that the delegates could obtain from the Pope was the cancelling of the clause in the Archpriest's instructions which bade him take counsel of the Jesuits. An official declaration against political intrigue was refused. The Archpriest was left at liberty to organize English Catholics for rebellion at his discretion. The proceedings seemed to Sir Robert Cecil and his colleagues to justify their settled policy of coercion, which had for a moment caused some of their friends misgivings. Coercion had never been relaxed, and was applied with greater rigour as the Queen's death approached. An Act of Parliament had in 1597 accepted from a somewhat illusory general pardon all schismatics, heretics, and offenders against the ecclesiastical government of the realm. No Catholic benefited by the Queen's clemency. In 1598 an alleged conspiracy against her life was discovered, and although it is doubtful whether there was any genuine ground for alarm, the episode was used as an excuse for refurbishing the persecuting machinery. Edward Squire, a man of no account, who had held a post at the royal stables, was charged with having, at the instigation of a priest, rubbed poison on the pommel of the Queen's saddle with a view to her assassination. The evidence against Squire was far from conclusive, but he was executed, and the public was duly impressed with the danger of the situation, when a special order of prayer and thanksgiving to celebrate the Queen's escape was directed by the Council to be read in all churches. After the failure of the delegates of the Pacific Catholic party to obtain from Rome any condemnation of the disloyal doctrines of the Jesuits, a proclamation was once more issued, banishing Jesuits and secular priests alike from the country on pain of death. In the course of Queen Elizabeth's reign, Parliament met only 11 times. During the first 30 years it met 7 times, during the last 15, 4 times. With the rarest exceptions, each Parliament was dissolved at the close of a single session, which lasted on the average for 6 weeks. The national legislature enjoyed little independence. The majority of the members of the House of Commons were nominated by the Queen's responsible ministers, and any attempt on the part of constituencies to assert the right of a free choice of representatives was sternly reprobated. In 1597, Sir Robert Cecil officially warned the boroughs through their mayors against returning unmeet men. Should such persons be sent up to the House of Commons, there would be occasion, the Queen's secretary wrote, to inquire by whose fault it so happened. The Queen deemed it the sole business of Parliament to vote supplies, and to register without criticism or demur the decisions of herself as explained to Parliament by her ministers. It is Her Majesty's pleasure, the Lord Keeper stated at the opening of the Parliament in the spring of 1593, that the time be not spent in devising and enacting new laws, the number of which are so great already, as it rather burdeneth than easeth the subject. Money was required for the better protection of the country from threatened invasion. There was no reason why the Commons should concern themselves with anything else. Yet, despite all the precautions taken by the government to restrain freedom of election or debate, much independent criticism of the Queen and her advisers managed to pass the lips of members of the House of Commons. It was only on one domestic subject that the bulk of the nation, so far as their views could be gauged by the declarations of Parliament, invariably seemed enthusiastic supporters of the government. Doubts of the necessity or prudence of the penal legislation against the Catholics were never countenanced by the House of Commons. The economic condition of the country during the last years of the reign caused national concern. Public opinion asserted itself, and ministers were unable to resist a widespread desire among the people to bring economic grievances under the notice of Parliament, in spite of the Queen's impatience of Parliament interference in affairs of state, and her preference for enforcing her royal will by means of proclamation rather than by parliamentary statute. Bad harvests were of frequent occurrence. Agricultural labour was at a discount owing to the steadily progressing conversion of arable land into pasture. Inhabitants of the villages were crowding into the towns. Men who had engaged in the foreign wars vainly sought employment on their discharge. The scarcity of employment was a constant menace to internal peace. It was with great reluctance that the government squarely faced the economic problems that beset the nation. The maintenance of the status quo was the only principle that appealed to them. In 1580 the Queen endeavoured to stem the incursion of newcomers to London by a proclamation forbidding the erection of any more houses there. 9 years later Parliament took the matter in hand, and in the spirit of the Queen's proclamation forbade the erection of any cottage unless 4 acres of land were attached to it. No new cottage, moreover, might be inhabited by more than a single family. Such measures, designed to keep the people distributed on the land, were ill adapted to check the migration of the proletariat in search of work, or to keep stationary the population of the towns. The causes of the popular restlessness were not faced. Later it became necessary to approach more directly the problem of the unemployed. The policy of coercion was invoked, a law for the vigorous punishment of rogues, vagabonds, and sturdy beggars, categories which were easily held to include the unemployed poor, was passed early in 1598, but the evil was not stayed. At length, in the last Parliament of the reign, the economic distress among the lower ranks of the population called for more effective treatment from the people's representatives. The result was a piece of legislation of the highest importance in the social and economic history of the country. The government acknowledged the responsibility of providing sustenance for that part of the nation which was unable to maintain itself. In every parish a body of overseers of the poor was created. These officers were to consist of the church wardens together with from 2 to 4 households, to be nominated by the justices of the peace. The overseers were empowered to levy a rate on land, and with the proceeds to put to employment able-bodied men out of work, together with indigent children. Persons who were incapacitated for work and had no near relatives to support them were to be relieved. Finally, houses of correction were to be built for the reclamation of vagabonds, and pauper children were to be apprenticed to trades. This Elizabethan poor law was a very practical contribution to the solution of a pressing economic problem, and the principles on which it rested have never been abrogated by subsequent legislation. But it was not only among the labouring classes that economic distress bred discontent and insecurity. The commercial classes complained bitterly of the demands made on them by the government. Many quasi-legal devices were resorted to by the Queen in her last years. The Council often raised money for the country's defences without appeal to Parliament, and protests were not unfrequent. In 1596 a royal letter directed the mayor and aldermen of London to fit out 10 new ships. The Lord Mayor replied with a remonstrance to the Privy Council, in which complaint was made of the excessive demands of recent years. The city's wealth was diminished owing to a 3 years' dearth of corn. Many persons, the Lord Mayor continued, before known to be of good wealth, are greatly decayed and utterly disabled for all public service, being hardly able by their uttermost endeavours to maintain the charges of their private families in very mean sort. But such appeals failed to move the Queen's ministers, and the discontent grew. Next year the Lord Mayor pointed out that the money borrowed by the government from many citizens for the equipment of the Cadiz expedition had not yet been repaid. The Lord Mayor reported to Sir Robert Cecil that there was great anxiety among the citizens to enter into consideration by what authority the said payments were imposed upon them by the governors and other ministers of state. At the extreme end of the reign the Queen was herself roused to a sense of the imprudence with which in one notable direction she had exerted her fiscal powers. She had long been in the habit of granting to ministers and favourites the sole right to manufacture and sell one or other article of commerce, would result the monopolist had it in his power to raise the price of the monopolized articles to the injury of the consumer. The grievance was always real, but by the Queen's reckless distribution of patents of monopoly in the last decade of her life, it had become an intolerable burden on the nation. When Elizabeth's last Parliament assembled in October 1601, strenuous complaint was made in the House of Commons of the undue exercise of the prerogative in the matter of granting monopoly patents. An act was introduced by a private member, Lawrence Hyde, declaring monopolies illegal and extortionate. Great frankness characterized the debate. The grants of monopolies were declared to be derogatory to Her Majesty, odious to the subject, and dangerous to the Commonwealth. The grantees were denounced as bloodsuckers of the Commonwealth. The Queen perceived at once the seriousness of the situation, and showed infinite resource in her method of meeting the crisis. The bill was well received in the House, and had reached its committee stage, when the Queen sent down a message of singular astuteness. She understood, she declared, that the patents which she had granted were grievous to her people. They should be looked to immediately, and none be put into execution, but such as should first have a trial according to the law, for the good of the people. She was resolved to defend her people from all aggression, and would take immediate order for the reformation of the grievance. The tone of the message stemmed for the moment the tide of discontent. The tables were completely turned. Her superiority to parliamentary power was asserted with the full assent of the House of Commons. If genuine grievances needed redress, she claimed the honour of performing the task, and that honour was thankfully accorded her. The parliamentary proceedings were abandoned. 3 days later the Queen by proclamation suspended all patents of monopoly until their legality should have been tested by the law officers of the Crown. The whole House proceeded to Whitehall to thank her for her prompt action. In a long stirring speech she announced that her love for her people was a jewel of richest price. She spoke with informal indignation of the oppressions of which the patentees had been guilty, and declared that they should be well punished. Her subjects' good was her sole aim in life, and she did not wish to live or reign any longer than her life and reign should be for her subjects' advantage. It was Queen Elizabeth's last speech to her people. There was an equivocal ring in her heated condemnation of an oppressive practice for which she was herself largely responsible, but the masterful yet pathetic assertion of her claim to her people's affectionate loyalty illustrated at once the causes and the effects of her personal popularity. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. The Last Years of Elizabeth by Sidney Lee. Part 3. The physical activity and intellectual vivacity which the Queen showed during her large Parliament remained unabated until within a few weeks of her death 2 years later. Her energy seemed to the nation at large to justify the postponement of any final choice of a successor to her throne. It was not a question that she would suffer to be discussed. In 1593, Peter Wentworth, a member of the House of Commons, petitioned the House of Lords to join the lower house in a supplication to the Queen to entail the succession. Elizabeth indignantly ordered the petitioner to the Tower, where he died 3 years later. Yet, in spite of the Queen's attitude to the subject, her ministers, her favourites, and the Catholic intriguers abroad were for many years engrossed in secret by the critical topic which weighed unceasingly upon their minds. The Catholic intriguers long fought to find in a solution of this doubtful and difficult question a final means of upsetting the equilibrium of the state. Their chances of overthrowing Queen Elizabeth's government were nearly extinguished. Their hopes of the future depended on their success in an endeavour to secure at her death a successor amenable to their influence. The topic was one which naturally divided the two Catholic factions. The party of peace desired to leave the problem of the succession alone. Only the party of aggression regarded it as essential to solve it in their own fashion. At first, the choice of Cardinal Allen and his friends had fallen on King James IV of Scotland, the son of Mary Stewart. Philip II and the Duke of Parma had also been vaguely suggested, and a proposal was made to support Arabella Stuart, a more reasonable claimant, on condition that she should be married to the Duke of Parma. But these were mere empty fancies. When James of Scotland declared himself a Protestant, it was necessary to seek elsewhere a candidate in the Catholic interest. On Allen's withdrawal from active superintendence of the political business of the Catholic party, Parsons, who stepped into his place, urged that the Catholic effort should centre in the endeavour to place on the English throne the Infanta of Spain, Philip II's daughter. She was descended from John of Gaunt, whose second wife was a Spanish princess. In 1594 Parsons published under the pseudonym of R. Dolman an English tract entitled A Conference about the Next Succession to the Crown of England, which deeply stirred England, and indeed the whole of Europe. Here, after endeavouring to prove the right of the people to alter the line of succession on the ground of religion, and for other just causes, Parsons submitted to elaborate examination the genealogy of the royal house, and reached the conclusion that the Infanta was Queen Elizabeth's rightful heir. By the Queen's government, the manifesto was promptly denounced as treasonable and seditious, and its circulation in the country forbidden. The Pacific Catholics repudiated it as pestilential, and disclaimed any manner of sympathy with a Spanish pretender to the English throne. Parsons fought to take some obscure advantage of the rivalries of court factions by dedicating his insolent plea for the Infanta to the Earl of Essex, but both the responsible and irresponsible advisers of the sovereign were agreed in the resolve to exclude a Catholic from the throne. To the Queen the Infanta's name was of hateful import, and it was only heard at court when one favourite endeavoured to steal an advantage over another by insinuating in the Queen's presence that his rival was toying with the fancy that the Spanish princess was fitted to become monarch of England. Essex had long before his death made up his mind to support James of Scotland, and when his hopes of controlling the reigning sovereign dwindled, he fought to secure future power by placing under some obligation to himself the prince who was likely to succeed Queen Elizabeth. He constantly assured the Scottish king that he was working for his succession. But it was not Essex alone who set his heart on the choice of James. Lord Burleigh's son, Sir Robert Cecil, committed himself to the support of the same candidate, and opened with him a secret correspondence which, more effectual than that devised by Essex, ultimately set the Scottish king on the English throne. Elizabeth's defiant attitude of indifference to the question strikingly illustrated the lack of consistency in her character. The crown of the Tudors had come to be regarded as the sovereign's personal property. It lay at the testamentary disposition of the wearer. Henry VIII, Edward VI, and Queen Mary each nominated with their dying breaths the person who was to succeed to the royal estate. Edward VI's dying directions were, it is true, set aside, but their rejection rested on a well-supported plea of his having submitted to undue influence, and the accession of Queen Mary in the place of Lady Jane Grey left the monarch's prerogative of choice in all essentials unquestioned. The Tudor Parliament had, however much some members chafed in secret under royal dictation, never refused to register the royal will. Thrice it sanctioned, at a word from Henry VIII, the changes in the succession which his matrimonial vagaries necessitated. But no precedent succeeded in moving Elizabeth to confront the topic. The terms which Wentworth had used in his suggestion of a petition to her to entail the succession acknowledged her full ownership of the royal estate, but such an admission failed to mollify her indignation at his raising of the question. Strong as was her ultimate sense of public duty, it failed her here. Her egotism blinded her to the dangers to which her refusal to discuss the subject was likely to expose the state. The thought that her dignities must by the efflux of time pass to another seems only to have suggested to her the insecurity of her own tenure of them, and the coming extinction of her authority. Such a prospect she could not nerve herself to face. Twice during the reign, in 1571 and 1585, the word succession found a place in Acts of Parliament, but both enactments were framed after the Queen's own heart. Instead of indicating possible successors to the throne, they created disabilities in the case of all possible claimants. The work that the Queen left undone, her minister, Sir Robert Cecil, took upon his own shoulders. The situation abounded in irony. A monarch whose jealousy of her prerogative seemed often to reduce her minister's authority to a shadow, left them, by her own default, power to exercise at will one of the proudest of royal privileges. Nor did Cecil, indefinitely arranging that James VI of Scotland should succeed to Elizabeth's crown, defer to that settlement of the crown which her father had devised, the only settlement to which a legal sanction attached, apart from the reigning sovereign's testamentary directions. There had been no repeal of the stipulation made by Henry VIII, both in Act of Parliament and in his will, that after the death without heirs of his 3 children, Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth, the crown should descend to the heirs of his younger sister Mary, who would issue only by her second husband, Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, to the exclusion of the heirs of his elder sister Margaret, from whom her great-grandchildren, James VI of Scotland and Arabella Stewart, derived their claims. Consequently, the rightful heir, when Elizabeth lay dying, was no scion of the Scottish house, but the eldest representative of the Suffolk line, Princess Mary's great-grandson, Edward Seymour, Lord Beauchamp. But Elizabeth's ministers were not the slaves of legal niceties. The Queen's neutrality left their choice unfettered, and though expectation of personal profit largely moved them, their action proved politic. Lord Beauchamp was a man of insignificant position and character. James VI, however contemptible in many respects, had experience as a ruler, and a contiguous kingdom to add to the endowments of the English crown. Every precaution to conceal the negotiation with Scotland from Elizabeth's knowledge was deemed vital to its success. A word from her could annul the plan, and her temperament might lead her to pronounce the word at any moment. Often did Sir Robert Cecil tremble at the chance of her discovering his design. The risk was great. Elizabeth, like himself, corresponded voluminously with her Scottish cousin, and the latter's replies were often ill-considered. Fortunately, no syllable about the succession escaped either royal pen. On Wednesday, March the 23rd, 1603, the Queen was dying at Richmond, and her council then ventured a first and last despairing effort to obtain from her such assent to their negotiations as would place James's title beyond cavil. Representations have been made that the effort was successful, but there is small ground for crediting the Queen, even in her last hours, with any modification of her resolve to leave the subject of her succession severely alone. The French ambassador is responsible for the statement that at an earlier period of her illness she remarked that the King of Scotland would hereafter become King of Great Britain. More trustworthy witnesses merely deposed that on 2 occasions in her latest weeks, when the comments of others in her presence compelled her to break silence, she took refuge in oracular utterances which owe all their significance to the interpretation that their hearers deemed it politic to place on them. Before leaving London for the last time, she is said to have told the Earl of Nottingham that her throne had always been a throne of kings, and none but her next heir of blood and descent should succeed her. Her next heir of blood and descent was, in the eyes of the law, Lord Beauchamp. The vague phrases attest her settled policy of evasion. According to Sir Robert Carey, on the Wednesday afternoon before her death at Richmond, she made for her council to be called, and by putting her hand to her head when the King of Scotland was named to succeed her, they all knew he was the man she desired should reign after her. Throughout her illness her hand had passed restlessly to and from her head. The definite meaning could only attach to the sign in the minds of those who, like the reporter, were already pledged to seat James VI in her place. Her lady-in-waiting, Lord Southwell, gives a more disinterested account of this episode of the Wednesday afternoon. The council were not invited to the royal presence, as Carey avers. They demanded admittance to know whom the dying Queen would have for king. She was hardly conscious, and could barely speak, but such preparation as her waning strength permitted for the interview was made by her attendants. The councillors desired her to lift her finger when they named whom she approved. They mentioned the King of France. She did not stir. They spoke of the King of Scotland. She made no sign. They named Lord Beauchamp the rightful heir under Henry VIII's unrepealed settlement. Then only did Elizabeth rouse herself. With something of her old vivacity she gasped, "I will have no rascal's son in my seat, but one worthy to be a king." These are the only unquestioned words which afford any clue to the Queen's wishes respecting her successor. At the best they are negative, and cannot be tortured into a formal acceptance of James. The presence of her council at her bedside made her dimly realize that her reign was over. It is perhaps juster to regard the utterance as a convulsive cry of anguish, wrung from her by the thought that an unworthy successor had it in his power to work injury to her fame. She died without speaking another word. About 3 o'clock in the morning of the day following this interview, March 24th, 1603, Queen Elizabeth passed away in the 70th year of her age and 44th year of her reign. Her father's and her own command of the arts of sovereignty implanted in the mass of her people a deeply rooted respect for monarchical authority, which rendered it easy for any accredited successor to assume her throne. At the moment of her death, some of the awe which she herself inspired encircled those of her ministers whom she had honoured with her confidence. The spirit of passive obedience, which she had nurtured in the nation, lent a validity that none contested to her council's proclamation, on the morning of her demise, of James VI of Scotland as the new monarch of England. Prognostications of intestine strife seemed at once confuted. No tumult followed, no contradiction, no disorders. Every man went about his business as readily, as peaceably, as securely as though there had been no change. The net result of the 44 years of the Queen's reign first appeared to have set the monarchical principles of government on unshakable foundations. But even when James IV set forth from Edinburgh on his journey south to enjoy his great inheritance, an intelligent observer might have detected grounds for doubt of the monarchy's stability. The Tudor system of rule was likened by an ambassador from Venice at the court of Queen Mary Tudor to that of the Grand Turk with bureaucratic council, and it was more to justify the comparison in the closing years of the century than in its central decades. Elizabeth's political creed, even more avowedly than that of her father, brother and sister, was the creed of despotism, and she held it with increasing strength as time went forward. In 1591, when she issued letters patent which set at defiance the ordinary law of the land regulating the recovery of past debts, she wrote of "our prerogative royal, which we will not have argued nor brought in question." The country was frankly governed by her unfettered will. Her counsellors, by whose advice and labour she profited, lived in dread of her, and only retained her favour by a sickening tone of flattery and obscureness. She acknowledged no power of restraint in Parliament. On rare occasions she summoned her people's representatives together, not, as she told them, to make new laws or lose good hours in idle speeches, but to supply her treasury when threat of foreign invasion required that it should be exceptionally full. Her appeal to Parliament was a concession rendered out of the abundance of her mercy and grace. By prescriptive right, she controlled revenues that sufficed for the ordinary expenses of government, while additional expenditure could be met with comparative ease by forced or voluntary loans. In result, the people groaned under a taxation which was rendered the heavier by a steady rise in prices and a fall in wages. Justice, meanwhile, was administered with an almost oriental laxity. The Queen was unsparing in her exercise of an arbitrary power of arrest, which constantly involved persons obnoxious to her in restraint, without any pretence of legal warrant. Finally, gross corruption flourished at court and in the government offices. If this sin could not be laid immediately at the Queen's door, her own tendency to avarice caused her to view indulgently her servants' venality. But although Elizabeth's rule was infected by nearly all the vices of absolutism, it had a saving grace. Her ruthless methods worked much oppression and injustice, but her aim was noble. She regarded her princely authority as an instrument given her by God, wherewith to maintain her kingdom in honour and prosperity. She intuitively recognized that her ascendancy rested on her people's confidence in her ability to exert her vast power for their good. She made no concealment of this conviction. She never wearied of proclaiming her anxiety to secure her people's happiness, and a consequent title to her people's affections. For above all earthly treasure, she said repeatedly, "I esteem my people's love." The speech sank deep into her people's heart and enlivened their spirit, so that the heavy yoke of her government sat lightly on their necks. It was the potency of her complex personality that alone made possible a sovereignty like hers over a people alive with intellectual and physical energy. The paradoxical union in her of the extremes of masculine strength and feminine weakness fascinated a liberty-loving nation, and evoked an eager acquiescence in the bondage of an unlimited monarchy. But with her death, the spell broke. Despotism, deprived of the halo of her genius, was seen in its native ugliness. Her successor's graceless attempts at autocracy awoke in the country a sense of loathing for irresponsible sovereignty, and within half a century of Elizabeth's death, despotism, such as she had practiced, was itself dead in England. End of section 37.
Section 38 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. Chapter 11, The Elizabethan Age of English Literature, by Sidney Lee. Part 1. The literary temper of Elizabethan England was distinguished by a splendid vitality and vivacity, a rare catholicity of taste and width of outlook. Prose and poetry alike rang with a fervid enthusiasm for life in its most varied aspects. The nation's intellect was permeated by a wealth of ideas and aspirations which were new. The powerful individuality of Elizabethan literature is unmistakable, and in the work of Shakespeare it scaled heights unsurpassed in the literature of the world. But Elizabethan literature is misunderstood when it is studied in isolation. Very many of its ideas and aspirations were the common property of civilized Europe, however much they were colored by the national idiosyncrasy. The enthusiasm for the Greek and Latin classics, the passion for extending the limits of human knowledge, the resolve to make the best and not the worst of life upon earth, the ambition to cultivate the idea of beauty, the faith in man's physical, moral, and intellectual perfectibility, the conviction that man's reason was given him to use without restraint, all these sentiments which went to the making of Elizabethan literature were the foundation also of the Renaissance literature of Italy, France, and Spain. Elizabethan literature cannot be rightly appreciated unless it be viewed as one of the latest fruits of the great movement of the European Renaissance. The Elizabethan was gifted with an exceptional power of assimilation. He studied and imitated foreign authors with amazing energy. At times, the freedom with which the Elizabethans adapted, often without acknowledgment, contemporary poetry of France and Italy seems inconsistent with the dictates of literary honesty. Yet, in spite of the eager welcome which was extended to foreign literary forms and topics, in spite of the easy tolerance of plagiarism, the national spirit was strong enough in Elizabethan England to maintain the individuality of its literature in all the broad currents. The fervor of his temperament was peculiar to the Elizabethan, and in most of his utterances his passionate idiosyncrasy fused itself with the varied fruits of his study. Dependence on foreign example, so far from checking the fervid workings of native sentiment, invigorated, fertilized, and chastened it. The matter and manner of Elizabethan literature owed an enormous debt to foreign influence, but Elizabethan individuality survived the foreign invasion. English literature in the 16th century was slow in proving its true capacity, though in its infancy the finest flower of the Renaissance literature of Italy and France lay at its disposal. In Italy, where of all the countries of Western Europe the intellectual movement of the Renaissance matured earliest and flourished longest, the highest levels of literary achievement were reached long before 16th century England won any conspicuous literary repute. The Renaissance literature of France was junior to that of Italy, and its career was briefer and less distinguished. But the French Renaissance yielded a rich literary harvest, while English Renaissance literature still lacked coherent form or aim. It is in the story of the Renaissance literature of Spain that the course of the Renaissance literature of England finds its closest parallel. The active career of Cervantes 1547 to 1616, was almost precisely coterminous with that of Shakespeare. In both Spain and England, too, the literary energy of the era devoted itself most earnestly to the same branch of literary effort. The finest literary genius alike of Englishmen and of Spaniards at the close of the 16th and the beginning of the 17th century was absorbed in the production of drama. In Spain and in England, alone among civilized nations, the literary renaissance of the 16th century ran its course contemporaneously. As in Spain, so in England, Renaissance literature made some notable reconnoitering skirmishes before it gained the roads which led to decisive victory. Under Italian or French influence, Henry VIII's courtiers sought to inaugurate a literary era in England in the first half of the 16th century. Blank verse and the sonnet, which were to play a large part in the Elizabethan epoch, were then first introduced from Italy. But the first harbingers of a literary revival in Tudor England proved disappointing heralds. Their utterances were, for the most part, halting. There was a want of individuality or definiteness in expression. The early Tudor experiments in poetry lacked harmony or complexity of tone. The prose was marked by a simple directness which was often vigorous but tended to monotony and tameness. It is even more worthy of remark that the work done by Surrey, Wyatt, Lord Berners, and their contemporaries practically ceased with their deaths. No one, for the time being, carried it further. The generation that followed the close of Henry VIII's reign was almost destitute of genuine literary effort. Nor did the Elizabethan period of English literature begin with the accession of Queen Elizabeth to the English throne. 21 years of her reign passed away before any literary works of indisputable eminence came to birth. There were occasional glimmerings of light in the course of the first 2 decades. Much was attempted which offered invaluable suggestion to later endeavors, but the stream of great literature did not flow continuously or with sustained force until after Edmund Spenser, 1552 to 1599, gave certain proof of his poetic power in his Shepherd's Calendar in 1579, and Sir Philip Sidney, 1554 to 1586, invited his fellow countrymen in his Apology for Poetry to acknowledge the solemn significance of great literature. In the opening years of Queen Elizabeth's reign, the most notable literary work came from the pen of Thomas Sackville, 1536 to 1608, at the time a young barrister of 23, who in later life devoted himself exclusively to politics. He came to hold the highest offices in the state, obtained the title of Earl of Dorset, and outlived Queen Elizabeth's long reign by 5 years. Sackville made 2 interesting contributions to English literature, which bore testimony to a craving for a finer workmanship and wider scope than existed already, but his work stands practically alone. In the first place, he designed a long poem on the vicissitudes of great personages in English history who had reached violent ends. Sackville owed the main suggestion of his plan to Boccaccio, who had worked out a like scheme in Latin prose, while he drew from Dante and Virgil the machinery of a poet's imaginary visit to the regions which the souls of dead heroes inhabited. A Mirror for Magistrates showed, as far as Sackville's contributions to it went, a marked advance in poetic temper on any English poetry that had been produced since Chaucer's death. Sackville wrote only 2 sections of the long poem, the Induction and the story of Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, a victim of Richard III's tyranny. Sackville's poetic aims are perhaps more remarkable than his powers of execution. Some of the stiffness which is inevitable in new methods of poetic exposition is apparent in his phraseology and versification. But his sense of stately rhythm and his fertile command of poetic imagery went far beyond the range of any preceding 16th century poet in England. From the historical point of view, Sackville's second literary endeavor is perhaps more notable than his first. With another lawyer, Thomas Norton, 1532 to 1584, he collaborated in the production of the first regular tragedy in the English tongue and was thus a herald of the most characteristic feature of Elizabethan literature. A rudimentary form of drama had long been current in England. The medieval miracle plays, which were for the most part oral presentations of biblical stories, had yielded in course of time to moralities, in which personifications of vices and virtues illustrated in action the unending struggles of good and evil for the dominion of man's soul. In the early 16th century, the moralities had been largely supplanted by interludes, in which homely anecdote or farcical character was scenically portrayed. Of true dramatic art, with its subtlety of characterization and its poetic capabilities, practically nothing was known in England when Elizabeth's reign opened. A crude endeavor by a schoolmaster, in a piece called Ralph Royster Doyster, to adapt to English idiosyncrasies Plautus's comedy of Miles Gloriosus, can only with many qualifications be allowed to have introduced comedy into England. Later efforts to disseminate a knowledge of classical drama gave Elizabethan drama its first true impetus. The Tragedy of Gorboduc, of which Norton wrote the first 3 acts and Sackville the last 2, was the earliest efficient attempt to familiarize the English public with the significance of drama in any artistic sense. Norton and Sackville took the late classical work of Seneca as their model, but they were not slavish imitators. No effort was made to respect the classical unities of time or place, although the action was for the most part narrated by chorus and messenger. The plot is drawn from mythical annals of primeval British history and points a moral of immediate application to contemporary politics, the perils of a nation which is torn by internal dissension. The dramatic feeling is throughout of an elementary type. Small capacity is betrayed of delineating character or of developing plot. The speeches are of monotonous temper and tedious length, but in spite of its manifest imperfections, the tragedy of Gorboduc has 2 supreme claims to honorable commemoration. It introduced Englishmen who knew no language but their own to an artistic conception of tragedy, and it revealed to them the true mode of tragic expression. Like Surrey's translation of the Aeneid, Gorboduc was written in blank verse, and first indicated that this metre, which Sackville and Norton borrowed, like Surrey, direct from its home in Italy, was alone consonant with the dignity of tragedy in the English tongue. Sackville's efforts stand practically apart in the history of Elizabethan literature. His contributions to A Mirror for Magistrates were published in 1563. Gorboduc was written and acted in 1561, first printed in 1565. Sackville's literary career went no further. No certain promise of great poetry or prose characterized the work of such authors as were active at the moment when he laid down his pen. The torch that he had lighted found during many years few fitted to bear it after him. The versifiers Barnaby Googe, 1540 to 1594, and George Turberville, 1540 to 1610, studied the classics and contemporary Italian literature with very small effect. Neither they nor Thomas Churchyard, 1520 to 1604, who reached a patriarchal age, gained a footing except on the lowest slopes of Parnassus. The work of George Gascoigne, 1525 to 1577, which belongs to the same epoch, stands in a different category. The variety of endeavor lends his career historic interest. He sought new inspiration from Italy in directions which no one before had followed. From his pen came both a comedy and a tragedy which were directly adapted from the modern Italian drama. His comedy, The Supposes, is drawn from Ariosto. His tragedy, Jocasta, from Lodovico Dolci. Ariosto's play is in prose, and if Sackville and Norton's tragedy first taught Englishmen the fitness of blank verse for the purposes of tragedy, Gascoigne's English presentation of Ariosto's Il Suppositi first taught his countrymen that prose was the fittest vehicle for the purposes of comedy. Gascoigne's tragedy, the second that was written in England, was in blank verse, like both its Italian original and its early English predecessor. It follows the classical model more closely than Gorboduc, for Gascoigne merely translates Dolce, who was himself slavishly adapting the Phoenici of Euripides. At the same time, Gascoigne showed his appreciation of another development of Italian literature. The novel had absorbed much efficient literary energy in Italy. Boccaccio, the earliest master of Italian prose fiction, had in the 16th century many disciples, among whom Bandello and Cinthio rivaled their chief in popularity. The vogue of both Bandello and Cinthio was great in England during the latter half of Elizabeth's reign, and Gascoigne inaugurated this fashionable interest in the contemporary Italian novel by translating one of Bandello's popular stories. Nor did this effort exhaust Gascoigne's pioneer labors. He wrote a satire in rhyming verse in emulation of Juvenal and Persius, which was the forerunner of a long line of English poetic satires, and he proved his serious interest in the general development of poetic art in his native country by producing a first critical treatise on poetic workmanship and technique. Gascoigne died in 1577, and 2 years later, Elizabethan literature definitely started on its great career. When the forward movement began, one form of foreign influence seemed likely to obstruct its progress. This obstacle had to be removed before the advancing army could command an open road. In cultured circles, the zeal for classical study, combined with the want of distinctive artistic quality in contemporary English verse, to generate the fallacious belief that English poetry could only improve its quality by servile obedience to classical law or suggestion. The faith was universal that English drama was bound to respect the lines which Athens and Rome had glorified and which Italy and France had reinstated in authority. So soon as Elizabethan literature was emerging from darkness, a strenuous effort was made to restrain its free development by forcing on it classical fetters, from which there should be no release. Gabriel Harvey, 1545 to 1630, a Cambridge tutor who reckoned Spenser amongst his pupils and had a wide acquaintance among the cultivated nobility, imperiously ordered English poets to confine themselves to Latin meter as well as to Latin ideas. There had recently been developed in France a vernacular literature which deliberately fashioned itself on classical poetry. The comparative success of that movement, whose leaders took the corporate title of La Pléiade, seemed, at a time when the English poetic standard was low, to lend weight to Harvey's pedantic counsel. For a moment it appeared as if Harvey's advice were to prevail. At his instance, a literary club was formed in London in 1579 to promote the naturalization in English poetry of classical prosody. The club, which was called the Areopagus and held its meetings at Leicester House, the home of the Earl of Leicester, was formed of men of rank and literary promise who had traveled in France and Italy and had acquired there their literary aspirations. Chief of these was Sir Philip Sidney, a man of great social eminence, in whom were concentrated all the aspirations of the Renaissance, the love of art and letters, the philosophic curiosity, the yearning for novel experience. With Sidney there was associated the more imposing figure of Edmund Spenser, who was Harvey's old pupil and for a time served the Earl of Leicester as secretary. Much energy was spent by these and other eager disciples of Harvey on experiments in English hexameters, elegiacs, and sapphics. For a time, both Spenser and Sidney seemed to accept the pedantic argument that accent and rhyme in English poetry were vulgar and ungainly, and that quantity was the only fit characteristic of verse. The clumsiness of the poetic endeavors which illustrated these principles happily proved their ineptitude and error. Spenser quickly acknowledged that poetry could only flourish if it were left free to adapt itself to the idiosyncrasy of a poet's mother tongue. Sidney, too, as well as Spenser, broke away from the toils of the classicists. A breach was essential to the healthy literary development of the country. It came as soon as Elizabethan poetry showed the real capacity of accent and rhyme. The classical champions were slow to accept defeat. Their own incompetence brought about the ruin of their cause. The English hexameter, which they eulogized as the finest vehicle of poetic expression, readily lent itself to grotesqueness. Richard Stanihurst's translation of the Aeneid, 1582, into hexameters was deservedly laughed out of court, and its ludicrous clumsiness finally disposed of the claims of the classicists to regulate English literature. 20 years later, Thomas Campion, in his Observations on English Poesy, 1602, still persisted in denouncing rhyme, but he sufficiently confuted his own argument by the splendid harmonies of his own rhymed lyrics. George Chapman, 1559 to 1634, a fine classical scholar, spoke the last word on the classical theory with admirable point in one of his earliest poems. Sweet poesy will not be clad in her supremacy with those strange garments, Rome's hexameters, as she is English, but in right prefers our native robes, put on with skilful hands, English heroics, to those antic garlands. Shadow of Night, lines 86 to 91. Spenser, whose muse rejected with some reluctance the trappings of Latin prosody, did more than any other writer to give Elizabethan literature at the outset its fitting cue. His Shepherd's Calendar, which was published in 1579, was the first great Elizabethan poem which was to stand the test of time. In it, the poet offered ample evidence of foreign study. The 12 eclogues which it comprised were framed on foreign models of acknowledged repute. The Greek pastoral poetry of Theocritus and Bion was its foundation, modified by the study of Virgil's eclogues and of many French and Italian examples of more recent date. The debt to Marot's French eclogues was notably large. Spenser was at the same time alive to the literary achievements of his own country. Many times in the course of his poetic career, he avowed his discipleship to the greatest of his English literary predecessors, Chaucer. But the value of the Shepherd's Calendar lies ultimately not in the dexterity of its adaptations, but in the proof it offers of the rich individuality of the poet's genius. The fruits of his reading were fused together and transmuted by his individual force and original genius. The Shepherd's Calendar shows a rare faculty for the musical modulation of words and the potency of the poet's individual affinities with poetic aspects of nature and human life. It proved how well the new aspirations of the age, the devotion to the Queen, and the enthusiasm for the Protestant religion lent themselves to poetic treatment. Contemporaries at once acknowledged that there had arisen in England one qualified to rank above all preceding English poets, save only Chaucer, who had died nearly 2 centuries before. In the same year as Elizabethan poetry gave sure promise of its great future in the Shepherd's Calendar, prose also made a notable advance. John Lyly, 1554 to 1606, who was about the same age as Spenser, published the first volume of his moral romance of Euphues soon after the Shepherd's Calendar. The second and concluding volume followed within a year. It was Lyly's endeavor to weave a moral or educational treatise into a work of fiction. The design showed originality, and boldness, if absolute success were scarcely possible. The methods of fostering in a gentleman or noble person virtuous and gentle discipline barely lend themselves to romance, but the chief interest of Lyly's book lies not in its subject matter, but in its style. The author deliberately sought to invest English prose for the first time in its history with a distinctive mannerism. His sentences, which are evenly balanced, present an endless series of antitheses with a slightly epigrammatic flavor. Alliteration is employed with some frequency, and there is a ceaseless flow of similes drawn from natural history. The quaint pedantry of Lyly's method owes a great deal to the affectations of earlier Spanish prose, especially the mannered prose of Guevara. But the English writer adheres to his self-imposed laws of composition with a persistent thoroughness that is unknown to his masters, and gives him substantial claim to the honors of original invention. Euphues was received with enthusiasm and stimulated a taste for a subtler and a more characteristic prose style than already existed, as well as for contemplative romance. Few writers achieved at a bound so high a reputation in cultivated society. The ladies of the court were soon described as lily scholars, and only those who could parley Euphuism gained repute for refinement. Lily's pedantic style lent itself readily to caricature and exaggeration. Contemporary prose soon rang with strained antitheses and grotesque allusions to precious stones, stars, fishes, and plants. But notwithstanding the absurd extravagance of Lilly and his disciples, he pointed the way to that epigrammatic force of which Bacon, in his essays, showed the English language to be capable. The matter of Lilly's Euphues, despite its confused aim, also exerted a prolific influence on subsequent Elizabethan literature. Elizabethan romance was compounded of many simples, among which were conspicuous the post-classical Greek novel, notably the Ethiopica of Heliodorus, the chivalric stories of the Middle Ages, and the novel and pastoral of Italy. Strongly marked features were derived from such foreign sources as these. Nevertheless, Elizabethan prose fiction readily assimilated Lilly's didacticism in addition. It was after Lilly's popular work had won public favor that Sir Philip Sidney, when in retirement from the court, began his great fiction of Arcadia. Although Sidney was familiar with all foreign forms of romance and directly imitated many of them, the ethical disquisitions which he grafted on his scheme were in Lilly's vein and proved his discipleship to Lilly. The Arcadia was not published till 1590, but it was freely circulated in manuscript 7 or 8 years previously, and its variety of topic, its wealth of adventurous episode, its poetic interludes, and its ludicrous situations quickly rendered it, despite its length and frequent incoherence, a formidable rival to Lilly's earlier achievement. But Lilly's narrower scope more easily lent itself to imitation. The short romance, which was a popular literary feature of the decade following the publication of Euphues, drew thence such homebred sustenance as went to its making. The fertile novelist Robert Greene, 1560 to 1592, and his disciple Thomas Lodge, 1558 to 1625, were content to announce to the public their chief efforts as sequels or continuations of Lilly's romance. One of Greene's volumes was christened Euphues, his censure to Philautus, 1587. Another was called Menaphon, Camilla's alarum to slumbering Euphues. Lodge's familiar romance of Rosalind, on which Shakespeare founded his play of As You Like It, bore the subsidiary title of Euphues' Golden Legacy. The year 1579, which witnessed the emergence of Elizabethan poetry in Spenser's Shepherd's Calendar and of Elizabethan prose in Lilly's Euphues, gave one other somewhat equivocal hint of the coming greatness. English drama had not passed the limits set by the efforts of Sackville-Norton and Gascoigne. The drama was making no artistic progress in England. Servile adaptations of classical tragedy, which Sackville's and Gascoigne's experiments initiated, seemed destined to encourage bombastic presentment of crime without poetic elevation. Nicholas Udall's Ralph Roister Doister, commonly called the earliest English comedy, had had a successor in 1560 in an even cruder farce called Gammer Gurton's Needle, the work of a Cambridge graduate who is now identified as one William Stevenson of Christ College. Gascoigne had gone to Italy for a comedy of a more regular and ambitious type, but it had not attracted popular taste. The horseplay, rusticity, and burlesque of the native interlude could alone command unquestioned popularity. But signs were apparent before 1579 that the Elizabethan public was developing an interest in dramatic performances, which gave some hope of improved taste in the future. The actor's profession was in course of organization under the patronage of the nobility, and in 1576 a building in London was erected for the first time for the purposes of theatrical representations. A second theater was opened in the following year. From a literary point of view, this dramatic activity merited small attention, but evidence of an increased popularity of the infant drama could not be overlooked by any Londoner. A section of the public saw in the primary principles of the drama a menace to public morals. Puritans identified theaters with paganism and declared them to be intolerable in a Christian community. A bitter attack from the religious and ethical point of view quickly developed. In 1579, Stephen Gosson, one of the fanatical foes of the budding drama, published a virulent denunciation of plays, players, and dramatists, and he sought to give added weight to his onslaught by dedicating his work without permission to Sir Philip Sidney, who at the moment held a prominent place in fashionable and literary society. Sidney resented Gosson's sour invective. His knowledge of the classics taught him to regard the drama as an honored branch of literature. By way of dissociating himself from Gosson's opinions, he penned a reply to his jaundiced criticism, which gave a notable impetus to the liberal progress of contemporary literature. In his Apology for Poetry, Sidney did far more than defend the drama from fanatical abuse. He surveyed the whole range of poetic art and sought to prove that poetry is the noblest of all the works of man. In detail, his treatise is open to censure. Reverence for the classical laws of dramatic composition shackled his judgment. He anathematized tragicomedy and defended the classical unities, nor did he foresee the greatness of the coming Elizabethan drama. On the other hand, he fully acknowledged the grandeur of Spenser's youthful genius and made a stirring appeal to his countrymen to uplift themselves and look into the sky of poetry. His work was published in 1580, and his exalted enthusiasm seems to lend him the voice of a herald summoning to the poetic lists the mighty combatants with whom the Elizabethan era was yet to be identified. The implied challenge met with a notable response. During the decade 1580 to 1590, there were new outbursts of activity in every direction. Both comedy and tragedy assumed, for the first time in England, a distinctive literary garb. Prose acquired dignity and ease. The sonnet and other forms of lyric poetry reached a new level of fervor, and the last year of the decade was glorified by the publication of the first installment of Spenser's Faerie Queene. Spenser's great poem would have rendered the epoch memorable had it stood alone. It was admirably representative of contemporary ideals in life and literature. The poet, while frankly acknowledging indebtedness to Homer, Virgil, Ariosto, and Tasso, professes to present a gigantic panorama of the moral dangers and difficulties that beset human existence, but the allegorical design was not carried out with rigor. The adventures in which Spenser's heroes engage are often drawn from chivalric or epic romance, and are developed with a freedom which ignores the allegorical intention. Spenser, too, was a close observer of the leading events and personages of Elizabethan history, and he wove into the web of his poetry personal impressions of contemporary personages and movements. Hardly anywhere else in Elizabethan poetry does the fervid loyalty of the Elizabethan to the Queen find more expansive utterance. But it is by its poetic style and spirit that the Faerie Queene as a whole must be judged. It is the fertility of the poet's imagination, the luxuriance of the poetical imagery, and the exceptional command of the music of words which give the poem its true title to honor. The poetic fervor of the age, with its metrical dexterity and exuberant style of expression, reached its zenith in Spenser's great work, which proved a potent stimulus not only to poets of his own day, but to a long array of their successors. To Lyly, the author of Euphues, the marked development of comedy which characterized the decade after 1580 was chiefly due. Nearly all his 9 comedies were written and produced between 1581 and 1593. With one exception, they are in prose, though all are interspersed with simply worded songs which ring with easy harmonies. The form that comedy assumed in Lyly's hand seems mainly of the author's invention. Dramatic force is not a predominating feature. The characters are mainly drawn from classical mythology. The plot is slender. There is little attempt at characterization. Lyly's comedies are remarkable for the literary temper of the dialogue, the fantastic conceit, the clever wordplay, the graceful similes create an air of educated refinement which was new to dramatic composition in England. His example had far-reaching consequences. The witty encounters in verbal fence, which distinguish many of Shakespeare's comedies, bear the impress of Lyly's manner, and although Lyly, as a writer for the stage, toys with life rather than interprets it, he revolutionized the native conception of comedy by investing its language with a literary charm. While Lyly was creating an artistic tradition in realms of comedy, an even more impressive service was rendered to tragedy by another writer of greater poetic genius. Born only 2 months before Shakespeare and dying before he had completed his 30th year, Christopher Marlowe, 1564 to 1593, the first English tragic poet, began and ended his literary work while Shakespeare was still in his novitiate. His earliest tragedy, Tamburlaine, probably produced in 1588, first indicated the possibilities of Elizabethan tragedy. It was quickly followed by 3 other tragedies, Dr. Faustus, The Jew of Malta, and Edward II. Other dramatic work came from Marlowe's pen, but it is to these 4 tragedies that he owes his commanding place in Elizabethan literature. In the prologue to his first piece, Tamburlaine, he announced his resolve to employ in tragedy high, astounding terms. He scornfully denounced the jigging veins of rhyming mother wits whose pens had previously been devoted to tragedy. Not that Marlowe wholly cut himself adrift from the native dramatic tradition. He did not altogether reject even the machinery of the miracle play. In his Faustus, good and evil angels and the 7 deadly sins are among the dramatis personae, and hell is pictured on the stage with damned souls tossing on burning forks. Many of his heroes bear, too, a specious resemblance to the leading characters in the old moralities. They are, for the most part, personified vices or ruling passions, and are far removed from ordinary humanity. At the same time, classical literature left a deep impression on his work. Early in life he had rendered into fervid English verse a part of Musaeus's Greek poem Hero and Leander, as well as Ovid's Elegies and the first book of Lucan's Pharsalia. His drama abounds in classical allusions. He assimilated much of the spirit of classical literature. At times, as in Faustus's address to Helen, he seems to emulate the beautiful simplicity of Greek poetry. But in spite of his wide literary studies and sympathies, Marlowe was essentially a rebel against precedent. His conception of tragedy passed beyond the bounds of authority. His central aim was to portray men in tragical pursuit of unattainable ideals. Tamburlaine is ambitious of universal conquest. Barabbas is avaricious of universal wealth. Faustus yearns for omniscience. In developing such ambitions in drama, Marlowe often wanders into wild extravagances. But the titanic force of his presentment of human aspiration is inextinguishable. Many qualities which are requisite to perfect drama were beyond the range of Marlowe's genius. There is practically no feminine interest in his plays. He is destitute of humor. A strain of rant is audible in his flights of eloquence. Nevertheless, the blank verse which his example finally consecrated to tragic uses has, for the most part, a poetic dignity, even a suppleness, of which no earlier writer had given any sign. Ben Jonson justly panegyrized his mighty line. His latest tragedy of Edward II is cast in a far more artistic mold than its predecessors. The unqualified terror which Tamburlaine, Faustus, and the Jew of Malta excite is there conquered by a subtle pity. The monumental labors of Holinshed, following the earlier and slighter efforts of Hall, had lately made the political annals of the country generally accessible, and the patriotic enthusiasm encouraged poets and dramatists to seek material there. The practice of dramatizing English history was not inaugurated by Marlowe, but he was the first to invest with tragic sentiment historic episode. The increased mastery of his art, which is apparent in Edward II, renders Marlowe's death before he reached his prime one of the most regrettable incidents in literary history. But the work he lived long enough to accomplish bore golden fruit. It was as Marlowe's disciple that Shakespeare first gave proof of his unsurpassed genius for tragedy. On lesser men than Shakespeare, Marlowe's influence was conspicuous and immediate. Writers like George Peele, 1558 to 1597, and Robert Greene, 1560 to 1592, who had already made some experiments in drama, seem to have hastily revised their effort in the light of Marlowe's example. Greene's Friar Bungay and Friar Bacon reflect something of the motive of Dr. Faustus, though the two plays are worked out on different lines. Greene could not rise to Marlowe's somber intensity, and the buffoonery of the old moralities corrupted his notions of stagecraft. Peele, like Marlowe, went to English history for a tragic plot. Peele's tragedy of Edward I, which was in all likelihood the offspring of Marlowe's Edward II, is unrelieved by artistic subtlety and defaced by political bias. The grandeur of Marlowe's style was difficult of approach, and save Shakespeare, almost all who sought to emulate it merely succeeded in echoing the bombast and crude rant with which Marlowe's work was mingled. Elizabethan audiences saw no defect in the sanguinary extravagances of Tamburlaine or the Jew of Malta, and many writers deliberately set themselves to better Marlowe's instruction in developing scenes of bloodshed and violence. Of these, the chief was Thomas Kyd, 1557 to 1595, whose popular tragedies of horror, the Spanish tragedy and Geronimo, emulated Marlowe's least admirable characteristics. Kyd clothed revolting incident in what a contemporary critic called the swelling bombast of bragging blank verse, and his strident notes for a moment dominated public taste. But his triumph was short-lived. He was battling with the stream of progress and suffered the inevitable penalty of neglect even before he died. The new artistic spirit of tragedy, which Marlowe's best work inaugurated, was not to be repressed. End of section 38. Recording by Tad Davis. Section 39 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. Chapter 11, The Elizabethan Age of English Literature, by Sidney Lee, Part 2. It was in the last 13 years of Queen Elizabeth's reign, 1590 to 1603, that Elizabethan literature shone in its full glory. In 1596, Spenser published the last completed books of his Fairy Queen, and his reputation was finally established. In all directions, literary activity redoubled. Never before or since was the country so prolific in lyric and sonnet. Foreign influences are here especially apparent. French and Italian poetry was pillaged for ideas and phraseology, but there was a simplicity and sweetness of melody in the best of the short Elizabethan poems, even where the ideas and phraseology came from a foreign source which must be assigned to native genius. The poetic spirit was widely distributed. Writers like Thomas Nash, 1567 to 1601, or Thomas Dekker, 1570 to 1641, who applied most of their energy to prose, showed in rare outbursts of verse genuine lyric intensity. The habit of writing lyrics spread high and low through all ranks of society, and the success of the amateurs rivaled that of professional writers. Politicians and men of action like the Earls of Essex and Oxford and Sir Walter Raleigh, 1552 to 1618, could occasionally turn as harmonious a lyric stanza as any of the young poets who devoted themselves to literature exclusively. The subject matter of the Elizabethan lyric is mainly limited to amorous emotion, but there is an occasional tendency to reflection on sterner topics. Indeed, one of the most voluble and honey-tongued of Elizabethan poets, Samuel Daniel, 1562 to 1619, developed a reflective faculty in verse which gives him some claim to rank with Wordsworth. How widely extended was the taste for lyrical utterance may be gauged by the ample miscellanies of brief poems which repeatedly came from the printing press at the end of the period. All conditions of men figured among the contributors. At least two of these collections, England's Helicon, 1600, and Davison's Poetical Rhapsody, 1602, provide banquets of lyrical masterpieces. The sonnet, the most difficult of all poetic forms in which to attain excellence, proved a more perilous attraction to poetic aspirants than the lyric. Sonnet sequences of love, such as Sidney inaugurated in England in his Astrophel and Stella, and Thomas Watson developed in his Hecatompoeia, 1582, and in his Tears of Fancy, 1593, engaged an army of pens during the last decade of Elizabeth's reign. Few of the great poets of the day escaped the sonneteering contagion. Daniel and Drayton, Lodge and Constable helped to swell the sonneteering chorus. Spenser and Shakespeare were drawn into the current and paid ample homage to the fashionable vogue. Like Sidney and Watson, the later Elizabethan sonneteers followed with fidelity foreign models, and most of them treated the sonnet as a literary exercise rather than a vehicle for the expression of personal feeling. The work of Petrarch and Tasso among Italians, of Ronsard and De Porta among Frenchmen, was the begetter of fully two-thirds of the quatorzains which saw the light in Elizabethan England. Spenser's long sonnet sequence, which he called Amoretti, owed much to French and Italian poetry, and very sparse fragments of it bear adequate testimony to his great capacity. Among the Elizabethan examples, only Shakespeare's sonnets maintain for any space exalted levels of lyric melody or meditative energy. Like other Elizabethan sonnets, they owe a large debt to the vast sonneteering literature of 16th century Europe, but their supreme poetic quality sets on that literature a glorious crown. The close of the Queen's reign also witnessed a wonderful expansion of the scope of prose literature. The literary fervor which distinguished the poetry of the epoch infected Elizabethan prose. Whatever the subject to which the writer applied himself, whether theology or fiction or social life or travel, an almost lyrical exuberance of expression manifested itself. The Elizabethan translation of the Bible, the Bishop's Bible, which had been published in 1568, was constantly reprinted until it was superseded by the authorized version of 1611, contributed to this effect, but the warmth of feeling reflected the enthusiastic spirit of the age. The most dignified contribution of the era to prose literature was made by the theologian Richard Hooker, 1554 to 1600. Although his style is largely based on Latin models and is often stiff and cumbrous, it rarely lacks an harmonious rhythm and often reaches heights of poetic eloquence. Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, was beginning his literary career when Hooker was laying down his pen. His great philosophical work was done largely in Latin prose, but whenever he essayed English prose, he notably illustrated the adaptability of the language to the highest purposes of exposition. Bacon's English writing owes much to his facility in Latin composition, but it is impregnated by a native gift of imaginative eloquence. In his Advancement of Learning, his chief philosophical work in English, his vocabulary is exceptionally large, and his sentences ring with melody. Pithiness and terseness were rare characteristics of Elizabethan prose, but Bacon, in his essays, proved his versatility by making an experiment in aphoristic style which achieved triumphant success. His subtle reflections on human nature are largely founded on Machiavelli's practical interpretation of life and owe something also to Montaigne. But the place of Bacon's essays in English literature is due to the stimulating and pointed brevity of his language. In the lower ranks of literary endeavor, prose also filled a large space. Pamphleteers abounded and supplied something of the place held by the modern journalist. Thomas Nash, 1567 to 1601, was the most original personality among occasional writers in prose. He was a professional controversialist, and no subject that could be turned to polemical uses was foreign to his pen. He satirized contemporary society and all whom he believed to be impostors with effusive vigor and frankness. Though he expressed unmeasured scorn of the current practice of imitating foreign masters, the luxuriant bluster of Rabelais and Aretino strongly appealed to him. He was addicted, as he confessed, to a swelling and boisterous mode of speech, which at times descended to burlesque effects. But in spite of his reckless gasconading, the literary spirit was always strong in him, and in his prose romance of Jack Wilton, he produced a novel of adventure, the first of its kind in English, which has lasting literary value. Dekker subsequently carried on a part of Nash's work in quieter tones. His numerous tracts, describing the darker side of London life, are clothed in an untamable volubility. But his prose is thoroughly Elizabethan in the glow of humorous insight and vivacity with which it is illumined. More impressive than any other feature of the literary history of the closing years of Elizabeth's reign was the rise to fame and fortune of William Shakespeare, 1564 to 1616, and the final elevation of the drama to the first place in the literature of the age. The general trend of Shakespeare's career was not unlike those of many contemporaries who followed their dramatic profession. The son of a village tradesman, he received the ordinary education in Latin which was available to all boys of the lower and middle classes in the grammar school of Stratford-on-Avon, his native place. After vain endeavors to gain a livelihood in the country, he made his way to London soon after he came of age, and opened in a very humble capacity a lifelong association with the theater. There is little doubt that at the outset he thought to win distinction as an actor, but his literary instinct quickly diverted him to the writing of plays. His period of probation was not short. He did not leap at a bound to fame and fortune. It was probably not till 1591, when he was 27 years of age and had already spent 6 years in London, that his earliest original play, Love's Labour's Lost, was performed. It showed the hand of a beginner, yet abounded in trivial witticisms. But above all, there shone out the dramatic and poetic fire, the humorous outlook on life, the insight into human feeling which were to inspire titanic achievements in the future. Soon afterwards he scaled the tragic heights of Romeo and Juliet, and he was rightly hailed as the prophet of a new world of art. Thenceforth he marched onward in triumph. Shakespeare's work was exceptionally progressive in quality. Few authors advanced in their art more steadily. His hand grew firmer, his thought grew richer as his years increased, and apart from external evidence as to the date of production of his plays, the discerning critic can determine from the versification and from the general handling of the theme to what period in his life each composition belongs. The comedies of Shakespeare's younger days often trench upon the domains of farce. Those of his middle and later life approach the domain of tragedy. Tragedy in his hands markedly grew as his years advanced in subtlety and intensity. His tragic themes became more and more complex and betrayed deeper and deeper knowledge of the workings of human passion. Finally, the storm and stress of tragedy yielded to the placid pathos of romance. All the evidence shows that when his years of probation ended, he mastered in steady though rapid succession every degree and phase of excellence in the sphere of drama, from the fantasy of A Midsummer Night's Dream to the unmatchable humor of Falstaff, from the passionate tragedies of King Lear and Othello to the romantic pathos of Cymbeline and The Tempest. Shakespeare was no conscious innovator. The topics to which he applied himself were rarely quite new. The chronicle play, which dramatized episodes of English history, had already engaged other pens. He based his comedies on popular Italian novels, most of which had furnished material for plays, not merely in England, but in Italy and France before he took up his pen. His Roman tragedies all dealt with well-tried themes, but in the result, his endeavors bore little resemblance to those of his contemporaries. The magic of his genius transmuted all he touched. His wealth of thought and his supreme command of language invested all his efforts with an originality and freshness which no contemporary approached. The amount of work which Shakespeare accomplished in the 20 years of his active professional career, 1691 to 1611, amply proves his steadiness of application and the regularity with which he pursued his vocation. His energy brought him rich pecuniary rewards. Returning to his native place as soon as his financial position was secure, he purchased there the chief house in the town, New Place, and obtained other lands and houses. No mystery attaches to Shakespeare's financial competency. It is easily traceable to his professional earnings as author, actor, and theatrical shareholder, and to his shrewd handling of his revenues. His ultimate financial position differs little from that of his fellow theatrical managers and actors. Shakespeare died at Stratford on Tuesday, April 23, 1616, probably on his 52nd birthday. The epitaph on his monument in the chancel of Stratford-on-Avon Church bears convincing testimony to the reputation he acquired in his own day. With his death, it is there stated, quick nature died. All contemporary art was declared to stand in the relation of a page boy or menial towards his masterly achievements. The supremacy which was frankly allowed him in his own day has been amply vindicated by modern criticism. Many attempted to wield Shakespeare's bow after his death, but none succeeded. The history of the post-Shakespearean drama of James I's and Charles I's reigns is a tale of degeneracy and decadence. A bountiful endowment with the poetic spirit of the age, an occasional flash of rare dramatic insight, an improved trick of stagecraft were poor substitutes for Shakespeare's magical intuition, for his sustained command of dramatic expression, for what Coleridge calls his omnipresent creativeness. In his lifetime, the ranks of the dramatists were greatly widened, and numerous younger contemporaries of his energetically pursued the profession of dramatist when he was laid in his grave. But compared with Shakespeare, even the most accomplished Elizabethan dramatists are dwarfed saplings in the presence of a giant oak. Of the younger generation of Shakespeare's contemporaries, Ben Jonson, 1573 to 1637, was the first to enter the dramatic arena, which he was one of the last to quit. Of strongly conservative temper, Jonson deliberately sought to stem the tide of the Shakespearean canons, which freely defied the old dramatic unities and declined to recognize any artificial restriction on the presentment of living experience on the stage. Of such principles, Jonson declared open war. Comedy, as in the Greek and Latin theaters, was in Jonson's hands a satiric weapon. Plot or story counted for little. Men's humors, or foibles, which served the purposes of satire, dominated Jonson's efforts in comic drama. Every man in his humor, which was probably his earliest extant piece, as it was first acted in 1598, bore witness to his satiric force. His masterpieces in comedy, Volpone and The Alchemist, betrayed a fiery scorn of villainy and hypocrisy. The scenes and characters abounded, too, in strokes of effective humor. But Jonson's respect for the old comic tradition prevented him from abandoning himself freely to the varied dramatic impulses of the epoch. His Roman tragedies, Sejanus, 1603, and Catiline, 1611, despite the stateliness of the verse, more conspicuously sacrificed life to learning. The dramatic movement halts. With the versatility characteristic of the age, Jonson at the same time exercised lyric gifts of a quality that places him in the first rank of Elizabethan poets. For intellectual vigor he may be placed above all his contemporaries, save Shakespeare, but the development of English drama owed little or nothing to him. George Chapman, 1559 to 1634, the translator of Homer, worked as a playwright somewhat in Jonson's groove, but he showed less vivacity or knowledge of life. Chapman's tragedies are obtrusively the fruits of studious research. He is, by natural affinity, a gnomic poet or philosopher who inclines to cryptic utterance. His plays often resemble a series of dignified and weighty soliloquies, in which the dramatist personally addresses himself to the audience in a succession of transparent disguises. At least 8 other able playwrights of Jonson's generation sought, on the other hand, to continue the Shakespearean tradition, and they at times echoed, albeit hesitatingly, their master's wondrous powers of speech. They were all faithful followers of the common contemporary practice of collaboration, and it is not always easy to disentangle one man's contribution to a single play from another's. John Marston, 1575 to 1634, who began his career as a satirist, was in comedy a shrewd and cynical observer of human life, while as a tragic writer he could occasionally control the springs of pity and terror. Thomas Dekker, 1570 to 1641, for the most part brought on the stage the society of his own time. He was far more realistic than most of his fellows and a more truthful portrayer of character. His sentiment was more sincere, but he had smaller faculty of imagination. His language, if simpler, was less glowing or stimulating. Thomas Heywood died 1650, and Thomas Middleton, 1570 to 1627, energetically competed with Dekker and Marston for public favor. Each in one work at least, Heywood in his Woman Killed with Kindness, and Middleton notably in his Changeling, proved that he cherished a great conception of dramatic art. Heywood excelled Dekker in dramatic handling of domestic episode. Middleton sought to turn to dramatic account picturesque romance. But even the masterpieces of these two writers are defaced by carelessness in construction, and the rest of their work rarely rises above the level of fluent mediocrity. None of these dramatists, save perhaps Heywood, achieved marked success in the theater. Only John Fletcher, 1579 to 1625, and Philip Massinger, 1583 to 1640, inherited in permanence any substantial share of Shakespeare's popularity. Shakespeare's place at the head of the dramatic profession was filled on his retirement by Fletcher, who made his earliest reputation as a writer of plays in a short-lived partnership with Francis Beaumont, 1607 to 1611. Beaumont's career closed before that of Shakespeare, and Fletcher continued his work either alone or with other collaborators, of whom the most constant was Massinger. Fletcher's alliance with Beaumont produced rich fruit in The Maid's Tragedy and in the tragic comedy of Philaster, around 1611, to both of which Beaumont was the larger contributor. Fletcher was better fitted to excel in comedy than in tragedy, and it is his brilliant dialogue and sprightly repartee that mainly gave his dramatic work distinction. His tragic endeavors revealed splendid powers of declamation, but wanted sustained intensity of feeling. Massinger shared many of Fletcher's characteristics, but excelled him in his appreciation of stage requirements, and at times intensified the passing interest of his work by making his plots or characters reflect episodes of current political history. The merits of Fletcher's and Massinger's labors are, however, those of a declining epoch. They show intellectual agility rather than intellectual fertility. Their picturesque utterance inclines to over-elaboration, and there is a steadily growing tendency to mannerism and artifice. Moreover, their moral tone is enfeebled. Although Shakespeare is invariably frank and outspoken on moral questions, the moral atmosphere of his work is throughout manly and bracing. Fletcher and Massinger play havoc with the accepted laws of morality and present vice in all manner of insidious disguises. Another contemporary dramatist of unquestioned eminence, John Webster, 1580 to 1625, gave similar proofs of decadence. Webster concentrated his abundant energies on repulsive themes. His plots center in fantastic crimes which lie out of the range of art and life. But Webster, of all Shakespeare's successors, approached him nearest in tragic intensity. The last flickers of light which can be traced to the Elizabethan dramatic spirit are visible in the tragic genius of John Ford, flourished 1639, and in the miscellaneous ability of James Shirley, 1596 to 1666. Ford's tragic romance of The Broken Heart was produced in 1633. It more closely accords with the classical canons of construction than with the Shakespearean, but the high poetic strain echoes the deep harmonies of Shakespearean tragedy. The name of James Shirley, who died in 1666 from fright and exposure during the Great Fire of London, closes that chapter in the history of the English drama, which opened with Marlowe. Though much of Shirley's work is lost, a great mass of plays from his pen survives. His comedies, tragedies, and tragicomedies are shadows of the drama that went before them. But however faint is the reflection, Shirley kept the genuine tradition alive till the theaters were forcibly closed at the opening of the Civil Wars. The Elizabethan age of English literature was one of such exuberant energy that only by slow degrees could the impetus exhaust itself. For a short space, the highest intellectual and artistic ambitions of the English people had consciously or unconsciously concentrated themselves on literature. Before the second decade of the 17th century closed, other interests supervened. Questions of supreme political moment distracted and finally absorbed the nation's attention, but the spirit of the Elizabethan era had then done its work. It had given birth to a mass of poetry and prose which ranks in literary merit with the products of the greatest literary epochs in the world's history. Above all, it produced Shakespeare, whom the unanimous verdict of all civilized peoples pronounces to be the greatest of dramatic poets. End of section 39. Recording by Tad Davis.